Shall we get started? Let's do it. Sup, nerds? It's been a long few days of launch. Good to be back, though. I was hoping to stream on the weekend, but ended up spending a lot of time just like doing everything you're supposed to do when you launch, mostly support and fixing bugs and everything else between. Yeah, it's been a busy couple days. Let me hop over here. Did my cats already knock down the cat protector? Give me 1 sec. I just have to record now so I don't forget to. We'll go for 7, 10. Cool. Sorry about that. Marker, offset. I have a big cardboard piece from a big cardboard box that we put in the hall to keep the cats from coming up here when I'm streaming so they don't get in the stream room and destroy all my shit. And every once in a while they'll knock it down. Looking kind of disheveled from all those late nights. I was trying a different hairstyle and didn't feel like perfecting it, and then realized how late I was, so it happens. I figured it'd be a fun look post launches. We'll go with it. Haircut's coming soon, so until then. Imagine Theo with a low taper fade. Good one. What else do we need to cover today? This one I was really interested in. React Native retrospective. Also, Vercel has new competition. And this is the Expo. Let's go to their Twitter. Expo Dev. Do they have @Expo on Twitter? They do. Get that in there. I've been hearing more from Polar. I definitely want to look into it in the future. The SNCC thing looks interesting. I haven't had a chance to dig into all the different sides of it just yet. This could be a fun one. Real cost of AI developers. Oh, Kevin, yeah, good to see you, man. Yeah, start of stream's usually me like orchestrating all of the things, figuring out what we're going to be talking about, just hanging out. It should still be there. The first time I made the post, Twitter, I should have screenshotted it, but I was in panic, so I deleted it. The first time, instead of posting it as sub only, Twitter put Nan at the front of it and posted it to my general feed. So I had to delete it and redo it, and that time it worked. But the second time I was scared of putting a photo in because the first time it did that. Yeah. And my drink is tea, for those curious. Let me thank all the subs that I missed, including the ones that were last stream that I didn't get to because I felt really bad about that. Thank you, Self-Orientalist, for the 6 months of Tier 1. Januland, always good to see you, man. 21 months in. Jesus Christ. All these people nearing the 2-year marks. Crazy. We got Wordingo, 17 months. Zik with the 14. Curse Code with the Prime. Viscondi with the Prime. Redpin with the Prime. August with the 36 months. Fucking legend. Jesus Christ. You guys have been around forever. We got this Bonzal with the Prime. That McDaddy with the Prime. Arduano with the Tier 1. Skippity with the Tier 1. Chris Buckets with the Tier 1. I wonder if you guys were all subbing so they could watch the VOD after. We got Elliot's Ghost with the Prime. Euclid doesn't stream with the Prime. Ticker Boy with the Prime. Baton with the Prime. Genix Coder with the Prime. Limited with the Prime. Yordis starting us off strong with the Tier 3 today. 15 months in. Fucking legend. Yash here with the 21 months of Prime. Sath with the Prime. Insanity later with the 32 months. Jesus Christ. Ben Dev here with the Prime, 8 months in. Mike with the Prime, and Samir with the Tier 1, 11 months. Do I operate on zero caffeine? I don't have much caffeine. Yeah, only on like stream day. Not happening, Jiraj. That will break too many random things, including our auth. Like, there's a lot of stuff that won't... Actually, I don't even think we have a Vercel.app link. I think I deleted it, actually, because I didn't want to have those problems. And I hear you, Naleth. The issue with other auth methods is they'll inherently encourage people trying to work around our limitations. Once you have another link, you can delete it. Eva, let me... Oh, yeah, you're right. There's still a Vercel link, even though I deleted it. Yep, you're right. I lose. Also, thanks for the resub, Eva. Always good to see you. You know what? I'm just going to show you guys, because I'm not really hiding our analytics. It's been pretty nuts. Like, pretty insane. We just hit 180,000 messages. We're almost at 50,000 users have sent a message. Wild. People don't actually want a faster OpenAI chat. I haven't seen that. I'll check it. Link support. Ah. Yeah, so it can't go to the link unlike OpenAI can. Perhaps in the future. Yeah, I was pumped. The hate was so dumb that I think it pushed things further, especially because like the people who were hating didn't try it, and if you tried it, it was so obvious why it existed because it felt so much better. And my favorite hate would feel like, well, who cares how fast it is? And then everyone replying, I do because I used it and it's way better. So yeah, interesting. Very interesting. I am using PostHog too, but Plausible is the like one I had set up first. So it has the full top to bottom of like everything that happened. Also, funny enough, we're mostly running PostHog on the server, which means it got hit harder with the DDoSing. So if I show you if I show you PostHog, it's going to include numbers from the DDoS attempts, which isn't as accurate. We'll absolutely have file uploads in the near future. I might hack on that this weekend. I'll absolutely let you know, Eva. Cloudflare Turnstile has been really good overall. It breaks in Safari pretty regularly, which is the only issue we've had with it. Temporary chat's on our list for sure. I haven't had a chance to move to Zen yet. I've just been way too busy with shipping. For over a decade, you finally found out how to articulate your biggest issue with the React ecosystem. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I would love to hear more, Frost. Thank you for the resub, by the way, as well as Alar and Sherry Bell. Thank you both for the resubs. Yep. That's it. 3 API endpoints. Pretty good, right? And one of those is the Stripe like webhook. It's the Stripe webhook, the sync endpoint, and the chat endpoint. That's it. I have an intern. I'm trying to think what I might have been talking about. Might have been my PA, like my assistant. I appreciate this, Clyde. I go pretty hard. Any frustration with Angular? My advice is write it as a blog post first. See how you feel about it. Or even like just record it for yourself to have as a reference for the blog post, but like commit to the statement before you commit to the medium, if that makes sense. Like get the thing you want to say out of you. That like just like a blog post title, my frustrations with Angular would go really hard if you wanted to have that statement and make that. But like the getting the message out of you in a format that you can look at and be like, yes, this is a message that I am happy with. That once you've done that, the medium barely matters at that point. I would grow elsewhere. Twitter's not very high value, and the things that make you grow on Twitter don't bring you the value, like a valuable audience. Like a valuable following on Twitter comes from providing value elsewhere and people seeing you on Twitter and then following you there. Yeah, got Stripe. I'm going to give Stripe a lot of credit. They've been very, like, almost weirdly, like, positive towards me despite the severity of my feedback and the colorful language I've used to discuss my frustrations with it. They've, like, fully embraced me. They're working on a doc internally for all the different things that I'm raising. We're doing a call next week. Multiple separate people from Stripe have independently reached out, not realizing others already had. Like, they care. Their product is still shit, but they care. I'm going to dump this tea bag and we'll get started. I will say I feel a tiny bit bad for like Polar because I'm kind of doing the work that they are trying to make a product around. That's awesome to hear, Nostra. If that C# issue has been resolved by like end of week, just post in the group chat again or in the like T3 chat thing again, and we'll get it resolved. I've learned so much from T3 chat. I will say at least half my learnings have been about Stripe. I've learned way too much about Stripe. Oh, by the way, remember that double billing thing I brought up? You know what? I'm just going to test it here. Why not? So this is something I wanted to do. Localhost. Let me spin this up quick. Clear. Get status. Do I have anything here? This is my, oh yeah, that's my fix for the padding. Commit. Here. Let's just add that. Fix for padding, I think. Can't check. I'm redoing the whole auto scroll behavior. I will ship it as soon as I'm confident that opening the tabs is actually, I'll show you guys the better scroll behavior right now. I just want to see what you guys think of it. While I have you all here. GCO, Theo, better scroll behavior, pnpm run dev, localhost. So here is the new scroll behavior. I'll use 3.3 because it's the most brutal. What was I asking about here? Now do it in Ruby. That's the new scroll behavior. It moves the current message to the top and then fills everything else out, and you can scroll down to catch up. How do we feel about that? Again, how about Python? It looks a little better on smaller or on like normal size displays because you'll see the like text at the bottom and know that you can scroll back. Much better. People really like it. Okay, if I open, here's the test. If I can open 3 tabs here and they all are in the right spot, we will ship it. If not, I will fix it post-stream and ship it. This is at the bottom, good. Bottom, good. Bottom. I might have fixed all the weird scroll behaviors. There's one that didn't go to the bottom right. Okay, so for the most part, it appears to be working, though. I might say fuck it, ship it. I'll let Mark make the decision. Hey, Mark, if you play with that scroll PR and you're happy with the results, just merge it. What time yesterday? Because I like redid it again at like 5 or 6 p.m. yesterday. Yeah, sorry. We're just making sure it works and I'm not going to cause a regression. Yeah. What about unit tests? Show me how the fuck you'd unit test any of this, please. Okay. Mark said YOLO. Guess we're YOLOing. Okay, see what you mean by the scroll being weird with the virtual list, Mark. Yeah. I'll fight that later. What I wanted to test, and I want to test without you guys getting my email address. Sign out. Log in. Okay, cool. I wanted to test an upgrade to see if I can brute force get this into a bad state despite having the right things on Stripe. Here's what we're going to do. We have 2 of these open now. I'm going to check out with one. I'm going to not do this with my screen shared because I don't want all my fucking different credit cards to keep coming up. One password will do its thing still. And I also want to have local storage. So, cool. Thing I want to try first, we're going to subscribe and then go back. Okay, that worked. But what happens if I go through it again here? And again, hide. Okay. So I already subscribed and I have 1 sub per customer on. Will it let me sub again? Okay. Good. So it shouldn't be possible. Okay. 1 person has managed to double sub since. Autofocus on page load. I thought we had that fixed. I will high pry that for our today. Let me just do my high pry things in my to-do list quick. Fix autofocus on open. Here's 4 tabs. Or for threads. What was the other one? It's some other thing I was annoyed by I wanted to fix. I can't believe Stripe doesn't tell you cancellations, right? And there's even an option when a user cancels that they can submit their cancellation reason. And you can only get that by going through a specific dashboard in the Stripe page. You can't get it through the webhook. You can't get it through the API. You can't get it through an export to CSV. The only way to get cancellation status, much less the cancellation reason, is exporting. Or it isn't exporting, it's reading through their dashboard. You can't even export for it. We made it $8, so we don't know how expensive it should be yet, and we're learning a lot. T3 chat on Safari is super broken. I need to put up a warning about it. I can check if a subscription is active, yes, but if they set it to cancel at the end of their month, there is no way to get that info other than scrolling through the dashboard. It is terrible. I need you guys to trust me that I know what I'm talking about with Stripe. A chat without pagination of the list? Yes, because all of the data is local. Pagination is a way to handle API limitations almost always. So yes, we don't have pagination because everything is stored in your client. That's part of the sell. That's part of why the product is good. As I said, to make auth and turn side work with sub preview links for T3. Interesting. Yeah, Eva, do you have a group chat with Mark and me? If not, either make one if you can, or if you can't, I will. Really useful stuff. You set the file upload limit when you create the endpoint on upload thing. We use virtualization right now just for the thread list. We haven't started using it yet for the messages because I've had a lot of weird bugs when I tried to set it up. Coming soon. I criticized Arc because Arc doesn't have virtualization for it. Arc doesn't virtualize their downloads tab, which causes it to lag horrifyingly badly. If they had used React or React Native with a virtualization library for the list, I would have no problems. But they didn't. The Claude was not cheap. We're going to have to change how Claude is priced, probably. We haven't lost money yet, but we're also only 5 days in, and we're on track to lose money from Claude alone on the subs. So we'll figure it out. The Azure credits are only good for the models Azure hosts, which in this case are the OpenAI models, not the Anthropic ones. I'm waiting for our Google credits to come through so I could start doing more of the Anthropic stuff on Google Cloud instead, but we're not there just yet. Virtualization means that the things that aren't on the screen aren't currently being rendered. So if we're on T3 chat here, you might have a ton of threads, but you're only the ones that you see are currently in the DOM. And if you right click inspect, you'll only see the ones that are visible and a couple more in each direction. Virtualization means that they are created as you scroll farther rather than they just always exist. And that is the main technique for handling really, really long lists. The good point from chat here, though, is it does break Command F, which is the worst part by a lot. Doesn't the subscription data have a cancel at period end field? Probably. Yeah. Yes. They don't send a webhook when the user requests to cancel at period end. So we'd have to manually go check every single subscription constantly in order to get that data. I hate when sites do this. They always piss me off. So I'm not going to take Command F from you. We are not using Open Router. My Twitch Twitter link is out of date. I forgot how to change that. I'll put that on my to-do list quick. Fix Twitter link on Twitch. Good catch, though. Assistant prompts, wrong. There we go. Assistant prompts are absolutely coming. There's a lot more catches here than I thought there would be, but we'll have that soon. And getting at Theo is not easy or cheap, but I'm very happy we have it. PWA is on the list. I wish it was easier to do, but it's one of the few costs of the tech stack that I chose. It's not as easy as I want, but it will absolutely get into PWA like state somewhat soon. Yep, lazy rendering. Okay, TruePix. When you lazy render, if you scroll down a whole bunch, is the content that was rendered before still there? Or does that get unrendered? That would be the difference between virtualize and lazy. Lazy is it only gets created when you get to it, but it doesn't get cleaned up. Virtualize cleans up the things that aren't on screen anymore too. Progressive web app. It's a web app that is smart enough to know it doesn't need to go check if the sources and the files already exist before running. So you can just have it even when you're fully offline. You haven't missed anything just yet. Just talking about plans with T3 chat. Anything else in here I really need to cover? I think we've gotten most of it. It is definitely time to start making videos, though. Whatever black tea is out and closest to the teapot, honestly. Progressive web apps differ from Ionic because progressive web apps are on the web and Ionic is taking the web and pretending it is an app and putting it on the App Store. Effectively, yes. Void. Copy response should be on mouse down because see, I do like that. Ooh, good stuff. And what was broken with the tabs? For real, Nalith. I'm happy with our Stripe recommendations now. I'll be doing a video on all that. I'm trying to decide if I should wait until I do my call with them or if I should just YOLO it. I'm kind of leaning towards just YOLOing it. State of auth, I feel actually pretty qualified to do right now with all the things I just did. Honestly, I think this is our list. This is all really good shit to cover today. This is going to be a long one, and I just posted 2 really long breakdown videos, and they both kind of bombed. So, yeah. Hesitant. I'm sure they'll do better over time, but it was sad seeing like 2 of my what I would consider like my best videos, or 3 honestly. The HTMX and History of the Web one did pretty well, but the other 2 I did right after, the like how to render and the JavaScript Frameworks 2025 one, those both bombed. Like 2 of my worst performing videos in like 6 months. I'm not caving to the mobs. I'm caving to having a team of people who I have to feed. Yeah, if you just look, you can tell pretty easily. I have a lot of videos that are 55 minutes long that do really well. Like the Future HTMX, 61,000 plays. all the ways HTML gets to your browser, 35,000, about half. And then JavaScript Frameworks 2025, also about half. Then like 50K, almost 100K, 75K. Also, this one bombed initially. It's slowly recovering. But like anything under 50K in the first 2 days is kind of performing bad at this point, which is a wild thing to say. Never thought we'd be here, but yeah. Ben, do you happen to be here? Ben is not here. Okay. I'll just put it in here. Let's see. HTML rendering recovery efforts. New thread. I want to save this video. Idea I had. HTML in middle with a bunch of things pointing at it. Like React, like HTML logo surrounded by React, JS, C++, Nginx, Apache, etc. All pointing at the HTML in the middle. How do HTML is actually, you don't know how your HTML is made. Yeah, I'm pretty desperate to save that one, mostly because it's like a video I was really proud of. I like Lightcord because the Discord client sucks. Just super laggy, has to update every time I fucking open it. And Lightcord doesn't. It just hurts me less to use. I'm bummed that you are liking the Raycast one so much. That video did really well. Shit, Barry, good to see you, man. Also, I forgot to see if we got a response from... Okay, the views get recycled. Cool. Yeah, that's... I would say that if the views are getting recycled on Android with lazy lists, I would call that virtualization rather than lazy. Lazy usually means created on demand, and virtual usually means that they are only created when in view. I did see the Raycast reaction. There's a lot of good things in there I need to start doing. Is this worth a video? This does seem worth a video. I can research here. Can we fix semantic versioning? Semantic versions suck. Here's how we fix them. Drop that link there. What do we start with? State of auth? I think, are any of these high pry? Like things I really need to get to fast? I'd say this one is. I would say this is because it's already kind of late and I don't want it to fall too far behind. And I also have the other company that fucked over the T3 chat launch a bit. Where is it? How's GitHub being down? Here it is. Cool. Feeling pretty good. All Notion. I live in Notion for my content planning stuff. we're trying to get off these block lists. It's going to happen. Apparently .chats are a common thing for spam domains, so they get blocked by default. TypeScript or Postgres? God damn it. Not consistently enough. I don't have anything set up to auto cross post because it breaks a ton of shit. I just go to Blue Sky when I remember to. Oh, that's annoying. Might find a way to set up another domain for this in the future, but it won't be easy for a handful of reasons. I'll think about that. Sorry about that, man. No longer unemployed, so you can't watch the stream? God damn it, Reese. Enjoy the new gig. We'll be talking about y'all in a bit. What do we start with? Poll. First rant. State of auth. Vercel competition. Malware bytes. Ruining my company. T3. I fixed Stripe. And the semantic versions suck. See how you guys are feeling. It coming with a Vercel app URL and the Vercel app URL working are two entirely different, unrelated things. This is an interesting poll. That is what that video will be. Oh shit, that reminds me, the BitTorrent. I met somebody awesome yesterday. Bram Cohen, the creator of BitTorrent. Fascinating dude. One of the most interesting people I've talked to in a long time. And I wanted to read through his blog because he's talked about a lot of interesting things. And he told me like specifically that he writes these blog posts hoping somebody else will like take the thing and do something else with it, like a video. You know what? I'm going to make this the team's problem. Can y'all come through this and see if anything is worth the vid? Got blanket permission to use whatever, and Bram's a legend. Yeah, dude's unreal, and basically anything in here that is even vaguely something makes sense for me to cover, it could be very fun. The quote he dropped last night that I haven't been able to shake since he said it was, I open source everything I do because it's radioactive. Once it's out, you can't get rid of it. And it's so accurate. Like that is what made BitTorrent as successful as it was, is that once it was out, you couldn't make it illegal because it was already too prevalent. Okay, Vercel competition 1. State of auth a second, though. Good stuff. We can run with this for sure. Oh, it's third. I'll organize these in order. Semantic. That's interesting. The only swap here in the order was those two. Let's do it. Marker. We'll spell marker wrong. Third time's a charm. Vercel has competition expo. Deploy. Vercel has made deployment significantly easier for web devs. But what about everyone else? What about backend devs? What about mobile devs? What about React Native devs? Specifically, or retake on this. I like the flow, but let's get it again. Vercel made deployment way, way easier for web devs. What about everyone else, though? Third time's a charm. Vercel made deployment way easier for web devs. But what about everyone else? There's a couple groups of developers that have sort of been left behind, and one in particular breaks my heart. Mobile devs. React Native should be just as easy to deploy as websites are, but for a lot of reasons, it isn't. But there's one company that has historically worked really hard to fix these shortcomings, and they just dropped something really exciting that I cannot wait to tell you all about. That thing, EAS Deploy. Expo just dropped the best way to deploy your React Native apps. I'm not saying that because, and I haven't even used it yet, but I know these guys, I know how they build. Account for some bias because I'm friends with the Expo team, but man, I'm really excited to try this because the future for mobile depends on tools like Expo, making it easier for good developers to deploy great apps because there's so many things that try to slow you down as you're deploying on mobile. I want to go through this all, try deploying an app myself and see what I want to go through this whole process with y'all. I'm going to, from scratch, go through ES Deploy and deploy my first mobile app with it, see how it goes. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. I'm actually really excited to play with this. It's always frustrated me that mobile deployment is so much harder than anything else. I think it's a big part of why the web is winning. It's because Google and Apple are just so restrictive of their app stores. And Expo's already made it way easier to take your app bundle and get it on the stores, but the server side, they were not helping with. Let's give this a shot. From weather apps and commerce websites to AI-powered chat apps, most modern applications today need reliable servers. That's why today we're introducing EAS hosting for instant deployment and scaling, universal API routes, React websites, and more. This is a good call out. I think a lot of people miss this. Server-driven UI is essential for native apps. If I am Netflix, or the better example is Facebook, let's say we have a new type of post that we want to put out, like maybe we want to do a special post for, what's the least controversial holiday? Actually, though, what's the least controversial holiday? New Year's? April Fool's Day is actually a good one, or Valentine's. I'll go with Valentine's, cool. Let's say you want to put out an app update. Actually, I think we need to Excalibur for this. I also want to refilm the whole intro based on this. Yeah. We're going to re-record. Marker, Vercel, competition, redo. Cool. It's gotten incredibly easy to deploy backends for your... Over the last few years, companies like Vercel have made it way easier to deploy backends for your website. But what about everything else? In particular, what about mobile? Mobile needs backends too, and not just an API that can send a JSON. It needs a lot more. Today, we finally have an answer. As of today, we have an answer to this problem. Expo, the company that made React Native actually viable, just put out their own deployment and hosting service, which is very interesting for a ton of reasons. We have to talk all about why mobile deserves its own backend, and specifically, we need to go deep on server-driven UI for mobile. There's a lot of cool stuff here. I can't wait to go through it all with you, do some diagramming, and even deploy an app using it. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Cool. I'm really excited about this. The Expo guys are great. Account for some bias because I'm friends with the team, but I've also been very critical of their stuff in the past. They know I'm not going to hold back at all here. We'll see how this all goes. I am excited, though. In particular, I'm excited because of the early call out here for server-driven UI in native apps. We need to talk a little bit about what that means. So let's say I am Facebook and I have a feed. This is my feed on Facebook. The feed has posts. We'll say this post is a picture. We'll say it's 2, actually. Say this is a photo post. And I'll do another. We'll say this is a text post. Make some nice squiggles for this. Is that the thinnest line I can do for this? There's no way that's the thinnest line. You get the idea. And then let's add a video post. Okay. I'll retake this so the edit's easier. We're going to give some examples of server-driven UI using the Facebook feed. Hopefully, we're all familiar with what a feed like Facebook looks like. Facebook feed, here we have a couple different types of posts in this feed. We have a photo post, a text post, and a video post. We can even pretend that this is all a real API that we're getting back JSON on. We'll say the photo post has... God, I hate the code editing in here. I'm just going to go do it in cursor. We'll say that the photo post has type photo post content has photos. Each photo has something like this. Cool. Thank you, cursor, for auto-completing. Another beautiful photo. Cool. Maybe you also have the you have text with it. You have the location, sure. You have the, obviously you'll need date, author. This will be user 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So here's an example of a photo post. I can't be small font. Did I have this all way too small? Maybe I just need to make this bigger. Cool. That'll help. Okay, so we have a photo post that creates that. Let's make a video post now. The video, it's not going to be video, it's going to be one video. Video post. Love that default center align. Why will it not let me left align it? What the fuck? Did they just make that all separate rows? It did. Here we are. Cool. Okay, I'm only going to mock out these two, but you get the idea. We have types of posts. The API responds with an array of posts that has these JSON blobs. So we have a photo post that has all the things that this needs, that renders. We have a video post that's all the things the video needs, that renders. But what if we add a new post type? Let's say it's the holidays, or let's say it's a holiday. Let's say we are celebrating Valentine's Day, and we know how much Facebook loves their gimmicks. Let's say we have a Valentine's post. It's a new custom type of post. It's only going to exist for a little bit. I'll even draw a little heart. Look at that. I'm such an artist. So now we have this new special Valentine's post. And we'll even make it way simpler. Happy V-Day. Cool. Hopefully we all understand what I've done here. We have a feed that has post types. I didn't make one for text post because I'm lazy. Each of these is a JSON blob that comes from an API, has its own shape for the data that we then have to render in the UI. But how do we actually render it? This is where things get a bit more complex. Usually what happens is this app has another part to it. The part is its rendering layer. That is the actual code that ships with the app to turn these JSON blobs into the thing that you see. So the pipe would be something like /API/feed. So you hit this feed. Actually, it goes the other way. How do I want to diagram this, actually? This is going to be hard to diagram. Thinking. Actually, okay, I know how I'm going to do this now. We need to figure out how this JSON becomes content, but first I'm going to change how we think about this a teeny tiny bit. Instead of the feed having these nice formatted posts in them, pretend they don't. Pretend the feed just has this JSON blob in it instead. And that we literally just fetch and get all the JSON blobs directly. And obviously cut me doing all of this resizing chaos to get us there. Cool. Hopefully we can all imagine how this code works. This isn't going to be a great experience for users, but the point here is that we go to the server, hit the /API/feed, and then it returns all of this data. And now we can render the JSON itself in all of these blocks. Totally fine. But we're not going to just render the JSON. We need to turn this into something. And all of these things are slightly different. In a photo post, we need to have that specific, in a photo post, we need to have that album layout that shows the multiple photos. In the video post, we need just that one video that uses the video player. So we need to mount that there. With the Valentine's post, we might be doing something entirely different. So if we did this with JavaScript or React code, we could say the photo post is like a photo post. It has like photo view that takes in, like, I'm gonna make this a little smaller. Cool. The photo post has a photo view. That's photos are post.photos. Then it has an author, ID equals post.author. So we have this for photo post, but obviously video post is going to be entirely different. So this video post has a video player. The video player takes in a video URL, which is post.video.url. These are entirely different from each other. There's basically no overlap. And if you think you can write a single component that handles all of these cases, you don't have a real job in FANG companies, because there's just every single PM and every single designer is going to have some weird specific thing you need to do to some specific post type that's going to require that post have its own component entirely. So what happens when we want to make a whole new one? Well, we can do it. We can make a Valentine's post that doesn't have anything special here. Maybe it's just like the Valentine's animation. It doesn't take any props. It's just the thing that's always in a Valentine's post. It has like the text content, text equals post.content.text. You get the idea. So where does all of this code come from? This is where things get fun. When you're using an app, even if you're not using a React Native app, when you're using any application that is fetching JSON from a server, it has to turn that JSON into something you can see. React is one of the ways to do that, but there's a lot of ways to do that. I forgot to change the closing tag there. Good call. The catch is that you need to have every single possible thing the backend can send you encoded in the app binary to transform it. Because if we didn't have a Valentine's post blob, or because we didn't have a Valentine's post component in our code base, and we get a Valentine's post from the API, it doesn't know what to do with it. So it just doesn't render it, or it renders an error, or it throws, or it tries to stuff it into the wrong shape and it looks wrong. This is because this means that we kind of have a desynchronization on the state between the client and the server. Because if the client is on an old version of the Facebook app and they don't have the Valentine's post binary in it yet, they don't have the component that they can use to transform the JSON into something you see, you're kind of screwed. You don't get to render that if you don't have the thing to render it with. So if the backend changes what types of posts exists or adds more things to the posts, we don't have the code to render it unless you've updated the app. But app updates aren't a guarantee. When you push a new app to the App Store, you have to wait for Apple to review it. You have to wait for them to approve of the changes and then deploy them, which can take days, sometimes even weeks. After that, you have to wait for the app update to roll out to users. And that can take a wide range of times. We'll even ask, how... Obviously, I have to do a T3 chat plug. You guys understand. How long does it take for most of my users to be on the latest version of my iOS app after I release it? Look at that. Time days for most users to update the latest version of an iOS app after release can vary. Okay. So the first week, 20 to 40% of users might update. First month, 50 to 70. And then 2 to 3 months in, maybe you're at 90%. This is pretty accurate from my experience. It's bad. And this sucks because if you decide, let's say a month before, that you're going to do a Valentine's post, even if you start working on your Valentine's post in January, you're kind of screwed because doing that in January isn't going to save you if only 50% of your users are going to be on the latest version in time. Like, what? It's just not viable. And hopefully this makes you realize we need something better. The problem here, and this might be controversial, the problem is that we're not returning the right thing from the server. What we return from the server is just the data, and we hope that the app has the right thing it needs to transform that data into something the user sees. What if instead the server returns something different? If we take this photo post blob here, for example, actually, we'll take the Valentine's post because that one will be even easier. Let's say for the Valentine's post, instead of returning text, date, author, we return header. And this is a div that says Valentine's Day. We'll even string wrap it. Let's say for the date, we return div, sure. Let's say for the body, we'll do I don't know, div image source equals / fancy animation dot svg. You get the idea. What if instead the server returned what should be shown instead of what data should be transformed into what is shown? You could even send other formats, but JSON is a standard. It's what everyone uses for almost everything, but you could return XML or HTML. These are the patterns that something like HTMX is built on. Instead of sending JSON back and forth between the client and the server, what if you just sent the actual thing that changed on the page? Turns out this is basically necessary for native dev. We think it's really useful for the web, but it is more important for mobile. Because on mobile, you effectively need a way to transform. We've been doing this on the web for a while, like finding different ways to not have to send data to the client, but instead send what actually changes to the client. But it's more important on mobile because on mobile, you're stuck waiting sometimes months for your users to actually be on the latest version of your app. So if you have a feature that you want to show to the user that isn't in the version of the app that they are on, you're kind of just screwed. And that's why pretty much every big company has moved their mobile apps over to a server-driven UI model. And that is what server-driven UI means. It means that instead of the server sending data to the app to then transform into UI using the code in the app itself, instead the server sends the UI to you Instead, the server sends the UI to you, and the app just renders what the server tells it to. Crazy paradigm. I understand why this is not something we all just understand. We expect our app to just have everything you could ever see in it. But as you need your mobile apps, as mobile apps change more and more over time and new features are introduced to products and we actually want to get them to those apps, we need strategies like server-driven UI to make this happen. If you've been around here long enough, this might sound familiar. This might sound a good bit like React Native. If you've been around for a while, this might sound somewhat familiar. This might sound quite a bit like server components. Instead of the server sending JSON and all of the JavaScript to render it is on the client, the server can send what the UI should show you instead. This is also part of why React Native is really strong for these situations. Because despite what all of the anti-React Native people will tell you, React Native is native. So if you have the box on your phone that is your native SDKs, think of this as stuff like the native button on iOS or the tab bar or all the native text rendering features, all of those things. You could connect to this directly via Swift. So you can write Swift code, or we'll even say you can write this with Swift UI or whatever other old frameworks existed for doing React. If you're building a native iOS app today, there's a decent chance you're using Swift UI for it. Swift UI is a layer that commands the native SDKs on iOS to do things. All React Native is just a layer on top. So React Native is just telling Swift UI what to do, which then tells that native layer what to do. Is it an abstraction? Sure, but it's only one level higher than Swift UI is. Usually they're actually going to call some core UI kit stuff and the old Objective-C code, but they are moving more and more over to Swift. The point is that React Native isn't rendering a web view. React Native isn't controlling everything. It's not the alternative to writing a native app. It is just a way to tell native what to do. So instead of writing Swift code that tells the native SDK to go do something, you're writing React Native code that tells Core UI Kit to tell the native SDK to do something. What about the server-driven UI? Let's say we have a native app that's written this way. So we have our API over here. This API returns something in the shape that I just showed you. It says what buttons go where. This will get thrown to some conversion layer. And this conversion layer takes whatever the API sent and transforms it into the different core UI primitives that are necessary to actually render this on your device. That conversion layer is something that you probably have to write yourself if you're building a native app. But if this is just React Native and the API returns server components, you don't have to go build all those parts yourself anymore. And a big part of why big companies have been able to run circles around small ones on mobile is because they have the teams to build all the necessary pieces to do server-driven UI. But server components are just the standardized version of that for everyone, which is really cool. A lot of the server component patterns came from Meta because they were building similar things to do this on mobile. And a lot of their lessons are what they've encoded into server components, and now server components with React Native. It's really, really cool. The hack that most people have been stuck with for a while is called code push. So if we change this to be JSON APIs, then we need every single thing this React Native could possibly render to be in this bundle. We have to have every post type. We have to have Valentine's post. We have to have video post. We have to have picture post. We have to have all the post types. The way code push works is we take this binary and we can swap them out ourselves and hope that Apple doesn't notice or care. So we can swap this in, and then once the Valentine's post is done, because it's no longer Valentine's Day, we can just delete it from the binary and be fine. Maybe we add another here, like April Fool's post. So we have to have these two different layers that we have to work hard to keep in sync. We have to make sure the JSON API never returns something that the current binary version doesn't have, and we have to move to the right version and have all the code in our native app to make sure that the right set of all of these things is in it at all times to transform that JSON into the right thing on your phone. Or we can just use server components. And this is why the pattern is so cool. So let's actually read more about it. Expo's now introduced API routes that can be used to create server endpoints for your app. Expo's actually introduced API routes that can be used to create endpoints for your app, as well as secure environment variables and static generation for your web pages, all built with universal React server components. This all worked great on mobile, but this all worked great locally, but deploying it was hard. Agreed. Historically recommended deploying Expo websites and universal API routes to traditional hosting services that are focused only on the web. But these services for websites traditionally don't integrate with the platform's native app face. Yep. Yeah. New versions of your server may need to be deployed while new versions of your native app are being pushed to app stores. Different versions of your native app may need to have the requests routed to a different version of your server so that you don't send a changed API to an old client. Observability of servers for critical metrics such as feature adoption by platform become more important for Expo native apps. Yes. Now EAS hosting solves most of this. You know what? I love Evan. Let's watch his video quick. Let's see if audio works first try. It's always a risk.
Router website. Got a bunch of pages in here. Looks good. Feels.
If you guys can hear, I can't. So let me figure that out. You can hear? Cool. I can't. Let me figure that out on my end quick. Okay, that should have worked.
Feels good. And I'm ready to share the website with my friends and family.
Okay, that's really weird. My Rodecaster just isn't getting the signal at all. Yeah, I don't feel like figuring this out right now. We'll not watch the video. We'll just deploy it. Fuck it. Let's just make an app. It seems pretty easy. And yeah, oh, I want that. Cool. And while I am not necessarily the smartest, we'll see how well I can deploy a mobile app from scratch. Create a CLI. Now on the latest. We gotta create a new Expo app. PNPM create Expo app. That latest. Do they have any good templates I can use for this? We'll just go with it. Cool. Expo deploy demo. We have layout, not found, tabs, like index, explore. Cool. Run. Dev. Do I have a dev script? Does it start? It is. We can do pnpm run web and just run the web version, but you could also run iOS or Android by using these different commands. And you can either scan using the Expo app on your phone, so you can have a preview on your phone as you're working without having to have all the crazy dev stuff set up, even on Windows. Or you can just run it with the simulator on here if you have that set up already. So here we have a basic Expo website that would also work on mobile. Has the tabs. You know what? Let's see it working on mobile. I'm curious. PNPM run iOS. Go. Yes. Cool. It's installing that all on my virtual phone here. Allow it to do whatever it needs. Cool. Now I have a fake iPhone here that has the same exact app. Look at that. Pretty cool, right? Let's get it deployed. Hop over here. Paste Expo export -p web. Static render enabled. Cool. So we're going to get an actual static site for this. Then EAS deploy. Creating a preview URL. Now we're hosted. That was hilariously quick, actually. I'll paste the link if you guys want to see it. Yeah, we're now live on the web. See if I got the test.expo.app. Did I get that domain too? I did not. Still super cool though. Oh, when you're ready to deploy to prod, that's how you do it. Nice. So you actually have a different prod deploy command. Prod deploy is done. Evan. Does this URL work for others? It might be a bad cache. Yeah. Cool. Bad cache. Okay, now it's working. Pretty cool. And what does the server return on these routes? It said it was static. We'll actually take a look. We go to Explore. It's not doing anything when I switch to the tabs. Are those even different URLs? Oh, they are different URLs. So did it load all the content? It's not doing another network request. What does this return? Let's take a look at all this HTML. Looks like there's a lot of style stuff in there because it's a... Turns out it is quite hard to make iOS and Android styles compatible with something that works on the web. So this is going to bundle in a decent bit of CSS with it. That's not what we are here for. What I am here for is to try and read the HTML, which is not particularly readable. I just kill all of this. It does not want to format it. HTML formatter. Good enough. Cool. My line width is going to kill me here. It's just easier for me to turn that off. Can I just turn off word wrap? There we go. Cool. Explore and get a fresh start. Does it include the other tabs is what I'm curious about. It does not. Okay. So that means the other tabs must be included in the JavaScript that gets sent down. Assuming in this content, which we can, again, command F in here for get started. No? Entry. There we go. Cool. So this entry bundle is where all the different routes are being stored. What's interesting here is we load the HTML from the server, but then we load all the different potential states via the JS that we can hop between. This is a pretty traditional SSR'd SPA, which go watch my video about all the different rendering strategies if you want to better understand what any of those words mean. The quick TLDR is it means we run the React code on the server, in this case during build, to generate the HTML page. That's what you see initially. And then further navigations are done via the JavaScript that has all the different states. But we still have every state the page could be in the JS. And that's the big difference between this and something like server components. When you have an SSR'd single page app, you have to have every state the app can be in your binary. So the actual JavaScript that's on the device that can turn the APIs into the thing the user sees, 100% of that has to be in the JS layer. But it's also worth noting this is just the web app that got exported. We can also export this to iOS and Android and have similar behaviors and patterns, which is really cool. But none of that is what I'm here for. What I am here for is server components. So let's look into how to do that. Okay, we need to put it in experiments. Where is, okay, app.json. Typed routes, React server functions, true. Cool. We can do this. Cool. We'll give an example of something that feels very server-y to prove that this works. So let's make check file or check lines of code.tsx. Get clock. This will take in nothing. What we're going to do is, I was going to tell cursor, run, let me get my recent clock command, run the following bash command and get the result. This runs in Node, by the way. Cool. Import exec from child processes. Cool. Don't want name as result. What even is result here? It is unknown. Wait, new promise string. Cool. And if we did this all right, index, delete. Let me actually look at these sites so I can put this somewhere that makes sense. Obviously, phase cut this all down. Okay. I'm going to kill everything up to step 1 and work from that. Cool. Kill that. Kill all that. Kill this last themed view. I'll say clock in here. How do they do the syntax? Here, that should just work. Web.output must be single. This should just work. Let's test it. Web. Experimental server does not support web output static. Web output single. Cool. We can do that. Web output single. Haha. Do you guys know how cool that is? Let me go switch this to a mono font. Make this a mono font. That did not work. It's worth a shot. The point here, and the reason this is so cool, is that we are getting this component down from the server. And I could even put a suspense around this to showcase it better. So if we suspense this, fall back, failed to construct a text. I don't have text imported here, that's why. There we go. And there we go. Look at that. It loads immediately, and then the text comes in from the server, and it should also work on here. I might have to relaunch. Almost certainly actually have to relaunch. npm run iOS. It's rs reload. Cool. Window location href is not defined. This is required for server components to work correctly. Let's see how we're supposed to handle that. Back to the docs. Doesn't seem to specify that in these docs anywhere. Full server. Does it really not have a like quick, here's how you handle the URL part somewhere? Server component URLs or href or yeah. Nope. Just expo rsc. Ensure expo router entry. Make sure that's in here quick. Yeah, that's main. Anyone know if I missed something stupid? Oh, production exports. It's not a production export though. I'm trying to use the dev mode. Yeah. Okay, you cut yourself. Da-da-da. I have a quick solution. I'm going to text Evan. Evan has been texted. He already read it. Fingers crossed he'll give us a good answer. Okay, go to my app JSON. False by default. Cool. Apparently it is this field. Now we're talking. Look at that. That's so cool. Obviously, the format is garbage, but the thing you have to realize that we're doing here that makes it so cool is we are running code on a server. In this case, the server's my computer. That code is running a bash command, in this case, the count lines of code command, getting that data on the server, transforming it into a text element, and then sending that down to the client for it to render. So if instead of this being text, I wanted this to be something else, I can do that here. If I wanted to handle iOS and Android differently, I can do that here. If I wanted to change how the post renders entirely, if let's say this wasn't get clock, this was get post, I could render posts entirely differently depending on what I put here. The alternative way of doing this, the way we used to in the past, is we would make an endpoint, we would run the command, we would get a result, we would format it as JSON, we would send it to the client would download that JSON, it would transform it using the React code that it hopefully already has, and then render it. Now you just do it. Do you know how cool it is to exec something in Node and then just return the result as formatted JSX? It's so cool, and it enables something that wasn't possible for small teams before. It's so cool. You do a more practical example where we query something from database here. Let's set it up actually. I'll ask Cursor to do a demo where we query for posts from a SQLite database instead. See how Cursor did. npm install SQLite 3. Do we even need that? I haven't used SQLite inline like this in so long. We're going to ask T3 chat instead. Write me a basic node function that that reads posts like a blog from a SQLite 3 database locally. Okay, this looks more right. I'm not even going to bother with that. Cool. We got our DB. Await DB close. I'll just copy paste this. Why not? You know? Make it type safe. Cool. Now we have this get posts function. Gonna kill that guy. Wait, get posts. Look at that. Now all I have to do is add some stuff. I'm just going to add an API route and do it the lazy way. Let's do that super quick. Obviously, phase cut all of this down. I'll do a proper like demo after. Okay. Can create post plus API dot ts. Copy. Make sure this works. Curl localhost 8081 by default, right? And it was create post. No? Do I need to go change that other thing to server? That would make sense. App. Output. Can that be server? Can I not have endpoints and it's just for the web bundle? No, yeah. Can I not have API routes as well as server components at the same time? Can I do API routes and RSC at the same time? Cool. Well, what we can do instead is in the page component here, we can render a button. Not what I want to do there for that, but we'll just use it now. Create post .ts export function create post. You know what? I'm already in here doing things. I'll just put it in here instead. Create post. We already have the DB. Async. No. DB dot. Cool. And now I can import. I'm just gonna kill that. Index. Will that work? Okay, up until the SQLite 3 import breaks it. Sad. It looks like the SQLite 3 package is what's killing me here. Okay, we're going to do this the way dumber way instead then. Where instead, we're going to, instead of using SQLite, store all the posts as id.json inside of a /posts folder. Get posts should read all of them and map over them. Thank you, cursor. What do I do here? Cool. Path join, process, posts. Cool. Now, hopefully, I might have to rerun. Cool. Progress. Now when I click create post, click it 3 times, reload, we have all the new posts. Cool. Phase, here's where you would cut to. Sorry for all of that. I wanted to make a more valuable demo here, so I started it. Instead, we're not going to store things in a real database. I tried, believe me. Instead, we're going to have this new posts folder that has all of the different posts. A post is a JSON blob in this directory. Imagine it's in a real database. More importantly, here we have the type. We have our getPost function, which fetches all of the posts from files. We have our getPost function, which fetches all the posts from the file system in order to render them all. We sort them by the created@date, and then we use that in the getClock function, which is now render posts instead. Let me go update that here. Is it importing something that doesn't exist still? Oh, is that also a default export? It shouldn't be. Cool. Render posts, then gets the posts and maps all of them to be title, yada, yada. You get the idea. Now we render post in here, getting a type error, don't worry about it. And it all works on iOS, on Android, and on web. Well, it did. What the fuck broke this time? Okay. Just a weird bundling error because I was changing imports all over the place. They said it's not production ready, and that's what they mean. You're going to get a lot of these weird errors as you do it, but it's working. We have these posts, but I want to showcase the server-driven UI pattern and why it's so strong. So instead of just rendering all of these inside of one text blob, let's make a function post view. Post takes in a post, renders that. We can change the mapping here, change this to a vlist, virtualized list. Now you have to give it all that. Posts, post array. Even though we give it that type, it's not smart about it. That's fine. It should still work. Not the right button. Still is the right thing. Cool. Ignore all the type errors. It happens. It's just the virtualized list types are wrong sometimes. If I give it post here, I'll shut up. Oh, I know I did wrong here. Duh. Ta-da. There we go. All working as expected. Now, let's change these posts up a bit. Let's give the post a type. We'll say type text post equals content string type image post. And we'll give it a common type common post type or common post data equals ID title created at. Now a post has to be a text post or an image post. Awesome. Now we're going to get a type error here because we don't know what type of post this is. We can't just blindly render the content. So we'll have if content in post, else if image in post. You have to grab image import. Do not have image. There we go. Cool. Now, if the post is a content post, then we will render the text. But if it's an image post, we'll render an image. So I can go in here and change one of these to be an image post. Let's get it a better image. We'll go to pick thing. Perfect. And now, new post undefined. Oh no, what's going on there? Did I leave content in? No. Content in post, content else if image in post. Am I not parsing it right? Some parsed as console.log posts. Let's take a look here. Interesting. I'm not getting my console logs here. Oh, we need a default export. Okay, so server components have to be default exports. That's weird, but kind of makes sense. Export default. Go back here to change this to be a default export or import. Kill and restart the dev server again. Suffering for the success here. I'm going to go do this the server component way. They had instructions for that. Or what I said, cut to this point phase, we're going to redo that. Cool. Ta-da. Okay, I know what I can do instead. Support async function, render posts. Support async function, create post. Let's just make a folder, server. And here I will put this. I'll name this helpers. And we'll have a create post.ts. Use server. Import create post from helpers. I should say just export, re-export it here. Cool. All right. Import has to be default. So export default create post. Cool. And then we'll do view posts.ts. Use server. And that's not what it's named. It is render posts. Go in here. Import render posts from import that. And hopefully, if I did this all right, Why? Focusing on be passed directly to client components unless you explicitly. Oh, is the virtualized list not able to be rendered on the server? That actually makes sense. That's annoying, but it makes sense. This is the part that you'd put on the client. I can do that. Or I can just do this instead. Not dot into a client component. I'm not. I make this just like a React Native view. Okay. Progress is being made. It's now rendering. Style equals. No. Am I doing display flex wrong? I know there's like a weird way to do it in React Native. I haven't done this level of React Native in a while, and I always just use virtual lists. Posts, post view. Does it never hit that case? How does it not hit that case? No, it does. It just doesn't aggressively re-render when I make changes for some reason. Evan. Okay. I'm just going to use this Pokemon component and hope it actually works. I feel like I'm going insane right now. Oh shit, huge raid. Thank you so much. Always good to see you, man. Appreciate the raids. I still need to go and watch your stream where you go over you did something with one of my Laravel pieces of content that I think you did one at 5 stacks, both Laravel. I really need to go watch that. I've been meaning to forever, but I've been so behind shit. If anybody wants a good source of all things Laravel, Ian is the place to go. Thanks for the raid. Currently fighting React Native. I missed a raid before this. God damn it. Oh shit, I missed a Svei raid? I am so sorry. How'd I miss that? God damn it. Can somebody give a shout out to her too? I was just so locked in there. I suck. Thank you all for the support. I really appreciate it. Safe approach for both web and mobile. Oh shit. Well, I'm happy you're still here. I hope you guys had a good stream. Thank you both for the raids. I really appreciate it. I'm just fighting really early stuff because of who I am as a person. I can't help myself. Just one good demo. That's all I'm asking for. Oh. No, there's no way that's it. Just in case. Just in case. I'm going to change this. Default function. Default test equals. Fine. Cool. I don't have server only npm installed here. Okay, that works. That's annoying, but we'll use this as the demo. I'm sad I can't do like what I wanted to here with us showing different types. I want to try once more that I rename this. Let's return, just in case. It's annoying that I have to reset this every time I make a change. I'm not accessing text.prototype. Why does it think I'm doing that? Maybe this isn't marked use server, it'll shut up. Okay, it worked at some point there. I don't know what changed that allowed it to work there. Okay, it just works now. Just failed the first time. Okay, perfect. I can actually demo this now. Whew, what a journey. Cool. Okay, cut to here. I just had a hell of a time getting this all set up, so I will say relatively confidently, this isn't something you should be shipping in production yet, but when it works, it's cool as hell. So I want to show you guys what the future of full stack mobile with server-driven UI in React Native will hopefully look like once all these errors and edge cases are handled. So here we now have a fake blog. It's not really a blog. It's meant to be a feed, and the feed has posts. Posts can be one of two types. It can be a text post or it can be an image post. These are all just JSON in this post directory, by the way. So we have two that are text posts, and we have one that's an image post. We know because it has an image. I could have given them a type field here, like type image post. And in production, you should, but this is not production, right? It's meant to prove a point. I have my render posts function that is a view that has post.map, and it maps each of the posts to my post view component. The post view component is the component that takes the JSON and turns it into something you see. So you could imagine this running on the client. You'd write something like this that takes the post, and depending on which type it is, it returns it. The difference is this code is running on the server. So this sends down what the mobile app should render instead of sending it the data that then has to transform into what it's supposed to render. So here, we choose if there is content in post, then we return post.content as text. Else, if there's an image in the post, we return the image instead. We could even give these all custom views so they have text, style, font weight bold, title. Do the same down here. Thank you, cursor. Hot reloading is hella broken, I've noticed. First time it always fails. There we go. And now we have text posts and photo posts. And it's not just on mobile either. I can pnpm run web, and we'll see the exact same behavior here. I can even go to the network tab and see what's going on. What we'll see here is the response. I'm assuming they're using streaming here. Oh, they're not. Interesting. So where does this rest of the content come from? Aha. Comes from this default.txt import. And here we see the stream of updated content. We get this bundle for React Native Web that is telling it what JS it needs to render, including the text as well. So this is telling the browser, here are the things you need in order to render what I'm about to give you. And then it gives us this weird JSON blob that has children and style tags, all these things in it, because this is what it's telling React to then go render. This isn't accessing the JSON blobs. This isn't hitting APIs. This isn't doing anything. This is just a destructured version of what the UI should be showing that it can then combine with these JavaScript functions and things that it might have already even imported in order to turn all of this into what we see in the UI. And what's really cool here is if we look through all of the what's cool here is if we go look through all of the JavaScript that's shipped to the client, it's not going to include anything that is specific to what we wrote over there. So if I go back into the view post thing, if we always gave this a custom text, like instead of putting the title, it's image post. Actually, wrap that in a string, image post. Now it will always say, it should always say image post, but again, the hot reloading is broken. Now it says image post. And if we were doing this the traditional way where that was being rendered on client, we'd be able to go into the JavaScript and find image post in it. But if we go here and we hop into the entry bundle, which is where everything is bundled, image post. Interesting. How did that get in here? Evan, you're not tree shaking your server components. How about use server on top? Will that fix it? No, wrong place. That fixed it. Cool. Since I didn't put use server on top, the Metro bundler assumed it could include all this code. Make sure you put use server on your things with this. Yeah. But the point here is that we're getting true server components, which means this code only runs on the server. And the blob that I was showing before that came down later, this default.txt, this blob is a server component. This is the JavaScript necessary to render whatever we're about to show it, and then what we actually want it to render. I think that's really cool because now you can have a helper TSX file like one of these post renderers that can change the types of posts that it renders whenever. And the mobile app doesn't need to be updated in order to get the new post types. You could even skip shipping the bundle to iOS or Android entirely. This will significantly reduce how often you need to ship updates, possibly to the point where you're only shipping updates when you make meaningful routing changes or when you add new native dependencies. It's so cool that I can just render the right thing on the server, not worry about what the client has, and it will just output the right thing. There were a ton of gotchas on the way here, as you guys saw with me suffering through all of this. Cut to a highlight reel of my pain if you're down phase. But the results speak for itself. It's super cool. And if we can get this to a point where it's really stable, even as much, if not more so than something like Next.js, this should become the default for how we write apps. It's almost irresponsible because if you have competition that is using this tech and you're not, now you can't move anywhere near as fast as they do. You shouldn't limit the quality of your app experience to the speed that the App Store is willing to push out updates. You shouldn't limit the quality of experience for your app to 50%. Where's the number? You shouldn't limit the new experiences in your app to 50% of your users for the first month. We shouldn't be this stuck in this horrible way where we have to wait for Apple to let us change our app. We shouldn't have to do all of that work on the client in the first place. If the server can tell the client what to render, things get way more flexible. And it almost makes sense that Expo's original goal was to build a better web browser, and now they are here. Obviously, Expo is not a web browser. It's a way to build better native applications using React Native. But now it kind of is. But it's not rendering a web view with a div. It's rendering a native view with a native text component. It's so cool. And I'm genuinely really hyped about what's going on here. The fact that it's all ready to be deployed now using the Expo deploy stuff. Did I lose that blog post? Here it is. The fact that I can now deploy this in a way that isn't hellish is super cool. You know what? Let's give it one last deploy. I'm curious. See how well the web component side works. Not this again. No such module tabs.html. Definitely has access to the tabs. Yeah, deploying all of these things together, still not quite there. I tried. Yeah, this is early. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but all of the pieces are coming together. Would I ship a new service on this right now today? Absolutely not. This is not ready at all. But I am confident in the Expo team being able to get us there. They've done a lot of things in the past that I just did not think were even close to viable. One of my favorites, PM run iOS. I need to go up to here. Open debugger. No, that's the wrong one. Where is... There's a button for the Expo menu. No? What's the... Expo menu command. Oh, there it is. Cool. I had to do that on that side for some reason. Okay. I still remember when this shipped. This is the Expo dev menu. This was one of the biggest reasons to use Expo's mobile app, but if you had native things you needed, like payments or camera access, stuff that wasn't in their bundle, you couldn't really use the Expo app to dev. So they came up with the crazy idea of making all of the parts for the Expo app dev experience accessible to install into your application. I was one of the earliest people trying this, like back in would have been mid 2021, over a year before they even announced it. And I did not think this would ever be usable, ever ready to ship. Now it's used in probably half or more of React Native apps, and it's great. The fact that you have a menu you can open up either here using hotkeys or on your actual phone when you're working on the app with the dev client that you ship to your devs, and that every team can build a custom dev client with all their needs with this menu to do debugging, disable, enable fast refresh, reload, inspect elements, all in a menu that runs on top of your app. This felt like unobtainium. This did not feel like something we could actually get to at any point in the near future. Now it's just part of the Expo experience. So while the things I just ran into might seem insurmountable, they might seem like there's no way this will ever be stable. I promise you it will be. they are going to get there. And I'm really excited to see it once again, once all of these parts finally can come together. Until then, don't ship Expo server components and EAS deploy and prod just yet, but be excited for this future because it is genuinely really exciting. Like, how cool is it that I am in a React Native project, reading from my file system, mapping across all the promises to get the JSON data, and then rendering it in different view types before any JavaScript gets to my device? That is a really bright and exciting future, and I hope that we can get there soon. Let me know what you guys think, and I'm sure there's a lot of Flutter comments in the section. I'm sure there's a lot of Flutter comments below, but if you want to talk about React Native, let me know. Really like the stuff, and I'm curious how you feel about it too. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Whew, what a journey. Yeah, it turns out making your server and client work together is not easy. Who would have thought? Who would have guessed? Yep. Welcome to my life when I try these new things, Parker. That was fun. Let me thank all the people that I missed and give Spay a shout out as well. Thank you all again for the support. It's been a wild few days. God, I missed a lot of subs. I'm going to go through all these quick. Think I got you, Illy. Regardless, appreciate you a ton. Dan Vale, not sure I'm going to make it to Big Sky. I promised myself less conferences this year because I way overdid it last year. Like, way overdid it. Yo, Park God with the 5 gifts. Thank you so much for the support. We got Capacitance here with the 5 months of support. Thank you so much. Secular C with the Prime. G Sporto with the 12 months of Tier 1. 21 months total. Coming back from vacation. Yeah, this has been a crazy week. Weird one to miss, but I'm sure you've had fun seeing all the things we've been posting. It's been nuts. We got Carlos here. Doing a jihad against OpenAI. Fucking hilarious. Yeah, we're going all in. We'll see how it goes. To be fair, it is out of appreciation for the incredible work OpenAI has done. I just think that their models deserve better hosts and clients, and I hope that I've proven why I think that. Wait. Like, Abramov is going to be at Big Sky? Fuck. I'll have to think things through. Well, thank you, Wordingo, for the 2 gift subs. Appreciate that a ton. Right when we were getting started, too. MJC with the Prime for 2 years now. E5 India with the Prime. Alejo coming up on that 3-year mark. Oh, no, it's 36. Yeah, that's over 3 years. Jesus Christ, that's weird. I've been streaming that long. Over 3 years, you and some of your mods at a band. Have a reminder on your phone to message me. Maybe it was a T3 chat thing. Regardless, appreciate it a ton. Thank you for being like the day one-est of day ones. Isn't the Git blame a bunch of Blue Sky code? I know the Blue Sky part, yeah. But Blue Sky DevCon... Isn't the Blue Sky DevCon the HTMX thing? It has nothing to do with the Blue Sky app. Very confusing. It's funny. I had never linked those in my head until this moment. But yeah, the Blue Sky DevCon is the HTMX conference and has nothing to do with the Blue Sky app. Or is it Big Sky? Fuck. I keep saying Blue Sky when it's Big Sky. Yep, that's what it is. It's Big Sky. Okay, I'm just stupid. It happens, okay? Sorry. We got Source Cow with the Prime, Rotating Phaser with the 12 months, 14 total. Jesus Christ. Bray with the Prime. The 2 huge raids back-to-back. Thank you both again so much. We got Phil with the Prime, 18 months. Parker with that 5 bomb. And then Humanoid, 31 months. Goddamn. I would say I'm mostly focused on all the parts of web, like from how the data gets to the server to how the content renders on the browser. I do a little bit of mobile stuff, as we just saw from me suffering, but the point of my stuff is like practical real world user facing development. Yeah, I don't think Blue Sky has much presence in SF, funny enough. It's a very global place. I tried really hard to use Zero for T3 chat. It's not quite ready. I'm going to wait till it's a little further along before I start covering it. I will say that overall, I think local first stuff's slightly overhyped as someone who just put out a really, really popular, how do I put it? As someone who put out a really popular local first app, I still think local first is largely overhyped. It's really good for very specific things, and those specific things vary so much between each other that making a generic that works for all of them is nearly impossible. So this marker, probably not a vid, but maybe short about local first. So I have been thinking a lot about local first recently, and it draws on one of my favorite fallacies. If this is all apps ever, and mind that I'm going to be very exaggerative with my representations here, let's say theoretically that 90% of apps don't need local first, and 10% do. The assumption would be, just looking at this, seeing that it's the minority of people that need local first, you would assume fairly that the things that this group needs are going to be relatively similar because it's a smaller group. If I've learned anything over the years, it's that majorities, but if I've learned anything over the years of dev, it's that majorities have more in common than minorities. Any minority group is going to have more diversity within it than the majority does, depending on what the characteristic is that is defining the majority versus minority. In this case, the characteristic that defines this minority, this subset of application developers, being that they want local first, that characteristic has so much variety within it. Because the two classic examples of local first apps are linear and the two classic examples of the first two examples of local first apps. The most common examples for local first apps are Linear and Figma. These apps have nothing in common. These couldn't be more different from each other. And yes, they both benefit greatly from being local first, but the needs of the two are entirely different. Linear has to have a really complex joining system for creating issues. I'll just open up my Linear. Linear needs to have a complex relation system in order to keep track of all the different issues you have in their relations to other things. It's all about the permissions and relations model. Whereas Figma has a crazy canvas and is relatively shallow in terms of the relations, but it needs to have it all on your machine. These couldn't be more different, but both of these fit in this little category here. So if you think you can build a solution that solves a problem for all the people in this box, you just don't understand the box very well. It's a lot easier to build something for 90% of people than it is to build something for 10%, as unintuitive as that might sound. Hilarious, Gabriel. If I'm just using the same models as ChatGPT uses, how are my responses faster? We're hosting those models on better infra than they are, and the UI is better too. It's both sides. I'm not going to go deep on Getify. Just know that he's a bit of a fucking dick, and not many people have had good experiences actually working with him. And generally speaking, I would say his ticks are 10 years out of date, generously. I would suggest not listening to somebody who hasn't had a job for 5 years about what matters in tech. Yeah, Convex is really cool stuff. You know, Getify was so fucking... Getify went off on me for a week straight about something he didn't understand with me blocked. Like, non-stop. So I have no sympathy for him and whatever the fuck he thinks he's doing at any given time. The title. God damn it, Gabriel. Trying to ruin my career. Yeah, as for like what backend would I use for React Native app? That's tough right now. What I would do right now is I would stub out, like I would start with a Next.js web app because that's how I built things initially. When I need a mobile app, I would look at all the server actions and tRPC functions I have, start moving over to tRPC basically wherever I can, expose that in a way that can be hit from the mobile app, and then just call the same tRPC client. But like tRPC in a node service is how I would be doing mobile, like React Native dev right now, personally. I'm going to do one extra for the Expo vid quick. Yeah. Oh. So I just got a text from Evan over on the Expo team that they fixed a few of the bugs, but they just saw this, thought it was brutal, and they are currently in the process of fixing all the issues. So there's a good chance that by the time this video is out, those issues have already been fixed. I will pin a comment letting you know if they have or haven't. Know that you're seeing the earliest version of this stuff, and by the time you're watching this video, there's a very good chance these things have already been fixed. As I said, the team is on it. Evan goes hard about these things, and if you bring up an issue that exists within Expo, the speed at which he will respond and then the speed at which he'll follow through and fix it it's the reason I like them so much. They're one of the fastest moving teams I've ever worked with. Pretty excited to see what they do. Cool. Yeah, Ping Labs levels of shipping at Expo. Damn right. They move fast. Throw that over there. Ping, we have a very private access mobile app for the Ping like video call service for specific installations, primarily VTubers that want to use an iPad to do IRL presence stuff. So we've made a custom app for them, but it's not like on the App Store or anything. We haven't shipped an app in a long time. Oh shit, that's cool to hear. I did not know that's been still going. I will definitely look at that in the near future. Also, thank you so much, Emily, for the 5 gift bomb. Really appreciate that. You guys are going crazy. And Mecca with the 5 gifts, too. Do y'all have a specific thing you want me to talk about? If you're spending all this money on me, steer me towards one of these things. I know a lot of people want to see State of Auth, but I am curious if y'all have a preference. Auth? Everyone saying Auth? Fireship covered Sonos. Interesting. Emily and Mecca get priority, as well as Parker, or Parkod, if any of you three. Next app and an API service. Or API server. So as in, like, the API server can be hit for other clients, like a mobile client, I'm assuming? Correct. Yeah, that will absolutely be covered. Perfect, Emily. Thank you. Oh, Parker codes. Perfect. I love that this is out of date, but yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, this will absolutely be covered as part of it. Don't worry. And if I don't cover it well enough, annoy me in chat and I will fix that. Better off on the list. I have the whole list of things I wanted to cover here. Mm-hmm. I'm excited to watch that in the future. I'm not going to do a reaction for it, but I do definitely want to see the Linus Jimmy Fallon thing. I did do End Expo Extra. I'm almost positive. If not, it won't be too annoying to fix, but I think I did. Marker. End Extra for Expo. Yes. Thank you for checking. Cool. Let me thank the subs that I missed there. We got Littlefinger. Thank you so much for the 6 months. In Real Flow, you did not miss anything too important just yet. Don't worry. We got a crazy hype train going. Did not expect that. I want to dive into auth, though. Let's do this. Marker, state of auth. Tanstack query is an essential piece of technology for React devs. It's hard for me to do without. It's hard for me to write React without it. Anyways, don't distract me with Tanstack query and React query. We got to talk about state of auth. Auth. It's complicated. It seems really simple, and then it's complex. Then it gets kind of simple again. Then it all falls apart. I want a better intro for this. Authentication is kind of hard. It's a thing I've covered a lot in the past, and thankfully haven't had to touch too much since I moved over to Clerk myself. But there are certain other libraries. I'm gonna write an actual intro blob here. Intro bits. Auth is easy, but it's also really hard. There are so many options now. It's hard to pick. I'm gonna do my best to break them all down and help you decide between the ever-growing pile of options. Cool. I can go with that. Auth is easy, but it's also kind of hard. And in a world... Auth is easy, but it's also kind of hard. And it feels like there are more options for how to set up authentication in your apps every single day. It's time to break these all. Auth is easy, but it's also kind of hard. And in a world where there are more and more options for how to authenticate every single day, and considerations like mobile and web and OAuth and everything else between, it's getting harder to pick a choice. And it's a really scary thing to pick because moving from one auth solution to another is not fun. Take it from someone who's had to do it a few times now. So I'm going to do my best to break down all the options you have today for authentication, from BetterAuth to StackAuth to Clerk to OpenAuth to Next.js Auth, there's too many. And we're going to do our best to explain why you would or wouldn't use any single one of them. I'm excited to break this all down, and I know I have some bias, but I'm excited to break this all down with you guys. But first, we need to hear from a sponsor, notably not Clerk, because I will not let them influence this video despite the fact that I like them a lot. So let's hear from the sponsor quick. Cool. That new doc. State of auth. It's time to talk about the state of auth and all of the providers that I think are worth covering here. There are quite a few auth solutions. Before we can go into those, we should probably understand the basics of authentication in modern web and mobile applications, as well as the different things auth can mean. I'm going to do something I haven't done in a while. We're going to do a 3-piece Venn diagram here. I haven't done one of these in so long. I would argue there are 3 different pieces to authentication. There is identity. I don't know if identity is the right thing for this. There is verification. This is verifying that the user is who they say they are. There is user info, which is who is the user, what permissions do they have, what can or can't they do, what's their email, what's their profile picture, all of those things. And there is authentication UI. This is the actual things you do the auth with, things like the little button you click to sign in and sign out, or the set of components for render. Think of this as like the sign in button, sign out button, the page where you manage your auth info, and as annoying as it sounds, something like the sign in with Google button, because if you don't do that right, Google can block your app. As someone who's dealt with this before, it is not fun. Even if you just change to a white version of the Google logo instead of using their colorful version at the right size, you'll get axed. Complying with all this stuff sucks, which is why it's nice to have a provider that does all of these things. There's a couple different types of verification, though, and these are changing all of the time. Verification can be user pass, it can be OAuth, or I guess I'll separate this as sign-in methods and verification. Okay. Verification has a lot of parts. There's the actual sign-in method, which can be, I really should have structured this more in my head first. Verification has a couple parts. There's the sign-in method, and there is the state storage / verification method. Sign-in method can be things like, I don't know, user pass, passkey, OAuth through another platform. So OAuth, i.e. Google. These are the different ways a user can actually engage with your verification service and do the sign-in. Then there is the actual management of that state, because you don't want the user to have to type in their password every time they do anything on their service. So usually things will be stored as access / refresh tokens. These are cookies that exist in the browser based on the service that you're currently using and the sign-in that you did that gets set by the server in order to tell your service who this person is so that you can use that token instead of making them refresh or recheck auth all of the time. They're pointing out another common thing is Magic Link. I don't like them, but yes, Magic Link is another sign-in method here worth calling out. So the most common way to actually store that data is through access or refresh tokens. If we go to the T3 chat code base quick, I can show you guys what those look like for us. Here's our auth actions file. I'm not going to reveal what auth provider we're using just yet, but here we have access token we get from cookies, refresh token we get from cookies. And now that we have these two things, we can verify the user. Subjects is just our validator for the user object shape. Don't worry about that just yet. But our client verify function takes the access token, but it also takes the refresh token, because the refresh token's role is to... The reason it takes both is that the refresh token is used once the access token expires. That way, this can be the main thing that you use most of the time to do stuff, but it has a time limit on it, so it's not out there forever. The refresh token is a thing that is used to generate a new access token. And what's really cool is now, when we call these functions, if we see the set verified or set tokens as cookies, we get a new access token and a new refresh token whenever the user does something that requires the access token be regenerated. So you can almost think of this kind of like you have the token you're using now, and then when it expires, you have this other one to create a new access token. But when you do that, you consume the refresh token and then have to get a new one. So it's almost like a cache where you have the next value ready to go, and then you bump it up whenever you need to re-authenticate the user because they just started using the site after a week of not using it, or the token's been around for a while. This is the most common way to do authentication. There is another pattern that's been catching on for various reasons, which is JWTs, which stands for JavaScript Web Token. I'm almost positive. Oh, JSON Web Token. Cool. Yeah. JSON or JWT. Let me rewrite this. JWT stands for JSON Web Token. A JSON Web Token is different because it's not just a cookie that exists in the like HTTP cookies. This is an actual value that exists in your local storage. So if you go to a service, like, we'll just see if this exists on what we're using here right now for Excalidraw. I'm genuinely curious. If we go to local storage, we have a bunch of things in here, like the user settings, the Accelerator plus ULA. It's probably when I agreed to their stuff there. But we also have the workspace list piece here. This probably isn't auth. It seems like they're using request response tokens. But if I go to something like ping, we're using a bit of a hybrid here. So if we go in here and I go here, you'll see that I have a next auth message. This is from the old next auth versions that we were using for ping. And this includes all of the data for the user session. This is useful because now I don't have to go to the server to know things like, hey, what's my user ID? What's my email? What's my profile picture? And it also means you don't have to have traditional cookies. So JWTs, even though you'd probably associate JWTs with the web, they're actually really, really common on mobile apps because it's a simpler way to manage your auth. That said, JWTs don't have a dedicated, expected, specific way to invalidate and revalidate them, which, oh, you couldn't see all that because my face was in the way? God damn it. I'll redo that part. Cool. For a quick example of a JSON web token, here is ping. Ping has all of these different values in your local storage, and one of those is your next auth message, which contains the auth state. We also have cookies that have your more traditional like request or access refresh tokens, but we have this here, so you have that data for the client if you want to render their profile picture, email, and whatnot. JWTs, depending on how you implement them, can also expire. If we go to something like upload thing also has JWTs, but they're doing it more traditionally, but also less so because all through Clerk. Here is where this token is set. It has a bunch of info in here. One of the things in here is going to be my actual session authentication. Make sure my email doesn't come up in the video team. This is all the info, in this case, that we get from Clerk to know who you are. And this token is a JSON object in local storage. It's not a cookie. What's interesting about this token is that it has a very short revalidation window. It actually goes invalid every minute. We'll talk a bit about that later on. The important thing to understand here is these are the main two methods for storing the authentication state. You have the access refresh tokens, which are checked on every single authentication. You have the access refresh token option, which are checked whenever a user does something that requires auth, and they are consumed if they are out of date. Or you have the JWTs, which are JSON web tokens. These are stored in local storage and have an invalidation method that is server-side with a specific amount of time they last for, but they live in the browser storage, which means they're susceptible to being hijacked by things like Chrome extensions, but it also means that your app can access them to do a lot of different things, and you don't have to do all of the work to do revalidations constantly the same way you do with access refresh tokens. So they also allow you to skip a bunch of steps and checks a lot of the time. Now that we have the basics there, we need to talk about the user info. As I had hinted at before, JWTs can contain user info, but that shouldn't be the only place it goes. This needs to be in a database somewhere. The database can be a lot of different things. It could be something provided by the auth provider, like Clerk or Auth0. It could be something that's in your own database, something like BetterAuth or StackAuth or NextAuth/Auth.js. I'll do that. Or it can not exist at all, and you just keep it locally, which is, funny enough, kind of what we're doing right now with T3 Chat. We'll go into that in a bit. But the user info and where it is stored is an important consideration to make, especially depending on what you want to do with user info, that different things will help with and others might hurt with. And then we have Authentication UI. Authentication UI is, as I was saying before, all the things you can click on and do to actually auth, see your auth state, and manage everything between. So let's talk about these different auth solutions. I want to start with a real basic one. So we're going to start with OpenAuth. It's also one that I'm very familiar with because I've been using it more recently. OpenAuth is created by Dax and crew over at OpenAuth is created by Dax and crew over at SST. OpenAuth is a really fun starting point because it's both as simple as it can get, but that also kind of makes it more complex to implement. If we view the docs, we'll see here, OpenAuth is a standards-based auth provider for web apps, mobile apps, yada, yada. They do have a default UI that you can use. I didn't use it. I'm assuming that most didn't. But if we read through their approach, you'll start to get what they're doing. While there are many open source solutions for auth, almost all of them are libraries that are meant to be embedded into an SPA. While there are many open source solutions for auth, almost all of them are libraries meant to be embedded into a single app. Centralized auth servers typically are delivered as software as a service services like Auth0 or Clerk. OpenAuth is intended to centralize. OpenAuth instead is a centralized auth server that runs on your own infra and has been designed for ease of self-hosting. It can be used to authenticate basically anything, and it mostly adheres to OAuth 2, but it doesn't do a lot of things you might be expecting it to. OpenAuth very intentionally does not attempt to solve user management. So if we go back to the diagram here, OpenAuth is explicitly not doing user info stuff. They are not helping you manage user sessions. They are just letting you know, thumbs up or thumbs down, is this person who they say they are? So OpenAuth, I would say, squarely fits in the verification and basically nothing else. And that's actually really nice that there's finally a good modern solution for this. It means you have to plug all the pieces in yourself, you have to figure out all the parts yourself, and that you have to write the authentication UI or maybe use the template that they have an example of there. But it is nice if this is all you want. We finally have a relatively modern solution for it. I've actually been frustrated at how few things do this, and it ended up being really useful for us because we want to do some crazy custom stuff with T3 chat. This made it way easier. It still took me 2 days to set up, and it resulted in me very much missing my usual go-to choice of Clerk. But it's a good solution if you want to own all of the pieces. If you want to own all of the pieces in a way that's pre-built for you, the origin for a lot of us is NextAuth, also known as Auth.js. Auth.js is what we used for ping.gg, the video call app. Auth.js is built originally largely around Next.js, but now it works with other things as well. They have a bunch of providers included. They have a bunch of middleware helpers included, a bunch of functions. But the biggest detail that differs here between something like them and OpenAuth is you have to have a data model that you attach it to, usually through a database, sometimes through things like Prisma or Drizzle. But you have to look through here and look through the database adapter, make sure you provide all the different methods that it expects. They do have integrations for a lot of them. Like if we look up Prisma setup here. And here you use the Prisma adapter with NextAuth in order for NextAuth to know where it's going to actually store these things, which has some fun issues, specifically edge compatibility, because Prisma can't run on the edge, so you can't run this in middleware, which is annoying. They've had a bunch of different workarounds over time, but you also have to add to your Prisma schema. So you can't just plug this in and expect it to work. You actually have to update your database model to include user and account and session and verification token and access or authenticator. Here is the problem. Now you are managing all of this yourself. This has benefits in that you can do things that might be annoying otherwise. Like, let's say in our database we have, I don't know, a table. I have a good example here. Let's say a user also has friends, which is a user array. If I did this with OpenAuth, I'm kind of screwed. Unless I personally found a database to store all this data in and had a model for that, good luck, have fun. But if I have a user table that is controlled by NextAuth, now I can just do this join and have all the data I need to render their profile pictures. What you have to do if you're using something like, I don't know, Clerk or OpenAuth is friends is now a string array, which is going to be user IDs. So it's friend IDs. And now I have to have a way to turn each of these friend IDs into a user object in order to render all of the things for those users. If I had to make a friends list or an org list right now in T3 chat, I don't know how I'd even get started with that. It would be really annoying to do with the way we have things set up because we're not storing any of that user data. It only exists in the user session, which exists on their device. So depending on the choice you pick here, kind of screws your needs. Or take that last sentence out there. Database is optional now because JWT is the default on Edge. Interesting. Oh, just when you said auth.js, it turned that into a URL. So I just go through the default here. Next.js, pnpm. Next auth, providers, empty array. Okay. Apparently NextAuth now uses JWTs by default, so you can actually get it working without a database, but you lose all of the benefits of selecting from a table that I was just going over. But if you want a database, you can still set it up. Like if you're doing magic links, you will need it. If you're doing traditional session tokens, you'll need it. They have adapters for like everything. But that's also kind of the problem, is the amount of stuff here can get absurd. And I didn't even know that they had this new path where you can skip the database entirely. And I don't know if I can recommend it or not because I haven't personally tried it. But the best thing provided by Auth.js by far is providers. See this list? This is all of the OAuth implementations that they already have handled for you. And some of these are obnoxious. Like the way that Twitch, for example, does refresh tokens, it does not follow OAuth spec. It has a bunch of weird quirks. But if you use the Twitch provider from Auth.js, I'm pretty sure it can handle the revalidation of those tokens for you. I know I had to write it myself in the past, but I think they figured that out. If not, I'm sorry if I misled you, but they have all of these pieces to do auth for a lot of different places. And I've even used these implementations as references when working on my own auth layers in other places. So if you want to have sign-in for basically everything that's ever existed, but own it all yourself, Auth.js has you covered for all these different OAuth providers. They have a solution to embed it in your database. They have some UI pieces already built for you, but admittedly not much. Personally, I would say NextAuth very squarely falls in between user info and verification, although apparently now you can just use it for verification, which is news to me. Feels a little heavy for that. But if you want to have your user info in your database, you want to have all these verification patterns, and you want it to be built deeply into Next.js, NextAuth/Auth.js seem to be fine today. But there is a solution that a lot of people say are better. That solution is BetterAuth. BetterAuth does require a database, right? Yes, looks like it does. Yes, okay. BetterAuth does require a database, but it also supports a very similar set of things that NextAuth does, but it has a lot less tech debt from trying to support people who were using it 4 or 5 years ago. It's a relatively new solution that is built heavily around TypeScript and modern best practices that seems genuinely really good. I personally have not used BetterAuth yet. This is the first one I've covered that I have not done myself. But the setup actually seems relatively simple. It has a lot of cool features, even has organization and access control, which honestly kind of is its own fourth thing that I didn't put in that Venn diagram. But it's nice that they have it. NextAuth leaves these things to the user to explore. Ooh, they even have a comparison section here. Here's why you might want to use BetterAuth over other auth libraries. If you need more features, you need support for other frameworks, you need advanced features like TUFA, multi-tenancy, multi-session, admin tools, rate limiting, etc. You want more control over your auth flow, for more comprehensive docs, like the idea of a plugin system to extend it. Do you want to use a library that's actively maintained as a growing community? I won't comment on the state of Auth.js maintenance because I know that the lead maintainer there is working really hard, but he also has a full-time job he's working really hard on too. But this library does seem to be in a really good place. Setup's relatively simple. You install the package, create a secret key, you create the folders that it needs to actually do things. You have your Auth.js that creates the BetterAuth client, and then you have to configure your database. Because again, This needs to be stored somewhere, and they will just hold your hand in storing it in your DB. So they have examples here with different SQL dialects. You can switch to Postgres or whatever else and see that they let you wrap your database with your better auth provider. Or if you have if you have an ORM like Prisma or Drizzle, they've created specific adapters for those too, which is quite nice. You do have to create the tables though. You can call their generate and migrate functions, which feels a bit weird. I personally would have preferred if they just gave me the code to go dump into my Drizzle schema, but I get why they did it this way. They want to make sure everything is perfectly configured. And if you have just like a 1 character difference between your like setup and how you have the database modeled and how they do, it's hellish. I may or may not have a patch package on our auth solution for ping.gg because they changed the name of a field and it was easier to rename it on the package than it was to update our database without breaking things. So it is what it is. You then have to create a client instance with a base URL. It holds your hand through gluing all the parts together, but they do need to be glued together. They're not going to do that for you. You have to build the relationship between the database, the auth client, your code base, and the user client experience too. All of these things have to be orchestrated and pulled together. They help you a lot through it, and I know the community is really supportive, but you do need to own all these parts. NextAuth, you do as well, but they let you skip some of them now, which is cool, but it is really nice to have all of these things. Do they have components? They also have a set of social sign-ins here. Nowhere near as many as NextAuth does, but you could implement it yourself if you need. Regardless, they have a bunch of the most common ones, but if you need something that's not on the list, that's your problem. But they do support a lot of frameworks, and I've heard much better things about the better auth support in something like SvelteKit than I've heard about with Auth.js. So if you need an auth solution that is built into your framework, but isn't built into the Next.js framework, better auth is a really good solution for it. Apparently, you can set up the Drizzle stuff yourself, but I didn't see it. User. So if you can DIY it in Drizzle, I want to see it. It would be nice if they just showed me the code in here. Yeah, that's my issue with that. The plugin system is really cool, though. The fact that they have plugins for things like two-factor, for proper username, unique support, for phone numbers, magic links, email OTP, passkeys, traditional generic OAuth, and so much more. I like the plugin system a lot. That is really cool and probably one of the biggest reasons you would want to consider this. They even have a NextAuth migration guide. Honestly, I should consider this for the ping site. Ooh, they haven't optimized for performance. They already have used cache examples. That's really nice, actually. That's cool to see. But do they have components? Using it with custom components? No, it does not look like they have components. I scrolled past it. Okay, that's pretty cool, actually. On the website, they have this fun UI to create the exact sign-in experience that you want. You click Continue, click the framework you want. It only has support for these in Next, but interesting. That's the auth client. And then the sign in TSX, it generates the component using Tailwind for you. Cool. This is interesting because it's not owning the client. This almost feels like, God, I don't want to go find the old Excalibur file, but this feels similar to like my like styles libraries rant, where there are the components that are provided as part of the package, but there's also components that are provided as a copy pastable thing. And this is going the ShadCN direction, where you actually copy paste the code. And this isn't something from their package. This is something that is generated based on your specific needs. They even inline the SVGs for all those logos. They aren't compliant with Google here, though. Google will actually ban your app from OAuth if you try to get approval for higher scopes with this. So be careful. It's stupid, but the fact that the Google logo isn't Google's colors here and isn't a certain size will get you in trouble with them because they suck. So just know that going in, that this isn't necessarily client code that is 100% ready to go for the expectations of these providers, but at the very least, it gives you the right starting point. Whew. I think it's fair to say, now that I've done this deep dive, that our friends over at BetterAuth are in a really good spot. And I would say, pretty confidently, they fit here. The catch being, you have to own all those parts yourself and glue it all together, but you can absolutely do that. And as long as you have a good database to store it in and you want all of these things tied up, you're good. It's in a really good state. And I honestly, like, if I really didn't want to use an auth service, I think BetterAuth is pretty high up on my list. But the reality is I do usually want to use an auth service, and Clerk, you know, anything about them is also right here. So obviously, account for some bias. Clerk is a sponsor. But what you might not know is when Clerk first came out, I would roast the shit out of the CEO at events. We would go to a lot of different like tech events in SF, and I'd run into him, and the whole time he would just like listen to me explaining why auth as a service makes no sense. It's so easy to set up yourself now. Who would care? He would just look at me and smile, say, "We'll get you someday, man." And then they did. And the way they got me was honestly a little silly. It was React Native. I wanted an auth solution that also worked well for my native and mobile apps. And what I had built with NextAuth was not there. And I didn't actually check this with BetterAuth, but as they had said in their docs, the goal of this was to be built around your full stack framework. It is framework agnostic, but it's deeply built into your framework. But what happens if you want to access that auth elsewhere, like React Native, Expo integration? They have a way to configure the BetterAuth backend with Expo, but how do I access it on a React Native app if it's hosted somewhere else? Do they actually have a solution for this? Oh, they do. Cool. Yeah, I can put a different client URL. Nice. BetterAuth is the first open source solution I've seen that has a somewhat happy path for getting it working in React Native. That is nice. What they aren't helping with, though, and I can pretty confidently say scrolling through this, is all the weirdness with signing in with Google, where it has to open up a web view that you sign in with and then kick you back to the right place in the app. Is this all still the Expo integration? Maybe they do have that. Here's where it's fun, though. Because they're using cookies with BetterAuth, and because cookies aren't a real thing on mobile, in order to hit an API with your authenticated state, you have to use their custom fetch function. This is the problem. The fact that to authenticate the user, you can't rely on HTTP cookies to be part of the request. You have to use this instead. All of these parts are annoying. And I'm so thankful they have a path at all and that they built all these solutions. It's genuinely really cool that someone took solving the React Native and Expo problem seriously. But if you're building a Swift app, good luck. If you're building a Kotlin app, good luck. If you're building a Flutter app, good luck. Not saying this is a bad thing. It's awesome that BetterAuth is in the state it's in, and that for most people, most of the time, it's good. But Clerk goes further. They just today actually put out their support officially for Nuxt and Vue, which is dope. But they support a ton of different things. including Expo, obviously, Chrome extensions, which are obnoxious, iOS, Straight Node, Express, React Router, Remix, TanStack Start. They're actually sponsoring TanStack Start. Go, Astro, Nuxt, you get the idea. The reason Clerk can do all these things is they're a well-funded company that is doing nothing but auth. That also means they're not traditionally open source. The packages that you install in your app are, but the actual infra side isn't. It also means they cost money. I'll just jump in front of the pricing. If you have 10,000 users a month or less, it is free. If you have more than 10,000, then it's $25 a month, then 2 cents per additional user. But you also get some fun additional features there. And I'm sure that the enterprise pricing is different, but I'm happy with the $25 a month plan. I do have frustrations with it. Specifically, my biggest frustration, I've told them all of this. They know my pain points. The biggest one I have is if I'm paying for one app and I want features in another app that has way fewer users, I have to pay the $25 a month for that. They are working on this from what I know, no guarantees, but I think I successfully bullied them into letting you pay per Clerk account or org instead of per app, which is really annoying. But something like, for example, Marker Thing, which is what I use for orchestrating my content post-stream. So I'll go to a given stream I did, like Ghosty is here. And in here, I have all the things I talked about, which I export into a CSV and then use to auto-chop my stream into content for my editor. This is a tool that gets used by like 15 people. But I really wanted longer sessions. I was tired of having to sign out and back in. But the longer session times was a paid feature. And I was going to pay $25 a month for just this one app with 15 users. So that's a gotcha for sure. But holy hell is the integration so much smoother than anything else I've ever done with auth. It literally takes me under 5 minutes to add Clerk properly to something. And it's so nice. It is worth the money to me. One other notable thing about the user count, and this is like my favorite thing Clerk ever did. A user is counted as active when they return to your app 24 plus hours after signing up. So if you have a huge surge of users because you went viral, and then they all go up to your app, they all sign in, they play with it quick, and then leave and never come back, you're not billed for them. You're only billed for the users that are recurring in your app. And what's funny here is something like Upload Thing doesn't end up with a very high MAU number simply because people will sign in for the first time, set it up, grab their API key, throw it in their app, and then not go to the Upload Thing dashboard again. Which means that we don't have a crazy number for this. And I don't even know if we're over the count where we'd be charged more or not right now, because most people go to the dashboard once and then do everything else through their code base instead. So don't worry about a huge surge of traffic. I wish more companies would implement this because it is a really, really nice thing. I've been bugging other people I work with about this because I want this to be how billing works everywhere I go. The biggest thing they do, though, or the biggest thing they push is their client components, though, which are, for the most part, really good, but there are catches. I actually have in my notes for this video, where is it here? I am mad about components in Clerk. It's one of the biggest reasons I'm doing this video, because I've been getting increasingly frustrated with them. If we go back to Marker Thing, pay attention to this corner, my profile picture here. You notice something. It comes in late. If I didn't intentionally wrap this with a box of the right size, it would pop in. So the button would go right and then shift left once this appeared. There is no server rendering for their components, and as a person who quite likes server rendering, it is obnoxious. And as a result, we ended up rewriting almost all of the components for Upload Thing. We made our own org switcher. We made our own user card, which I'm not going to open because it's going to show my personal data. We did that because we wanted more control. But if you don't need that control, you're just trying to get auth working well, Clerk makes it so nice. This is going to show my email. Just censor it in post phase. Hopefully we don't have too many people here. They're going to be annoying. Oh, it doesn't even show it. Nice. That's really cool. So I have my auth. Oh, it doesn't show it because I'm signed in via Twitch here. So it doesn't even have my email, I don't think. Cool. So yeah, when I click this, we get this fancy component where I can manage my user info. I can sign out. All just baked in the free tier. You just mount the component. It takes seconds to set up well. And since the auth itself is hosted by Clerk, not as part of your next app, it's really easy to just connect whatever else to an existing Clerk setup. So if you want to have a Next.js code base and then you add a React Native app later on, you're good to go. You have the exact same auth state across everything. And when I was trying to find a solution for React Native, that's when I gave Clerk an honest go and very quickly realized I don't want to ever do this myself again. And I went through it with OpenAuth, and the whole time I was doing OpenAuth, I was just missing Clerk. And that's not like an ad, that's just my reality. It's so simple to set up. We just go to the next implementation. You install the package, you get your API keys from their dashboard, you add the Clerk middleware function, then you wrap your app with a Clerk provider. You're basically done. You install, grab the tokens from their dashboard. You use a middleware in Next.js, which is really simple and solves a lot of problems, but there's a catch we'll get to. The middleware in Next.js is a function that runs on the edge before a request is actually forwarded on. It's really useful for things like changing the URL someone is going to, where if a user is going to /profile, but they're not signed in, you might want to redirect them to /signed in. Instead of waiting for the page to load, realize that it's the wrong page and redirect you, middleware will run when the user makes the request and then send them to the right place. They have a middleware function they provide for you that will check your authentication and even let you configure it to not let people into certain pages. By default, they were actually very aggressive with that configuration, and I yelled at them a bunch, and now they're less aggressive with it. Now you can create a route matcher, which says you want to protect these routes. So we have a protected route matcher that says you can't go to dashboard or form unless you are authed. So if is protected route, await auth.protect. Now these routes cannot be accessed unless the user is signed in. This is really convenient, and I will never fucking use it. This is a feature that I'm sure makes a lot of sense for things like internal tools and platforms. I like controlling these states myself, and I will not put them in my middleware. If you look at the middleware for any of our services using Upload Thing, or if you look at the middleware for any service that we have that is using Clerk, it's almost always really, really simple. If I go find Marker Thing, that's the archive. That's not the one I want. Marker Thing. Did I put in the archive, really? I did. Cool. This is the actual middleware for Upload Thing, or this is the actual middleware for Marker Thing. It's simple because I don't care if you go to a page authenticated or not. I just want to make sure that the token is verified and that I know that you are you. But once you have that set up, the rest is pretty easy. Where did that go? Cool. Once you have that set up, the rest is easy. You wrap your app with the Clerk provider, and then you render a sign out or signed in component that they provide, and you're done. Like, that's it. You've set up auth fully. If you need data about the user, you use the Clerk SDK. So if I want to get user info, I can call auth or current user, which are functions that they provide to get that info. So if we have a page that we want to return different content depending on the user ID, const user ID equals await auth, and now we can query our database. There is a catch, though, which is that it's not our database it's in. So if we go back to the example of a friend table, if I want to get all of my friends, I might have a thing in Clerk's user object that is my friend IDs, but now I have to use those IDs to go fetch all of the users from Clerk's SDK. There's no way to join between the Clerk table and your own data. You can set up Clerk to also dump all the data into your database and update it with webhooks, but I've never actually seen anyone do that. It's a feature they support, but yeah, I don't find myself needing it too often. I've actually been very surprised how rarely it is that I need the user table in a way that I can't just fetch it from their API. So if we look at a service like Marker Thing, this service doesn't have a database at all. It is just using Clerk, which is really cool because it has to do some annoying things. Like if I go into the Go to VODs page, that's the Go to VODs button. I want the actual page here. Cool. /v/slug. Okay, so if you're not signed in, I throw an error. But I also don't need your, how do I put this? Let me just go to the site to show. Yeah, cool. So this is the markerthing.com/Theo route. I could have locked this so only I can go to it, but it's currently set up that any signed in user can access this. And the way I did that is I get the Twitch token from Clerk with the user ID that I got from the, wait, is this /v/slug? This should just be getting it from there. Yeah, so I get the VOD with markers, param.slug token, but that might be using the wrong token. Shit, this code is broken, actually. I should fix this later. This should just work, but it won't because of the way that's set up. Yeah. If I had written this code correctly, which it's funny, I'm just realizing now that I didn't, I could get the Twitch token from Clerk without having your user ID at all and just get the OAuth token, which is really, really nice because I can give access to my VODs page to other people on my team without needing a database, without needing to store it somewhere else. I can get the token for Theo, even if I'm on account Ben or FaZe or someone else on my team, because I can just use the Clerk SDK and request from it based on a user's ID, I want their OAuth Twitch token. And they'll handle the revalidation and refreshing and all of that for you so that I can access the Twitch API with this token without having to hack around a bunch of shit. Normally, this would require a bunch of stuff in database, and I've built this app 3 times, and most of the times I had to have a database for it. But Clerk gave me everything I needed to skip that part, and the rest is all just built using the Twitch APIs and the token that they give me. I think that is really, really nice, and I have been blown away at how convenient this whole flow is. It has significantly simplified a lot of the things I have written, and it's all comes together in the reason I personally pick Clerk most of the time. It's really easy to get things started the way you want to. They have an SDK that gets you all of the data you might need and all the weird edge cases I don't feel like handling. And the result is I get auth working really quickly. Instead of it taking me a day, it takes me a few minutes. And then eventually later on, there are a couple of things that annoy me that I have to fight with, and I DM the team and they fix it, and it's all good in the end. But I genuinely really like Clerk, enough that my frustrations with the components not rendering on the server and my biggest frustration, which is the middleware insisting on running always on everything. These are things I can get over because it makes the rest so simple that I don't care that much. But I do need to do a tangent for the middleware thing. Since Clerk runs on middleware, that means that Clerk runs on every request to my site. That means that my static pages aren't going to show up immediately, because even if the page itself is static, you have to go through this middleware function, give the thumbs up or thumbs down for that user, and then you can send them the actual page data. That means if you put Clerk on your blog, it will feel notably slower even if only one page is off. You can put a custom matcher function so the middleware only runs on certain routes, but it is annoying at best. This file's existence inherently means your site's going to feel slightly slower. They have some things that help. Like, it's not going to call the Clerk backend every single time any request is made. They have a really interesting strategy with JWTs, where it's a JWT, so it's stored and can be used on different platforms, but it also is invalidated every minute, which means the first time I go to the page, like when I go to uploadthing.com, it has to revalidate me initially. But once it's revalidated me and given me that new cookie, all of the requests that follow from there for the next minute don't require a revalidation, so it can get through the middleware much faster. But that first request, if you haven't been to the website for a minute, that request will block the first response. Not my favorite thing. Very helpful. Not my favorite thing when I'm trying to build apps that are showing off how performant they are. It would also be a killer, like just absolutely destroy something like T3 chat, which I want everything to be local for. Since the middleware is what authenticates the user, determines if they are or aren't properly authenticated, it has to be hit on basically every request. That sucks if you want things to load without having to make an additional request. If you want it to just be cached locally on the user's device, that way of building isn't great. I am sure there are ways in Clerk to change my verification validation methods. They were not easy enough for me to identify and figure out and set up, so I rolled my own with OpenAuth instead. This is the first time I've built something without Clark in a while, and I miss it dearly. But it really makes me appreciate both the strengths and the weaknesses of a hosted auth provider like Clark. Interesting. Be fun. So, actually, I'll transition to this article in a fun way. Cool. Now we need to talk about Lucia. Now we need to talk about Lucia auth. Not sure I'm supposed to pronounce it. Every time I pronounce the name Lucia, somebody gets mad at me. All I have to say here is Pilcrow is deprecating it. They've made recommendations for other things you should look at and use, including Auth.js. But as great as Lucia auth was, they are planning on deprecating it. It's not... I like that they're being this upfront about it. They feel like it isn't working. I now implement sessions from scratch and don't use the library for my personal projects. There's nothing more heartbreaking than building a library or a solution and finding yourself not using it because it's frustrating you. I feel for Pilcrow. I've been there. It's not a good spot to be. And as they also call out, the database adapters are a significant complexity task. The fact that the library is syncing to your database makes it really annoying to maintain. To go back to OpenAuth for a sec, 'cause I forgot to mention this part. OpenAuth solves this by making you have your own KV store. And the KV store just manages the tokens and nothing else. Do they have a section in here for it? No. In here? Yeah. Yeah. So when you set up OpenAuth, you need to bring your own storage. They recommend DynamoDB or Cloudflare KV. Just needs to be a KV store of some form. But you need somewhere to store that data. You can't access it outside of auth. But all this is being used for is verifying and validating the user session. But it is not meant to be the same database you use for everything else. It is just the authentication layer. And it's nice that this is isolated. Like, we're using Vercel and Next.js with a bunch of hacks for T3 chat, but I am hosting the auth over on Cloudflare KV and Cloudflare Workers because they made it really easy to do that in its own isolated, separate thing. And all these other solutions have these really complex database adapters to handle all the different places the data might live. Maintaining it has sucked for Auth.js. It's sucked for Pilcrow working on Lucia. And I'm sure it sucks for BetterAuth as well. And it is basically necessary if you're storing the user data in your database. And thankfully, they called this out and that they're planning on deprecating and going out of their way to guide people in the right direction. But they also had a really good post I wanted to cover here, back to the middleware thing. Please stop using middleware to protect your routes. There seems to be a certain group of people that is adamant on middleware being used to handle authorization. Middleware refers to functions that run before every request. So every single request is going to have this is protected call, where they're going to check to see if the path is protected. And if it is, they're going to validate the request, check the user, and then forward them the right place if they are auth, or give a 401 if they're not. I don't like this approach. I'm confused at this point since you're just re-implementing routing logic with middleware, an API provided by your routing library. And what do you do when you need to protect routes based on the user's roles instead? Like, if you have a page you only want admins to go to, you're just going to keep making your middleware more complex. And the more complex your middleware gets, the slower it runs, and the slower everything else goes in your app. While route-level middleware may help in the simple example, routes in real-world apps aren't often organized by the required permissions. What happens if you have multiple roles? What if you need to implement different rate limits on each route based on user roles? How about API access token permissions and scopes? Yeah. It isn't surprising that this happened, given how loosey-goosey crossed out powerful JS can be. Auth, which includes both authentication and authorization. Important distinction. I have a whole video about this if you haven't seen it. Authentication is making sure that a user is who they say they are. Authorization is making sure they can do what they want to do. Different things. And since people are scared of auth, they end up making things more complex than they need to be. Yeah. And I like this. I personally like checking auth on the route rather than at a higher up middleware layer. Maybe you have a middleware that assigns auth to the request, but middleware that decides what the request does, bad every time. One common response I get is that middleware prevents devs from accidentally forgetting to add auth checks. Add your fucking auth checks. Thank you, Pilcrow, for that. I'm happy we agree on this. Yeah, so sadly, Lucia doesn't really have a place in this anymore. It's a little sad. It'll be missed, but I'm thankful they've done the right thing. They've documented everything they've done throughout, and they recommend other solutions like Auth.js and Better Auth now. And now for our final contender, StackAuth. Quick biases. I'm an investor in Stack. I also am an investor and a sponsor of Clerk. So these are the two I'm the most biased about. There's a reason I'm sponsoring and working with and investing in these companies, because these things suck to build and these companies are doing a good job of making a great solution. The big difference between StackAuth and Clerk is that StackAuth is fully open source. It's not open source client code and packages. It's open source everything. But it is also much earlier along. You will run into more issues here because they just got started somewhat recently. Don't tell me that their GitHub link isn't fucking target blank. Come on, guys. They have a lot of the components and fancy features that you expect from something like Clerk, which is really nice. And it looks like their sign-in is compliant with Google's rules. Look at that. Cool features, all the stuff that you would expect there. And it's open source, so you can lurk the GitHub and see what features they're adding and when and annoy them with issues and all of that. You can have them host for you. Their free tier is basically identical to what you get from something like Clerk. They don't charge for orgs, which is nice. Clerk does once you have a certain number of them. And they have a team price, which is a bit more expensive, but it's for when you want more dashboard admins. Quite expensive, but they're pricing it differently. It's a very good alternative, and if you don't like the pricing, you can self-host it. But if you want to let them do it for you, that is really nice. I am assuming, I've never actually set it up, but my assumption is when you self-hosting, cool. They call out, if you want to self-host, be careful. It's a complex project with a lot of interdependent services to manage them all independently. Updates will be more annoying. Reliability won't be quite as high as they could theoretically do, etc. The catch is you need to have your API backend. You need to have a dashboard for you to access a client SDK. That's already provided. A PostgreSDB. They have Prisma set up as their ORM for it. Sphinx, which is how you manage the webhooks in and out, and then an email server as well. Not too bad, and you can absolutely set this up yourself. If anything, StackAuth would be a really cool reference for rolling your own full auth platform for your application. But it's also a fun starting point if you... I would argue the best time to think about something like StackAuth is if you want the quick setup that you get from Clerk, but you also want the possibility to admittedly put a lot of work in to exit and self-host in the future. They have a slightly happier path there than you do on something like Clerk. Funny enough, I've talked a lot with the Clerk team about an export feature where you could export your Clerk setup to something else that's open source or self-hosted. The biggest problem they run into trying to figure it out is figuring out what to let you export to, because there's so many different options and they all have such weird expectations that building an export feature is hard. Is exporting important to you? Do you need a way to move off the paid solution if you want to host it internally at your own company in the future? StackAuth is a thing worth considering. I'm excited about what these guys are doing. I really like the founders. They're a fun team. I chat with them all the time. But I would say of the options, StackAuth is the biggest bet being made because it still has the, it still touches everything in your code base when you set it up the same way something like Clerk does, or even more so like Better Auth does. But you can exit and self-host if you want, which is a really nice benefit that isn't offered by Clerk right now. Personally, I still use Clerk when I'm building new apps. There's a reason that I recommend them as much as I do. I think they are a really happy path almost always for almost everyone. But StackAuth is the first, what I would call real competition for Clerk. I forgot to touch on WorkOS. WorkOS is really cool. They're much more focused on enterprise auth. They have happy paths for things like Next.js, but I'm a big company. I have weird expectations about GDPR stuff that I have to like manage and deal with. Crazy SAML SSO bullshit that I don't know how to implement. I want everything to just work, and I'm down to pay for it. WorkOS is a really good solution. Again, really good team. But if you want to have a custom domain for your auth, you're paying $100 a month. If you want to set up SSO with SAML and OIDC, you're paying $125 per connection per month. So it's a different model. They charge it in a different way for different things. But this is if I was building a company with the expectation of having our clients be like Microsoft and like Jira, and those were the people I wanted to have working with me, WorkOS would be a solution I would reach for. They also created AuthKit. AuthKit is a really cool open source set of AuthKit's a really cool set of open source components and pieces to assemble your auth with other providers. Yeah. Obviously, they expect you to use WorkOS in the middle. From what I understand, you can plug AuthKit into other things. And it's also built, funny enough, by a lot of the original Radix team because they were purchased by WorkOS. So yeah, that's why the site's so beautiful. That's why the components are so beautiful. These guys know what they're doing. This is I'd say WorkOS is I don't want to take any risk at all and I'm down to pay for it option. But again, it's not one I've personally used because I'm not trying to score Microsoft as a customer. So the missing one, I need to restructure this slightly to have more room in the middle here. So we got StackAuth in here. I would say WorkOS by default is here, but if you combine WorkOS with AuthKit, it moves it here because AuthKit, as far as I understand, is largely just here. I think I've covered mostly everything here. Oh, Firebase and Supabase auth. I have heard so many weird problems with Firebase auth. I don't even really want to cover it. It's cheap, but I've also heard it just randomly gets hit with crazy rate limits and prevents users from signing in. I just heard, who was the streamer that was using Firebase auth for something and got screwed and was in the process of moving? I rated her, I think, last week. And as soon as I mentioned Firebase, resident hacker Eva very loudly hears it because it's so easy to set up Firebase incorrectly that there are whole cultures of exploits built around it. Eva, do you have a quick link to your pwning every fast food restaurant thing? Oh yeah, and request interceptors. I do have a link for that in my notes. Good call out. Yeah. Eva was able to pwn 900 sites and 125 million accounts with one vulnerability. That isn't necessarily that Firebase is vulnerable itself, but the way that they encourage you set it up is so often wrong that half, I would guess, of Firebase implementations have misconfigurations in things. I have a whole video about this if you want to check it out, but yeah, be careful with Firebase. Plain text passwords. Yeah, the good old days. So yeah, Firebase auth sucks. Supabase has their own auth. I don't know how they charge for it. A lot of these database providers like Supabase and Firebase have auth built in. It is significantly less full-featured than it would be from a service like Clerk or Auth0 or StackAuth because they're not an auth company. And getting all of the pieces like the revalidation of tokens and managing permissions on Google and that stuff is not easy to do. And as far as I know, they don't do any of it. Convex also authors auth because of this reason. A lot of these platforms offer it because usually the expectation is auth lives in the DB. And if these platforms also have a permissions model, which Convex does, because you can give permissions to what a user can or can't do, like getting their own messages in a message app, or with Supabase, because everything is done through row-level security when you use the Supabase SDK, you don't actually set up an API that queries your database. Instead, you use their SDK with a user ID, and it will query and it will fail if the user doesn't have permission for that row. It's a whole different model, and I don't feel like going too deep on it. But auth exists in Supabase not because they want to compete with Clerk. Auth exists in Supabase because their product requires authentication, and specifically authorization is a key part of how you access data through their platform. I don't like that personally. I prefer my authentication layer and my data layer to be separate. And the way they come together is this wonderful thing you've probably heard of before, an API. So personally, not my thing. I have seen some people who use Supabase for auth and then just treat this database part as a traditional SQL database and query the Postgres through something like Drizzle, and they're just using the auth as free auth. Cool. Happy for you. But it's not going to be anywhere near as flexible and controllable as other platforms that we've covered here. Yeah, they also don't have multi-factor unless you pay a bunch of money for it. Like, it's expected. I get what they're doing. It makes a lot of sense. And for a company that wants to have everything provided, that doesn't want to pick their database, set up their APIs, create auth, and pull it all together, Supabase is a good option. I would suggest you avoid using the SDK on client and instead run an API. To each their own. One last thing I need to touch on is a cool thing coming in the near future for Next.js. Do I have a different link for this? Here it is. Next.js is adding some new functionality for interrupting requests based on authentication states. It's a new feature. It's only in the Canary right now. But there is an unauthorized function that you can call in a given route if you have the auth interrupts experiment on, which will allow you to do something like this. You have the dashboard page, which is app/dashboard. So this would be localhost 3000/dashboard. In here, we call the session check to get session info. If there is no session, we call the unauthorized function from next navigation. Traditionally, what we would do here is redirect them to /signin or something. But now you have an unauthorized function that can be triggered as part of Next's primitives. You would then create an unauthorized.tsx file, similar to like a loading TSX or an error TSX file in the next routing paradigm. That would be what gets hit when you call that unauthorized function. What's really cool is you can even call it in something like a server action. So if a user calls update profile and they're not authorized, you can immediately kick them to that page. Super handy. Oh, this is separate. They're also working on request interceptors. I didn't know about this till now, so this is really, really cool. The problem with middleware is that this has to run on every single request. You can't really have different middleware for different pages in your app. You can't have middleware that only runs on things like actions, but doesn't run on things like page loads. Middleware is very limited. And the new intercept pattern should let you write custom interceptions for different routes. Takes in a next request, can do all these different things. Sample use auth. Okay, what's the sign in? Okay, so this intercept lives in app/dashboard/interceptor, and the interceptor TS file will run before those pages do. This will allow you to have certain pages that have a blocker without having to do all of that on every single page. So like if I have, I'm just going to show the actual upload thing code quick. Upload thing, infra, Others. This is the actual upload thing code base. And in here we have the app dashboard route. So if I go to uploadthing.com, we go to the dashboard, the URL, you'll see it's /dashboard/uploadthing internal apps, the name of our team here, our org. This URL is encoded in the file routing, but we have all of these things that are shared. The layout wraps all of them. So all of them have this same layout. I confirm team access. And this confirm team access function calls this internal thing that will throw the not found if the team isn't found or you're not signed in. This is a function that we have to run on every single page, which we do via layout. But this function runs after the request has been processed by the next server and starts creating the page that the user gets. It would be really nice if I could hoist this one layer higher so it runs before Next starts generating pages. It can run on something like, I don't know, a middleware function. Then it can make sure that everything in this directory, everything from this URL down, effectively, is affected by this intercept. And now I don't have to do all of these checks in here anymore because I've handled it slightly higher up. And now the path for all of this code is way simpler. Theoretically, I would have to go check this in every single page if I didn't do it in the layout. And even then, what's really scary is you can fetch the page even if the layout fails. So if my layout here has this confirm function, but the page doesn't, with the right type of interception, you can access a given page even if the layout failed, which is really, really annoying. So not only do you have to check this in the layout layer, you also have to, on every single page in this directory, make sure that you're checking this team access function that we wrote, or a user could theoretically access the page content for a team they're not on. That sucks super hard. It's one of the biggest problems with the new Next.js model, in my opinion. And I did not know they had a planned solution for it. This will theoretically make it so you can use something like Clerk without the middleware entirely, which will be really, really nice. I'm excited as hell about this proposal. Interceptors will opt pages into dynamic rendering. Yes, they should. Cool. Apparently, they don't have Edge runtime support yet. That's annoying, but this is so much better. I'm actually really happy to see that that's happening. That'll make a lot of my pain points with most of these libraries way less bad. Eva, Resident Hacker, has also found a bunch of things with Next.js actions and pages where they can execute things via client-side JS that they shouldn't be able to. Yeah. Really good info. I am excited. I think we covered pretty much everything here. Anything important that I missed, chat? Going once. Cognito and Auth0. I don't know anything about Cognito. Oh, it's Amazon's, yeah. And generally speaking, if Amazon offers a solution that is meant to be isolated and doesn't run along the other ones, I don't want to touch it. I'd put this in a similar bucket with like WorkOS, but it's going to be way less polished and way more broken. It is funny, they pick the same number of free users that Clerk did, and it seems like everyone is picking that 10K free option now. Auth0 is like Clerk, but old and worse. They made the website prettier. It's full. Oh, God, did you guys see that? I went to click the accept button for the cookie banner, and their stupid chatbot came up. That's enough of a reason for me to never recommend Auth0, as petty as it is. What the fuck are they doing? Whew. Holy shit, that's bad. Anyways, I think I've covered everything I need to here. I am happy with this. There are not things... Yeah. Citadel. Never heard of this one. Heard of any of the companies that are using it? It's going to be hard for me to recommend auth platforms that I don't use, that I don't know the people who made, and that I don't know any users of. And this clearly checks all three of those boxes of I have no idea what the fuck it is. I've vaguely heard of Gitpod, but I have no idea what they are. So yeah, skip that one. Shouldn't be in the video. That's hilarious. That's very Auth0. Oh yeah, password auth being discouraged is good. One more thing I didn't mention that I just want to make sure my stance is very clear. Of these options, OAuth is my favorite. Passkeys are annoying but fine. I'm just annoyed that the UX for them is as bad as it is. Like when I sign in with a passkey, I feel like I have to click 5 buttons. Theoretically, it can get better in the future. It hasn't yet. Magic links annoy me, but they're plenty secure. User password is a scourge and it needs to die. If it is even vaguely reasonable for you while implementing auth to not have a user password option, if that is even a choice that you have when setting things up, please take it. The existence of passwords is so archaic and benign and a fundamental failure of software. And the amount of problems they cause, the amount of money that working with them costs, the amount of security issues that come out of passwords is so egregious that just avoiding them is the only realistic option. It sucks that it is that bad, but like Microsoft hates passwords. There's Microsoft did some post about this a while back. Oh, they did a new one recently. Yeah. Microsoft's been pushing for a while for a passwordless future. They posted a number a long time ago. It was like some number of millions of dollars that Microsoft lost every year doing support calls for their own staff because they forgot a password or a password expired and they couldn't get into their accounts. Passwords cost a ton of money, are an endless source of security issues, are a worse experience for users, and suck to implement properly. Avoid them if you can. Just use OAuth or passkeys or something else. Please, please. I like OAuth. Magic links are fine. Passkeys are getting there. Don't do user pass if you can avoid it. I think that's all I have to say here. I could spend hours just talking about the nuances of doing JWTs right. Clerk has a really cool article I would actually recommend. Let me find it. They had a blog post. Is it the How We Roll? Yeah. Clerk has a bunch of great content on things like JWTs and how to do them right. Yeah. The key JWTs is that they contain a special code in them that can be used for... There. The thing about JWTs is that they contain in that like JSON a specific authentication code that can be used to check that they are actually who they are. Ta-da. I don't have the invalidation section here. They have an article about how they set a 1-minute session time somewhere. Here it is. So this is another post from their blog that I think is really good. It's part of their How We Roll series, which if you really want to understand auth, I'd recommend reading through the whole thing. It's pretty cool. They use JWTs. The problem with JWTs is since they contain the auth state in them, you can't invalidate it. So if you like delete a user's account, but the time that that token is valid for is still like 3 more hours, the user could still do things and access things because the token is still valid. The solution that they came up with at Clerk is to set the validation time to 60 seconds. So if a user is signed in, you immediately hit the delete account button, they get 60 seconds of being able to make requests before it goes away. But that is basically nothing, and it solves so many of these problems. Specifically, it means you don't have to recheck the user's auth on every single request. Like if they load a page and then they has to make like 15 API calls, each of those API calls doesn't have to double check over on the Clerk side. Each of them can just use the token that it got when the page loaded to do those requests and not have to do the full round trip every time. Really, really nice, especially considering how painful it is to do these types of invalidations and account deletions. And there are so many JWT setups where if a user gets banned, they can still do things for a while. Yeah. And again, these are the problems you'll run into if you roll your own auth that I am just so tired of thinking of. Like, how do I get the token to the React Native app? How do I make sure when it's invalidated, the user gets kicked out and they can't do other things? These are all the type of niche, annoying problems you'll run into if you roll your own auth. It's why you should absolutely at least use a library, but it's also the reason I personally lean on things like Clerk and like StackAuth because they've handled all of these problems for me. And I am more than happy to pay $25 a month once I have over 10,000 users to not think about these things. But this really comes down to what your preferences are. Do you want to have full ownership of every part of your tech stack? Do you want to not worry about auth and treat it like a table that isn't your problem? What do you want to own? Or what do you want to own? Here, we can bring up Passport.js. Yeah. Phase, cut this back to like early on when I like finishing up with, I believe StackAuth was like the last one I did. Put this like right after there if it fits, or slightly earlier otherwise. People keep bringing up Passport, and it's worth at least mentioning. It hasn't gotten an update in 5 months. And that update was the README. What did they change in it? It just added prefers color scheme light and dark. Yeah. This is the OG auth library for Express, where you'd throw it in your middleware and check a cookie. It's fine. They are sponsored by every auth company now because they all desperately want to pull people auth because Passport is like what we used for node services back in 2014. I haven't seen anyone building a new thing with Passport in a fucking while, I'll be honest. But if you really want to, it exists still. It very, very squarely falls in that top section here where it's literally just the verification layer, and they don't even like prescribe storage solutions. So you got to own pretty much everything yourself there. But it exists. I wouldn't use it for anything. Yeah. And chat should be enough a reason here to not touch it. Passport's very old. Look at the commit in the support folder. Oh, God. When was the last support commit? Go back to the GitHub quick. Lib hasn't had a commit for 2 years. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be a hard sell for me today. I can tell you where to move from it if you want to do that, but yeah, people were not happy. Please not Passport. It's 2025 or better than this. Horror stories. Passport's very old. Got to discourage it. Yeah. Hopefully this helps you guys understand where auth is at, what all these providers are, what the benefits and negatives are for each, why I still use Clerk for pretty much everything, why Better Auth is where it is, why OpenAuth is a really good solution for a very small number of things, but very good for those. If I was to quickly, you know what, I'll do one last thing. Why I would use each of these. OpenAuth. I'd use OpenAuth if, let me make a smaller text here. I'd use OpenAuth if I want to deploy myself. I want simple OAuth behavior. I am okay with auth being standalone. And I want to own it myself. The big thing with OpenAuth is that your auth is a standalone service. So similar to how like Clerk or StackAuth are cloud services that you call to check auth info, OpenAuth is as well. It is a service that you have to host yourself, but it is separate from your app. You don't host it as a route in your app like you do with things like NextAuth or BetterAuth. OpenAuth lives in its own little world and its own little worker. I tried having an OpenAuth worker that also did other things and it was hellish. OpenAuth lives alone in its little isolated bubble. BetterAuth, I want my data in my DB. I want all the pieces owned by me. I want some help doing OAuth connections. And I want a good set of docs and community. And I'm okay with gluing it all together myself. But the key with both of these is you need to really want to own your own auth to have it be justified. For me, OpenAuth was, I had a very specific thing I wanted to do that Clerk wasn't quite equipped for that made it the right choice. It was still painful to get right, but we pulled it off. BetterAuth is a more traditional, like, I want Clerk, but I own it instead. And honestly, it is really hard for me to recommend Auth.js now that BetterAuth is a thing. If you really don't want the data in your database, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Auth.js is, I really don't want the data in my DB, but otherwise I like BetterAuth. The community's not as good. It's not as well maintained, but it's solid. And then Clerk, I want auth that works on everything. I don't mind paying. And the quicker I can get it working, the better. And I don't want to deal with weird SAML SSO BS when we get enterprise customers. Oh, one last Clerk thing. How do I find the Clerk Stripe stuff? Let me just find it. I feel bad even bringing this up because I'm personally annoyed at Clerk at the moment because they have been talking about doing a Stripe integration for so long and it just isn't fucking shipping. Like, here is the video of them demoing it in April of last year. We are at almost a year since they announced they were going to do this, and we still don't have it. So I've called them out privately. Now I'm doing it publicly. What the fuck? When are we getting this? They hired a person full-time to work on it, and I still don't have access as a fucking person who works with them closely. It's so annoying. I even told them straight up, if they had their Stripe integration set up and working, I would have used Clerk instead of OpenAuth for T3 chat. I don't know if this will ever happen. I'll pin a comment if it does, but I, at this point, think it's just vaporware. But man, if they can get this working, it's going to change everything. I have a video coming up soon about how miserable Stripe is to set up, so keep an eye out for that when it drops. But what they're adding here that is so exciting is you can connect Stripe to Clerk, and now from Clerk, you can set up users can sub, orgs can sub, what tier options they have, and set that all up inside of Clerk settings instead of inside of Stripe settings. And then when you're a user in the app, you just have a plans and billing tab that handles everything for you. You don't have to set up all of this glue and bullshit yourself. It's so good. You still have to open the Stripe account and link it, but Stripe subscriptions should be tied to a user. You shouldn't have to do that tying yourself. It makes so much sense for this all to be part of Clerk, because then you can get a user from Clerk and it knows if it's subbed or not. So good. This needs to be out. And I'm amazed it is taking as long as it is, and I will continue flaming them for it until I have access. But yeah, if Clerk can get that, it will go from being my default to the only thing I can actually recommend if you charge for your service. But it's been a year. I'm losing hope. Clerk, please win my hope back. You need to do the thing where you work really hard to fix the relationship with Theo again, because it's starting to get bad. And then we have Stack Off. I'd say for this is, I like Clerk, but I want an exit plan. I don't need all the mobile and other integration support yet. And I'm okay with using something really new. What other things do we have in here? I'll put WorkOS in here. WorkOS. My average customer spends $10,000 per month. I want companies like Microsoft using my stuff. IDK, why I'm even watching this video. I haven't built a new app in years. I just work in enterprise software. If these things are true for you, WorkOS is going to make your life much better. Hopefully, this helps clarify when and how I would recommend using any of these solutions. And make sure you account for the fact that I've never used BetterOff, and I haven't used these two, and I'm an investor in this one, and I'm an investor and a sponsor of this one. But that's where I'm at, doing my best to show you how I think about these things and be as transparent as possible about my relationships with the companies. But I was more than happy to pay Clerk money when I realized how much easier they made my life. I'm very excited to see where StackOff goes. WorkOS is building the product I feel like I should be using, and I will eventually get there. And the open source options have finally gotten really good. But in order for them to get good, they had to make Auth.js look really bad. They had to let Lucia die, and they had to make Passport look like a fucking meme. So hopefully this helps clarify how I think about these things. And you know what I'll do? Open source, self-hosted. We're going to make a whole ass thing just for this. Cool. When we're over here, Auth0. Don't use this. Cool. And here we are. Here is how I think about all the major auth solutions that I've had people asking about for a bit. They all have value, except for Auth0. And generally speaking, it's kind of hard to pick wrong. I would say if you're picking Auth.js or Auth0, you better have a really good reason for it. But otherwise, these solutions have gotten pretty good. It's a matter of how much do you want to own, how much do you want to build, how much do you want to integrate, and how much do you want to pay. And I think that's about it. Let me know what I missed and flame me for my takes on, I don't know, Firebase. You guys tend to get mad about that. I don't know what else to say here. I've covered auth top to bottom. So let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Heroku, I have a video about how dead Heroku is. It's one of my most viewed, I think. It's an old video, I'll admit. Here it is. Heroku is dead. Here's what I recommend. From fucking 2022. Jesus Christ, I'm old. But like the Heroku isn't iterating on their platform anymore. They got bought by Salesforce because Salesforce used them for a bunch of shit. They had a generous-ish free tier, but they've killed that long ago. It just makes no sense. Like there's no reason to use Heroku. Like every other option is just too much better now. Like I cannot fathom a reason why you would pick Heroku today. God damn it, Eva. I hate that you got access before me. Yeah, I know you did it by hacking the fuck out of them, but still, that's... God damn it. I'm saving that link, so I want to go give them shit quick. I'm just going to save that here for later. Add important. Cool. We're good. That's all I had to do. Whew. What a video. Clerk will have Stripe billing. It's been about a fucking year. Hilarious, Eva. Good work. Let me do my job over here. The thing I didn't say during the video, that's like my biggest frustration. If Clerk hadn't promised Stripe support, I actually would be deep in building an open source layer around Stripe. I would have started last year. It was around the time I was considering doing it that they announced. I was like, oh, that's the solution. I don't want to touch this. Just let them do their thing. And then I let them do it for almost a year now, and it still hasn't come out. If I had known at the time it would take them a year plus to actually ship it, I would have just built something in a month. It sucks. I feel like I unintentionally got scammed. Not like they were intending to do it or they announced it so that I wouldn't go build the thing, but it feels like the ecosystem lost out because I didn't spend time building a thing that could have actually been beneficial because I was waiting for a thing that might not ever fucking exist, and I'm frustrated. It's my biggest annoyance with Clerk right now is they promised us something and just never fucking delivered. Let me thank all the subs that I missed. Thank you, Savs Mojito, for the Prime. I think I got you Real Flow, just in case. Going to double check. We got Dawson with the Prime. Thank you for that. Polymath for the 4 months. Appreciate each and every one of those. We got ZikX with the 15 months, over a year now. DarJS with the Prime. And then Chesk with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Feature flags for Clerk. I've heard really good things for Polar. I will consider that. It'll come up in my Stripe video. You know what? I should grab that link before I forget to do. Let me this. I don't want the audio. I just want this. So I can put it in my fixed stripe. Polar SH. Screenshot after taking it. Oh, I'm using Shotter, I believe, is the app for it. It's Raycast. Yeah, Shotter. Thank you, TN Woods, for the Prime as well. Appreciate y'all a ton. Cool. We are 4 hours in. I've filmed 2 videos, so let's get through some quick ones here. I'll do the Malwarebytes one next, but I'm currently in Stripe rage mode, so let's rage about Stripe for a bit. Make sure that doesn't play. Pull up all the links for it. Marker. Cool. Yeah, I have it. Cool. It's genuinely hard to overstate how important Stripe was for changing how we do modern software development. They were an early pioneer in developer-first solutions that really prioritized things like APIs, SDKs, documentation, and more. They wanted to make it easy for developers to add payments to their apps, and they did a phenomenal job, which is why it's so amazing that today, in 2025, it genuinely sucks to use and set up Stripe. Like, it's so bad. It's like the whole world caught up to where they were and then kept going, and Stripe just slowly got worse in parallel, and it feels terrible. The amount of weird edges you have to deal with, the amount of different event webhook types, and just, I've been through it. I've set up a lot of apps with Stripe. I've learned a lot. I've done a lot of things wrong. I've been through significant amounts of pain throughout, and I decided to take the time to open source my learnings and document it all. I just put up this repo, my Stripe recommendations, that is a list of all of the things I think you should know when you're setting up Stripe. But man, there's a lot to go into here, and I think it deserves a video. Hopefully you agree, but at the very least, we should take a second to hear from today's sponsor. Cool. I can't emphasize how much pain I have been through with Stripe. Normally I make it Mark's problem, and he's been dealing with it too. With all the stuff we did with T3 Chat, which if you're not familiar, we built the world's fastest AI chatbot. It's really nice. Setting up Stripe was the biggest pain point throughout the development. Yeah, it was worse than Auth. I would confidently say it was worse than Auth. It wasn't fun, but yeah. I will also say that through my flaming of Stripe, they've actually been really receptive, and we actually have a call scheduled for next week. So I'll make sure this video isn't published until that call has happened, so I can make any adjustments as necessary depending on how that call goes. Anyways, here is the things I recommend when setting Stripe up. The first thing that we have to understand is the split brain problem inherent to Stripe. A split brain occurs when there is data that exists in 2 places that has to be kept in sync between them. So if I have my service, services, they're always squares. So here is my API. If I have my API, and then I have a user, as we know, users are always circles. This user wants to do something. So the user goes to my API, maybe the user wants to upload a video, or we'll use T3 chat. This user wants to send a message. On the server, we have to check things like, is this a signed in user? Things like, does the message require a paid tier? Things like, has the user paid? And once my API has made the decision, it will either respond by telling the user F off or doing the thing. So generated message. But this all depends, again, on whether or not the user is doing a thing that requires being paid and whether or not the user is in a state that indicates that they have paid. Usually, this API is going to check these things in your database. And databases are rhombuses. So we have our database here. Maybe we check that the user is authenticated. Let's just pretend we already know the user's auth because it'll make this part less painful. So they go and they check paid user. And the database responds with yes, paid, or no. But how does that data get to the database? Here is where the problems begin. Stripe has their own API. And you might think, oh, that's really simple. Just take this database, delete it, and hit the Stripe API instead. It's like, yeah, easiest thing ever. Problem solved, right? I'm going to die. There are a lot of reasons that this does not work, and they are all fucking stupid. The first one is that your users have IDs, and that user ID is not a field you can use to look things up on Stripe's API, because Stripe customers have an ID that Stripe generates. So if you are asking Stripe's API, hey, has this user paid? You have to ask them with the checkout ID, with the actual customer ID that was generated during checkout or ideally before checkout. If you don't have that ID attached to your user, you have no way of looking that up via the Stripe API. And even if you did, the Stripe API has really aggressive rate limits. By default, the rate limits are 100 reads and 100 writes. Is it per second? Yeah, per second. So per second, you can send 100 reads and 100 writes to their API. That means if you have 101 messages sent in a given second, and all of us have to check the Stripe API to make sure you're good or not good, you're fucked. The other thing worth noting is that every time you hit the Stripe API, it takes 3 to 10 seconds to resolve. So if everything on your site requires that you're checking Stripe to make sure the user has or hasn't paid, you just made your entire service run at the speed of Stripe, which is not particularly fucking fast. It is actually pretty horrible. That means you need to, and that's all ignoring the fact that you also have to store the customer ID inside of your database to get there in the first place. Because of that, Stripe recommends doing this differently. We're going to bring back our database because what Stripe recommends is when the user checks out, you send the info from Stripe to your site via a webhook. This webhook is an event that your service gets to let you know, hey, someone survived or somebody subscribed. This webhook is an event that comes from Stripe to your API that says, hey, this user subscribed, this user unsubscribed. Those events don't have a guaranteed order. So it's possible that you get a confirmation of a sub before the sub is created. It's possible that you get a payment event before the customer is created. It is not good. And it is so likely you'll end up in a weird state through all of this that I cannot recommend purely relying on the webhooks and the data they send almost ever. And on top of that, now we have to manage the Stripe API sending partial events to our API that we then hope we sync the right parts to our database to then check in the API when a user does something. See how messy this is getting? And it gets worse once you think about checkouts and all of the other parts there. Don't get me started on the fact that you can do a checkout before you have a customer ID. What the fuck? I'm going to explode if I think about this too much. I just need to show you guys how to do it right. Okay. So the problem here is that Stripe's API is the thing that owns all of the data. It is slow. It is bad. It is not giving you updates accurately and consistently enough. And you're going to suffer if you rely on their API for data. So you have to rely on webhooks. But the webhooks are not a good guarantee either, because things can come out of order. They can become... But the webhooks aren't a good thing to rely on either, because they can come out of order. They can give you partial updates. They can just be fucking wrong sometimes. It's not reliable. So my solution is fundamentally different. Instead of the Stripe API firing a webhook to tell you what to write to the database, I use the Stripe webhook as an indication of something. And I can show you my doc, but I'm just going to show you the code instead. Let's go to T3 chat. 1 sec to make sure this is all safe to show. Cool. Here is the actual code we have for processing webhooks from Stripe. I have my function for digesting it, making sure it's an actual event. I have my do event processing. If there's no signature, we throw. This only happens if a user's trying to hit us at our Stripe like webhook endpoint, but they aren't Stripe, because Stripe will sign the request so you know it's actually them. People can't send a fake thing to your server to pretend they subbed when they didn't. Oh shit, Shock. I haven't seen you in a minute. Shock, that's the same Shocks from my like Minecraft days, right? God, that's such a throwback. I must have had you here before to give you that VIP, but Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm stun locked. Shock and I go way fucking back. We ran Minecraft servers back in the day, and by we ran, I mean I hosted them, and he would just show up and build everything in them for me. Fucking legend. Good to see you, man. Hope all has been good. Every time I see your name like on Steam or something, it's just like such a crazy throwback to like the Minecraft days. Like that's when I got into code. I wouldn't be here in all if it wasn't for the chaos that we went through in fucking high school with those servers. God damn. Fucking wild seeing you, man. Hope all's well. Let's catch up soon. Anyways. So once you've processed the signature from the Stripe request, we have the webhook from their SDK. This is just imported from Stripe. This will let us check to make sure it is. Where are we? Here we are. This lets us check that the hook actually came from Stripe and just sign it, make sure we're good. And then I call wait until here because this is Next.js. I don't want to delay the response to Stripe telling them we're good. So wait until means we can respond to Stripe and do this function in the background. So we, as quickly as possible, return to Stripe a 200, in this case we just say received true, to let them know, hey, we got this, stop spamming us with this fucking event, we're okay. And then they'll stop hitting you with the specific event for this specific thing. Then I have all of the events that I care about. These have to be put here, and they have to be configured in Stripe. We haven't even gotten to the payment ID and the price ID split brain problem either. We'll get there in a minute. But first we need to talk about allowed events. These are the different events that I have configured Stripe to send us when a thing happens. So whenever a sub is created, updated, deleted, paused, resumed, etc., whenever an invoice is handled, payment intent is hit, these will all fire an event. So you would think, okay, I'm going to do a lot of work to read this event, find the things that matter, and put them in my database, right? Wrong. I will never trust an event Stripe sends me because I never know if it's real or not. Even if we've signed it, we don't know if it's in the right order, if it's a partial, if it's the truth. We don't know anything from those events. So instead of dealing with them, I have a wonderful function here. If the event we got is one of my allowed events, I grab the customer ID because I only allow events with customer IDs. The fact that Stripe can send any type of payment event without a customer ID shows how little they understand about modern software development. It is horrifying. So I make sure we get a customer ID. I throw an error if we didn't. And now that I have a customer ID, I can call my update KV with latest Stripe data function. When I want to update my Stripe state, I don't wait for an event from Stripe. I call this function where I grab the subscription with a given customer ID, get all of the data, return nothing if there isn't anything, and set it in KV as well. But if there is data, I create the thing I want to store in my database and I throw it in my KV that is dedicated to just dealing with Stripe's bullshit. Yeah. This one function has made my life of dealing with Stripe at least 5 times easier. It is far from everything you need, but having a dumb key value store, I'm just using Upstash here, could be literally anything, Redis, Cloudflare, KV, whatever you want to use. Just something that you give it a key, which is the customer ID, and a value, which is the subscription status. And now I have everything I need in my KV to access when I want to check if a user has paid or not. Because that is the goal here, is to have a thing that I can check in my APIs, in my routes, and wherever I need to know if the user's paid or not. I need something I own that is fast, because Stripe's API is super rate limited and super slow. Because of that, this function can take 3 to 4 seconds to run, but it only matters when a new event comes in and it's updating the state in our KV. So you're only ever out of sync for up to like 4 seconds, which is not a big deal to have the update for your state, for your like payments in your service 4 seconds later than Stripe does. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's probably going to be faster if you set it up this way than if you do all the partial update bullshit that they recommend. So this is how I actually get the data to my database. So how do I use it? How do I make sure that I'm actually like checking if a user's paid? Let me find any of those functions quick. Here's a nice easy one. Here's my get sub tier function. This is a server action, so I can just call it via client, but imagine you can use this in a getter, like a post endpoint, whatever you want to use it in. I get auth from my auth provider. If there's no user, then they're free tier. I then get the sub from my KV using their user ID. There is one more important detail that we'll cover in a minute, but I need to, from that user ID, be able to get the customer ID, because it is possible for a customer ID to, how do I put this? The customer ID should be linked to the user ID. I'll show you how I do that in a minute. But this function here will get the customer ID from a separate KV using the user ID. Now I have the customer ID. I return null if there isn't one. But then if there is, I get their data from my KV with the actual Stripe data that I can then use to check things like if this user is paid. So if the sub status is active, I return for pro. Otherwise, we default to free tier. This is how much simpler my auth code for checking paid status is as a result of dealing with these helpers. Make sure there's nothing here I don't want to show. Well, this is all cool too. As I mentioned before, you need to have the customer ID handled too. So I have this Stripe customer ID KV. This has a generate key function, which returns user : user ID : Stripe customer ID. A get, which calls redis.get for that, and a set, which calls redis.set for that. I do basically the exact same thing for the Stripe KV for the actual Stripe data, but this takes in a customer ID. It generates one, or I have my generate key function. It's what I use for the getter and setter. Same basic thing, but instead I'm storing the actual Stripe state here. So I have 2 KV things I am storing here. I have the user ID to customer ID, and I have the customer ID to the actual state of the account. There's one more important piece here that I want to make sure is not missed, which is the actual generation of these customer IDs. This is all safe code. Cool. Here is our actual create checkout session code. This is the code that gets called via a use server action when the user clicks the checkout button. The first thing we do is we check if they're authenticated. If they're not, I redirect them to go get authenticated, because don't do this if you're not already authed. Duh. Then I check if you already have a sub. If you do, then I throw, because you shouldn't be able to hit this button. You should not be able to get this in a state where you can hit that button unless you had 2 tabs open. You subscribe in one and then you go to the other and hit it. This prevents that, because Stripe does not prevent that for you. A user can subscribe twice. It is actually quite hard to make it so they can't. We'll go over that in a minute too. I then get the Stripe customer ID from my KV, but it might not exist. So I have this undefined case. If there isn't one, I create the customer. And this is important. You should never, ever, ever, ever let someone check out through Stripe until you have generated a customer ID for them. You will have nothing but pain and suffering if you do that. When I create the customer, I include metadata with their user ID, as well as the email from their auth, because it makes it way easier to find things in the Stripe dashboard, which you have to use because they don't expose half the data you fucking need, except for in the dashboard. So make sure you tag that customer with the things you need to know who they are. But if you don't have a customer object in Stripe before someone checks out, you will regret every single thing you have done implementing Stripe. You will have nothing but pain in the future once you realize one person in your service could theoretically have 5 customer IDs, none of which are linked to the customer's user object. You are in hell. So create the customer first. Do not let the user go any further until you know you have a customer that is mapped to them in their SDK. So this if check here, make sure if we didn't already have a customer ID saved, that we generate one. So now we have their customer ID. Awesome. Make sure you throw that in a KV somewhere, because there is no way with Stripe to go from your user ID and metadata to a customer ID. So you have to manage that relation yourself. So manage it, throw it in a KV. Now I can get that when I need in the future. And if we call this again, if a user starts checking out, cancels, and then comes back, now I have that handled here. You could also handle Stripe customer creation on account creation. I don't think it matters. I prefer doing it here because it makes it less likely the code gets deprecated in a way that breaks everything. But if your auth layer allows you to easily do this when a user signs in for the first time, cool, awesome, do that. But since Stripe's APIs take 3 to 5 seconds, personally, I don't want to make my sign-in page take 3 to 5 seconds longer because Stripe's API is garbage. Just a personal preference. And then I have a wonderful let session with a try catch because their SDK throws errors randomly. And in here, I await session or Stripe checkout session create. A couple important fields in here. I have the line items. We'll talk about price IDs in a bit. So unnecessary, but they have to be implemented or nothing works. Mode subscription data, because just having the metadata in the customer object is never enough. Throw it in subscription data as well. This is a metadata field for you to keep track of things. It's nice and make sure you know which user owns which sub. Helpful when the customer ID thing falls apart. So I'd recommend throwing an identifier of some form here if you can. But make sure you always, always, always pass a customer ID that already exists in the customer field. They should type error if you don't have this, because it will generate a customer when they check out, not when they go. If they go to the checkout page, it has a temporary customer generated that it will just randomly throw out sometimes. It's super unreliable. So again, make sure you're passing a customer ID here or you will suffer. And now I have the URL that I actually want the user to go to for their checkout session, finally. This is 75 lines of code that should not be necessary, but effectively are 100% necessary if you want to do Stripe auth and payments properly. And that's just part of the whole formula, to be clear. So now we've handled customers, we've handled checkouts and sessions, but there's a couple edge cases that suck here. Specifically, when the user gets redirected back to your service, if Stripe hasn't finished sending the webhooks and letting you update your KV, they'll come back to your site, but your website is going to show them that they're still on the free tier because it hasn't processed the event yet from the backend. In worst case, they can go check out again. So we need to handle these two things. We need to ideally make it so that the website is updated as soon as the user is done checking out, and we need to make it so they can't check out twice because it is not easy to do that. So First, we need to handle that redirect and make sure that their auth and the payment is handled when they come back. I recommend redirecting to a /success URL or something similar to this. This is all good? Cool. Here is my success page. I'm using Next.js, so this is just a server component. You can do this via an API endpoint with redirects too. Doesn't really matter, but it does have to run on backend, so know that part. I grab the Stripe session ID from search params, but I actually don't use it. I log it so we have it for our own logs for debugging when weird things happen, which they always will. I recommend logging a bunch of stuff throughout this process if you can. But I have here my confirm Stripe session component. This component is under a suspense boundary because it takes a decent bit of time to run. The reason it takes a bit of time to run is I call trigger stripe. The reason it takes a bit to run is because in it I call trigger stripe sync for user. This gets their user ID. If there isn't one, I just early return. I then get their customer ID from the KV. There isn't one, I early return. And then I call update KV with latest Stripe data. This function is only implemented in 2 places. It is implemented as the webhook handler for whenever any webhook comes in via Stripe, and it is implemented as a thing that is called on this /success route so that I can make sure that when the user finally gets redirected back to my website, that the state of things in KV is actually up to date. And if it is, if we call this successfully and there isn't an error, I redirect you to /chat, which is the equivalent of our homepage effectively. And now we've updated the KV, so the state when the user fetches it on the page should finally, actually, consistently be up to date. Whew. And we still haven't handled double subs. We did a little bit with the checkout thing here, where if you are already authenticated and you already have a sub, as we check here, we throw an error. But what if I hit that checkout button twice? What if I check out and then go back when it's checking out and do it again? Yeah, we had this happen. I had all of this done. I was really happy. And then we had, I think, 5 customers who successfully checked out twice. They had 2 active subs. How? The reason is because Stripe doesn't care if a user subs twice. They somewhat recently, and when I say somewhat recently, I mean so recently that no LLMs know about it, added the ability to limit to 1 subscription. I did not know this was a thing. I am very thankful that it is a thing, but there is a hidden field deep in settings. It's settings, checkout and payment links, subscriptions, multiple subscriptions. They have this wonderful limit customers to 1 subscription. Why the fuck is that not the default? There are so many bad defaults in Stripe. It is unbelievable. I can make a whole list of them. Don't get me started on the fact that, oh God, if you hit their usage-based endpoint that's like, hey, my user sent 5 messages. Hey, they sent 7 messages. The endpoint where you send updates to how much usage the user has, if you call it within a 5-minute window, it will sum them. But if you call them outside of the 5-minute window, it sets it as the total. There are different behaviors depending on how close you call the endpoint. What? How is that? God, I'm going to explode. I don't. Stripe, please take this seriously. Your whole platform is held up on like toothpicks on Quickstand. It is unbelievable that people actually use this in a state. So make sure this box is checked. Seriously, make sure this box is checked. No matter how well you think you're handling the edge cases, it is still Stripe's problem and they are not handling the edge case. So check this. We've only had 1 user successfully check out twice since we turned this on. I have no fucking idea how they did it, and Stripe's trying to figure it out too. But turn this on. Whew. One more fun one. I don't know why they even have this. They have an option for Cash App Pay that is on by default. Just for reference, Cash App payments on T3 chat, I think we got 17 of them total. 1 was a real customer who checked out. The other 16 were people who were trying to scam us. Why are they using Cash App Pay? The reason they're using Cash App Pay is because when you pick Cash App Pay, it gives you the info on where to send it, and then it sends you back to your app early so that you can go to Cash App and scan the code and send it whenever you feel like. Scammers love this option because most services blindly assume that once the user has been redirected to the success URL because they checked out, that the payment came through. And since getting this all right is so hard to do, they'll have some amount of time when they wait for the server to sync or get the webhooks, or maybe just never even check, where your account thinks it's in a paid state, even though you never paid. So of the 17 or so attempts to do Cash App Pay checkouts, 16 were people trying to get a free sub by using Cash App Pay to redirect down a path that looks like the happy path but isn't, to get the subscription for free. So just turn off Cash App Pay. It should not be on by default. It is a scourge. I would put down a lot of money that the majority of Cash App Pay requests that go through Stripe are never fulfilled. It is a feature they should probably get rid of entirely. People would be too pissed if they did it. So at the very least, it needs to be off by default, like a lot of the other sketchy options are. What the fuck, Stripe? Turn this off. Whew. I think I covered most of it here. Oh, I didn't even go into price IDs. Holy shit. If you already use Stripe, you know about this, but if you don't, every sub tier, every item someone can buy, pretty much everything in your service, if you want to be able to track all the people who have a given sub tier, all right, this isn't pre-checkout. Cool. Yeah. If you want to be able to keep track of which subs people have and have actual information about it, you need to generate a price ID in Stripe that represents that item. This doesn't seem too bad initially, except for the fact that this has to exist in dev and in prod separately. This is absolutely something I should be able to hard code. I should be able to code either what the subscription is or the ID itself. It's not information I care to keep private, but I have to make an environment variable because I need it to be different in dev and in prod. What? And now if I update in Stripe, like let's say I delete this price ID or I change the sub tiers, I have to go redeploy my service with the new environment variables for it to catch up. What? The fact that I have to manage everything myself to keep my dev environment, my prod environment, my UI, my payment options, and my existing subscriptions all in sync by hand. What? So how do we get out of this? Hopefully now, if you're still using Stripe, you know everything you need to not want to die. Check out my doc if you want this all in a text format or you want to send it to somebody else. There are other options. One of them was Lemon Squeezy. Lemon Squeezy was a merchant of record, which means that instead of the payments going to your business, which means you have to be incorporated in all the different countries, handle all the taxes, all that bullshit, Lemon Squeezy is incorporated in all those different places for you. They have their own Stripe setup. They'll pay you instead. But your users check out through Lemon Squeezy, which means on their credit cards, statements, on their billing, everything else, it's going to say Lemon Squeezy because that's the official merchant they went through. They're the merchant of record. The thing on their records is Lemon Squeezy. But now they can handle all of that bullshit and give you a better path. The path was so much better that they got acquired by Stripe. And the founder, JR, is the person at Stripe who's trying to lead the charge to work with me to fix the hell that I just described. So I am excited for a future where the Lemon Squeezy acquisition can fix the hell that is setting up and managing all of this stuff. If Lemon Squeezy just becomes the sane path to use Stripe, that would be really cool. But there are other options. Polar is a really cool other option. They are trying to make modern DX for doing Stripe. It is as easy as polar.checkouts, custom create, product ID, success URL, and now you can just redirect the user. It is all still built through Stripe. You can use them as a merchant of record, but I also think you can plug it into your own Stripe. I might be wrong. They are only slightly more expensive than Stripe, which is crazy because they are using Stripe under the hood, I'm pretty sure. Stripe is 3% plus 30 cents. They're 4% plus 40. So they're going to make less money per transaction than Stripe does, which is hilarious. But it seems like they're really figuring out how to do this in a way that doesn't feel fucking insane. And I'm very excited. They've been all over my Twitter giving me examples. They're also open source, which is really nice. They should show that all over the website. Did not know it was Python and TypeScript hybrid. Interesting. Yeah, they're an open source Lemon Squeezy and Paddle alternative. So you can host it yourself. You can go through them. Pricing's relatively good. Seems like a genuinely really good option. And honestly, I probably would have went with it if I had given it a more serious look before setting up things for T3 chat. but it always felt weird to use Stripe wrappers. Like, I just think Stripe needs to fix their shit. I say as a person who sells a wrapper for S3 and OpenAI and Agora's WebRTC SDKs. We're not going to think about that one too much, okay? If you're using a library like Laravel, or if you're using a framework like Laravel or Rails, they have their own payment stuff built in that can be good, but I found it is often quite limited and not fully integrated. And sometimes even has the same edge cases that I just broke down how painful and miserable they are. There is one last thing, and I almost feel bad bringing it up because I'm really mad. Clerk, the auth company, is working on a Stripe integration. And if they actually ship this, it'll be incredible because you can link Stripe to Clerk. You can describe in Clerk what sub tiers exist and whether a user subs or an org subs or both. Create all of those options for users. And now when they go to their user profile, they'll just have all of the things for their billing right there, all integrated. And billing is a consistent enough thing, especially like recurring monthly billing, that it should be this simple. It should be integrated with your auth layer because it should be tied to users. This was a post that the CEO of Clerk made in April of last year, and it has not fucking shipped. They hired somebody full-time to work on it, and it still hasn't shipped. I don't even have early access yet. I'm not convinced this will ever fucking ship. If it does, it'll be a great option. And if anything, it'll make it so I go from liking Clerk to not knowing how to build apps without it. I would love for this to actually happen. But I'm going to keep shaming them until it does, because at this point, I think it's vaporware. I don't actually believe this exists, because if it did, they would have given it to me. So yeah, we're nearing the 1 year mark since they first said they were doing this. We'll see if it ever comes out. Theoretically, it could be a really cool option in the future, but right now I'm just angry. So there you go. This is how I kind of stay sane setting up Stripe. Hopefully you don't think I'm insane now, but hopefully the hair, the wrinkled shirt, and the yelling show just how painful it is to do Stripe correctly. I'm going to talk with the Stripe team very soon, see what we can do to smooth this out in the future. But for now, you have a lot to deal with. Hopefully the doc and this video help you understand how to integrate Stripe properly, or at the very least, you now understand why it's not worth doing. Let me know what you guys think. This was a painful one to film, even more painful to build. Hopefully this helps some of y'all adding payment processing to your apps. Until next time, set up payment very, very, very carefully. Seriously, I don't think you understand how bad this is. I got... For that end, just zoom into me really quick, or not quickly, like editor's note, zoom into me slowly as I'm going insane right there, and then hard cut. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Polar. Pain. I've heard about this, but we haven't really explored it. The main reason I haven't done this is because the Stripe API takes 3+ seconds to resolve. I've heard horror stories with Paddle, but I don't want to make them upset with me because I like the team, but I've heard people with really rough issues with Paddle, like getting canceled and shit randomly. So I tried to avoid bringing it up there. Oh God, Cody, what are you sending me hex for? Can someone else translate this for me? I'm lazy. God damn it. God damn it, Cody. Quality. I'll take it. And got scammed. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Three videos in 5 hours. We're doing great. Remember when we used to get like 7 to 10 videos out per stream? The good old days. But while I'm in slight rage mode, might as well cover malware bytes trying to fuck me over, right? What was the other... Yeah, security or threat. I want to find... Yeah. Perfect. This goes in it for sure. Cool. This should be fixed finally. Ets, you do understand that this wording makes it really hard to see the question as genuine. It's like, genuinely curious, why do you use TypeScript instead of a real language? Genuinely curious, why do you style your hair so terribly instead of using it? Or genuinely curious, why do you style your hair so terribly? Like, if you ask it that way, it doesn't matter that you put genuine in front. You still sound like an asshole. Just saying. If you want the actual answer, it's because I used ChatGPT, I used Claude, and I wasn't happy with the services. So I built my own as a side project, was blown away with the quality of experience I had with it, kept iterating on it to a point where I wanted to share it with people. I did, and people really liked it. It got over 50,000 users in 5 days, roughly. People are loving it. We have a ton of people subscribing, lots of awesome feedback. I built it because it is an app I wanted, and I have been blown away that in the 7 days we spent on it, that it has had the impact that it's had. Yes, 50,000 people have sent a message on T3 chat already. So yeah, just a GPT wrapper. Fuck off. Oh God, I almost want to rant about this. I'll do a quick pirate software drama tangent and then we'll start filming. The pirate software drama, if anything, I am almost, it's shitty. I'm somewhat thankful for it because it made me realize there's a certain level of popularity in which you just get hate for simply being right if it offends other people. It's a thing I run into a lot because I give a lot of advice that suggests that ways other people do things are a waste of time or bad or wrong. And simply being in that position, regardless of how correct I am, just being positioned against something else that is liked is enough to have people tear you down, regardless of how correct or incorrect you are. It's unfucking-believable. What? This is just funny. They're memeing. Yeah, I played enough WoW to confidently say Thor did nothing fucking wrong. It is actually hilarious that because somebody's feelings were hurt enough, there was an expectation he would lie and say, yeah, I screwed up. I'm sorry that you lost your account and that everything went wrong for you. And the fact that he refused to take ownership of something that wasn't his fault means he is inherently positioned against something else that is liked. And then the person who is angrier wins. And it sucks. It's so stupid. But it's yeah, it is amusing to me because I realized how many times this type of thing has happened to me. And it wasn't as clear to me when it was happening to me. But from the third person, seeing it happen to him, being like, oh yeah, he did nothing wrong here. Oh wow, people are really fucking mad that he did nothing wrong here. What they want isn't even for him to apologize. They want for him to be wrong. And they'll delusionally convince themselves he is wrong so that then he can be in the wrong for not apologizing for a thing he didn't fucking do wrong. Insanity. So it has helped me in seeing that a lot of the times I get shit from trolls, it's because of stupid bullshit that they don't actually understand. But it doesn't matter whether or not you're right. And that was a hard thing for me to learn is despite me being correct about a thing, it doesn't matter if the person who has the more enraged fan base gets to it first. Correctness no longer matters. And the expectation is, regardless of if you're right, you're going to apologize and take ownership, even if it's not your fucking fault. And Thor is similar to me, where he just won't do that. And that's why there is drama. So yeah, this is going to get clipped and I'm going to get flamed. I know how this goes. Somebody's going to take this clip, throw it on some hate raid subreddit, and I'm going to get flamed on YouTube for the next 2 months because of it. Whatever. Thor is right. It sucks. I don't know if I did Frost. I'm not sure what you asked. Can you ask again? And we're going to start with the next video. I have a video about this coming out eventually. Oh no. Devil's Advocate take. Oof. Oof. The Devil's Advocate take. There is a point at which you have a big enough audience and you care enough about maintaining positivity within the space that it is probably easier and probably net better to just lie, take ownership of the thing that isn't your fault, so that everyone can move on faster and less people get flamed and waste time and possibly hurt themselves like meaningfully. Like, if you can prevent the rage machine from happening in the first place, and all you have to do is lie and take the L, it might be worth it and worth considering. And it sucks because, like, on a deep level, I'm uncomfortable doing that. But the reality is a lot of big creators, they just do that because it's way easier. And they're frustrated because they expected Thor, now that he's a big creator, to just do that. And the fact that he didn't just lie, say, yes, it's my fault, I'm so sorry, results in him getting endless fucking shit. Yeah. Yeah, if Tyler 1 is the one telling you to chill out, you fucked up for sure. This is the big, if you go to like live stream fail, this is the biggest drama. The TLDR, there's a hardcore World of Warcraft server right now where if you die, it's permanent. And since you spend hundreds of hours on these users, on these accounts, it sucks if your character dies, starting from scratch, losing hundreds of hours of stuff. It's obnoxious that like people are really into it right now. There was a raid where a bunch of people were playing together. They made the call to run because they couldn't beat the boss. 2 people died, and Thor, Pirate Software, got blamed for their deaths for not doing more to try and keep the monsters from killing them. He refused to apologize because the run call was made, so he didn't have to do anything. He was running to keep his account from getting, or from his character from getting fucking deleted and permadeath too. 2 people died. They blamed him. He refused to take ownership, and everyone started flaming him over all of that. His hospital bill tax thing is weird. I don't like that one. I watch, and like I have a lot of friends in Medicare. It's not full. It's on a very, very high level. It is a pattern that makes sense, but the actual implementation of how he discussed that was wrong. That's like the only time I've seen Thor just be egregiously wrong, though. For the most part, he's on top of shit and like gets what he's talking about. I have a lot of respect for him, and I actually really respect how he handled all this, all things considered. It's just fucking dumb. And yeah, it's just the most toxic people in the fucking world. It is what it is. Anyways, I want to thank some subs quick. Then we're going to get back to filming. We got TN Woods here with the Prime. We got Nabari here with the Prime 12 months. Fucking legend. Lemons with the Prime 2. Thank you so much for that. And Nahil here for 4 months. Appreciate you all a ton. Yeah, it's the whole point. Like, the point of permadeath WoW and hardcore WoW is that you can die at any point. You go in knowing that. He's really good about that. Yeah, it's a relief to see this because it makes me feel so much less insane. Similar to how a bunch of y'all feel after that Stripe thing. So like, when you're setting up Stripe, it's like, what the fuck? This is so terrible. But everybody says it's so easy and simple, and it's just bad. Like that conflict between what people say and what you're actually experiencing can make you feel like you're going mad. And seeing what Thor is going to from the third person lets me feel less insane when I go through similar things. Catch peeing here. The oven is no longer what's on fire. The house is on fire. Grandma's the one who lit the house on fire. You have a fire extinguisher that might be able to put out grandma, but cannot put out the fire itself, and gives you a really high chance of dying if you run back in. And the call has already been made to run. And instead of it being your grandma, it was some random fucking person that you play a video game with. And if you run back in, you might lose hundreds of hours of work. And the call was already made to run by somebody else. Yeah, I don't like this analogy as it stands, because this is the type of analogy you give if you want to feel right, not if you actually understand what goes on. Yes, Thor survived. Whole thing is so stupid. It's so dumb. The fact that any party can get that mad over a video game where they're like trying to ruin someone's like status in a friend group over it when they're also in the wrong is just embarrassing. Anyway, most of my like quick videos for like screen captures and stuff, I'm just Command Shift 5ing and using like the built-in Mac thing. Let's film videos though. I'm done talking about World of Warcraft. I have been out of that game for over 10 years now, and I have no intention of opening it again, ever. Marker. Wait, no, it's been more than 10 years. It's been like 14 years since I actually played WoW. God damn. Yep, this is the case. When somebody's that popular and they are looking for things to be mad at, it just happens. Anyways. Malwarebytes tried to ruin my company. Let's do it. Running a company is pretty hard. And I don't just mean like hiring employees, managing payroll, dealing with taxes and compliance and all that stuff. It sucks, but those things aren't quite hard in the traditional sense. They're just a ton of work. What is hard is all of the weird shit that starts to happen when you run a business that has actual users and goes actual places. I've been learning this a lot, especially recently, because there are whole industry categories I haven't thought about that are somehow managing to ruin things for me, my customers, and my startup. And I just need to vent a bit because what the fuck, Malwarebytes? And I wish it was just them. I don't want to pick on them too hard, even though their stuff was relatively egregious. They're just one of many people here who have screwed me over. This is going to be a wild journey from rogue antivirus software to terrible services that pretend they're protecting you from threats to weird policies that exist on networks to horrible forums and some of the worst UI and forms I've ever had to fill out or not even be able to fill out in my life. I have went through so much pain because of companies like this. If you watch my video in the past about the itch.io drama, it's similar. And I almost feel like I cursed myself doing that video because I got 900,000 views and also immediately had to deal with a lot of similar things. So let's dive in to how Malwarebytes and similar let's dive into how companies like Malwarebytes and other similar threat analysis companies kind of screw over startups and early stage businesses because it is horrible. Do you know what isn't horrible though? Today's sponsor. So let's hear from them really quick. Also, FaZe, make sure you bleep the shit in the intro. First 30 seconds rule. 1 sec. Sorry, I was losing my voice. Anyways. Malwarebytes is just one of 3. Malwarebytes and a couple others were really screwing with upload thing. But we also just had one of these from Akamai on T3 chat. So I was hoping this was just because we had a CDN, but it is not. This can happen to anyone at any point, so be cautious. I'm going to start with the initial hell that we went through with ThreatStop. I want to tell the story of how I experienced this, though. I recently changed DNS over to Quad9. I love it. The reason I changed to it is I wrote a script to check all like the major DNS providers to see which had the lowest latency. And Quad9 was the lowest because apparently they have a like warehouse relatively close to where I live in SF, which meant that I could get way faster DNS. And I've been very happy with Quad9. It also does some pretty good like threat analysis and blocking, and overall, really good service. I was working on a project with Upload Thing, and I was uploading files, going to the links, and they weren't working. I was very confused. So I went to an existing service with Upload Thing, opened one of the links, and it also didn't work. I immediately started panicking. I did not think about my DNS. I just thought something went wrong with our service, that Upload Thing might be down, that the UTF-SIO CDN that we use for hosting the files was having an issue. Maybe it went down, maybe the domain got seized, something had to have gone wrong. And I also knew that at some point, Cloudflare had hit us up that there was reported malware on our service. We had long ago removed it. I didn't think it would be a big deal because it was over a month ago that had happened, but I was scared. So I opened a VPN, tried going to the same domain, same files, and it worked. Huh. Oh yeah, I just changed my DNS. I'm going to go check. And one of the many awesome things Quad9 does is they let you... Where is it? One of the awesome things Quad9 does, and God, I would kill for all the other services that I had to deal with to do this, is you can look up your domain, and they will tell you if it's blocked or not. And if it is, they'll tell you where all the sources are. Also, God bless them. When I realized that UTF-SIO was blocked, I emailed them through their support link. Got a response in like 20 minutes. That was really, really good. Let me find it quick, because I actually want to show you guys how awesome they were. Cool. Here it is. Thanks for contacting Quad9 support. You'll likely run into this issue again in the future unless you submit UTF-SIO as a public suffix. The public suffix registry is a registry for domains where the front, like the subdomain, is able to be created by users. So like Vercel.app, which is the test place to deploy things on Vercel, that's a public suffix because anyone can deploy something.vercel.app. So if you ban all Vercel.apps because one person shipped malware on it, then every single thing deployed on Vercel might break. Horrible. Terrible. So the public suffix list is an open source list that you can get your domains added to if you can prove that the subdomains on them are publicly creatable. It turns out we actually couldn't be on this list because we don't have a different subdomain for every user. We have UTF-SIO / and then a path for different users. So although we tried to submit, I got some really helpful advice from the people who work on it that technically we weren't qualified. Our new process for domains is, so we'll likely be in there in the near future, but for now, we couldn't be. Still a very helpful resource. For him to bring it up is awesome. He also linked the specific threat identifier that they were working with that had labeled us as bad. Also showed us this virus total thing that will list all of the different security threat vendors and how they have your site flagged at the moment. One of the best support responses I've ever gotten, especially considering the fact this is a support response for a free and open source service on like a Friday night. On New Year's Eve, by the way. Awesome. Huge shout out to Zach from Quad 9. This made me go from like, yeah, Quad 9 is pretty good DNS to holy fucking shit, coolest company ever. I should go donate money to them up. Remind me to later. I actually will. They're awesome. Great response. Saved me so much time and trouble. But sadly, the trouble had only begun because we recognized from that virus total list that a handful of these companies are not so easy to deal with. ThreatStop was particularly bad. I hit them up on Twitter because there was no real other way to do it. Believe me, I tried. As I called out here, when I tried to fill out their form, I would get this error, no matter what I did. I tried different DNS. I tried different ISPs because I have 3 of them. I tried different I tried different DNS. I tried different ISPs because I have 3 of them. I tried VPNs. I tried operating systems. I tried browsers. I tried phones. I tried everything. Eventually, a community member hit me up and got this form to submit using Firefox Mobile on an old phone through an AT&T line, and it was the only way we could actually make this form fucking submit. Whew. That was just one of them. Yeah, as I said, I tried everything. I tried on a separate Windows machine in Edge with a different ISP entirely. I'm not convinced this form works at fucking all. Whew. And that wasn't even the worst form, by the way. This one, I'm not going to unmute the video, but I tried another one here. This was GData, who also had us flagged. I came up here and filmed this at 3:50 in the morning because I was so pissed. You know what? I'll just show you guys the flow because I'm sure it's still just as bad. That just double audioed. Sorry. I want to show you guys this flow because you need to understand how hilariously bad it is. Cool. Except, sure. First and foremost, there is no appeal a safe URL. There is only submit suspicious URL. So we'll go here. We wait for a while for it to load. Express that I am a human with a new CAPTCHA. They might have actually redone this since. Cool. utfs.io needs to be a host. Cool. Hit next. I'm going to check. The website has been incorrectly classified. Cool. They have the right thing. Click. Hit next. Where did I find it? Huh? I just clicked the drop down and it kicked me back a step. I clicked next to go where I was and it just went 3 steps down and then kicked me back here in the view. Okay, I'm going to click this again. Wait, I can't use this checkbox. I am not convinced that this form can be filled out on desktop. There is no way to get to the submit. And if you do manage to get to that final page and you hit submit, it says missing information because it skips chunks of the form constantly. It's unusable. It's not like, oh, I think it should be better. I literally could not submit this form. I spent an hour trying. I came up here and filmed a video raging about how impossible it was to just let them know that they had incorrectly flagged my account and flagged my domain. So I hit them up funny. I hit them up pretending to be press because technically I am, asking them for comments on the drama with upload thing, trying to get them to tell me the hard number of how many of these appeals actually get through, because my guess is they changed this form at some point and suddenly no one was reporting false positives anymore. The solution for this one also ended up being mobile, funny enough. If you open this on a mobile browser with the right viewport, it renders an entirely different form for mobile. And that one worked. I'm dying. This is just insane. I actually couldn't fathom that this was this bad. I was going to try and reverse engineer the form post to do it that way, but thankfully I'm popular, so I could bitch on Twitter, and someone else was able to figure it out for me, submit all my info, and get it handled. Still took 3 days, but yeah. And we're only at the start. Yeah, I called out the 2 companies that had us flagged, which, weird coincidence. The 2 companies that flagged us were also the 2 companies with the most incompetent methods for submitting false positive reports. One of them had a form that would not submit, it would just error. The other had a form that you couldn't fill out. It would just spam back and forth constantly. Yeah. I kept shouting out Quad 9 because those guys were fucking awesome. Since GDAD didn't check LinkedIn, or since GDAD wasn't on Twitter, I spammed them on LinkedIn, which ended up being what worked, funny enough. Sent them the fake press email. Apparently, others have had a lot of problems with them. This is very common. These threat intelligence companies they make like random boot camp devs look like fucking software gods. Genuinely unbelievable. Thankfully, there are some good threats analysis companies, right? Like, Malwarebytes has some positivity. Oh, Malwarebytes. This happened about a week later, after we had finally finished dealing with everything with those other domains. We had actually blocked all .exe and other executable uploads from UploadThing, unless you're on the paid tier, and blocked them from the dashboard entirely. Despite all of that, we still somehow got flagged by Malwarebytes weeks later. And we knew this because a user of ours had just launched a new service using UploadThing, and one of their new customers was unable to look at the pictures and other things they uploaded because their company was all running Malwarebytes, which just silently blocked our domain. The most fun part is you cannot get any of this info unless you have Malwarebytes installed. Unlike Quad9, they don't have a website you can go to and say, hey, my domain is flagged. Can you give me more info? They make you install the app, sign up for a subscription, and then try to go to the website in order to get any information about if it's blocked, much less why. And if you think, okay, that's bad, well, hopefully their report flow is better. It's better than a form that doesn't work, but not by much. The reporting wasn't public. That was annoying. But when you actually want to flag a false positive, the only way to do it is to make an account in their forum, go to the false positives website blocking thread, and make a post in it discussing that you were false positive blocked, and just wait for a random staff that checks the forum to catch it, deal with it, and help you. What the fuck? I think I put my thread in here. Yeah, I said, here's my link, or here's a link to my thread. I do not encourage brigading, which, by the way, if I made it clear, do not flame any of these companies, not flame any of these people. They don't deserve to get shit on by millions of people, or they don't deserve to get shit on by tens of thousands of people coming from my audience. They just deserve to feel really bad so they can fix the shit. But here's the thread. Hey, y'all, just got a report from UploadThing customers that we had this issue. Months ago, we had a single malicious file. We purged it. We're still getting flagged. What the fuck? Please fix. I noticed that this wasn't getting addressed. This was hurting one of my customers. And when one of my customers is getting screwed over, I can't sleep. If one of my customers is not able to do something that I could possibly be advancing in any way, I will go insane until the thing is fixed. And that's kind of what I did here. The reason I went on Twitter, the reason I did all these other things, was very specifically because I wanted to make sure my customer was not having these problems with their new product they had just launched. The fact that UploadThing was the most stressful thing for this customer's use, or the fact that UploadThing was the most stressful part of this customer's launch, was genuinely heartbreaking. It made me feel so terrible that we've been rebuilding all of how files are resolved to make this impossible in the future. I feel that bad. So part of feeling bad was lurking this forum and refreshing it every 2 minutes, seeing if they fucking responded. And after a while, they hadn't responded. So I went to the staff page and realized you can just see all the people who are staff. And if you lurk enough and go to enough of the places, they have weirdly good presence on the site where you can see who is currently browsing things. I use that to figure out which staff are online and start tagging them. And also mention that my 200,000 Twitter followers knew about this, in hopes that it might accelerate things, which it did. Advanced setup, made an internal request. Turns out that this was going to take a while because it was the weekend and it was also between shift changes. Eventually, someone else came in. Though I didn't create the block, I've gone ahead and disabled it until we can get some clarification from our team regarding why it was blocked. Mind you, timestamps on this. Does it give me a more specific one here? It doesn't. There was a good bit of time between these posts. More staff came in, said they understand why it was frustrating. They've adjusted the block to not impact me while protecting customers because apparently they found a zip file that had something in it that hadn't been flagged to us in the past. We immediately deleted it, deleted the user account, purged everything that ever uploaded, added the hash to our list of hashes that are bad to not let users up, did all the things. But if they had just hit me up, letting me know that there was a zip that a user had uploaded on my generic file upload service that was bad, instead of blocking a CDN used by hundreds of thousands of developers across millions of sites and services, that would have been nice. It is insane that this is in a fucking forum, though, that I had to register in this stupid ancient PHPBB bullshit in order to tell them that my site was down, and I had to tag a bunch of staff and also be famous in order to get this handled. If you hover, it says it doesn't, though. I'm hovering, and okay, it says way later. Okay, so this was 8:23. And finally, over an hour later, which was probably 2+ hours after I posted. Yep, over 2 hours after I posted and had tagged staff and been told they were on it, they finally unblocked the domain. And the best part is the unblock isn't immediate because they have to send out an updated client manifest to all of their customers to let them know that the site is safe now. And that took another day or so. In fucking sanity. And if this was the end, I would be relieved. But we just got another similar notice yesterday. Akamai blocked T3 chat. What? This is another one of those really fun ones where they don't give you any info. They give you this wonderful malware website warning. Do you know why they flagged us as malware? Because I figured it out. I figured it out because we were lucky enough that one of my followers/friends, somebody who paid attention to all this, happened to be a close collaborator with Akamai and hit them up in their shared Slack, escalating it. Turns out they'll just blanket block a recently registered domain. And instead of flagging this recently registered domain as instead of flagging this as a recently registered domain, they flagged it as malware. What the actual fuck? Yeah. Turns out running a company is hard, and the reasons aren't because of the things that are involved in running. Turns out running a company and a startup is hard, and it's not because of all the things that are involved in running the startup traditionally. It's because shit threat analysis companies make your life miserable simply for having a domain that people use. Whew. Like, how are we here? How is it this bad? I'm lucky that this went okay for us, but like, as I said in the itch.io video, it can happen to anyone, including a big company like itch.io. I thought, at the very least, this is only a thing for websites that have user-generated content. Like itch.io lets people upload things that theoretically could be violating someone's copyright. It's bullshit that their whole site could be taken down for that, but the risk makes some minuscule amount of sense because it's a user hosting platform that allows for users to upload things that might be in violation. You can't host anything on T3 chat. And we still got hit because we bought a new domain. What? This can happen to anyone. And if you're not a big enough company that this is handled for, and if you're not a big enough company that you have a ton of, and like, if you're not big enough already, that if, like, okay, now imagine you're Amazon and S3 gets blocked for a similar reason. Do you know how many Malwarebytes customers are going to flip a shit that S3 is blocked? They can't do it. The incentives for Malwarebytes and the incentives for companies like it are to not ever block popular things because their customers will be mad, but blindly block things from early stage companies and startups because their customers don't know any better and are going to blame the startup. And I do not blame any of our customers for being upset with us over this. If I was an Upload Thing customer and my site stopped working because of these bans, I don't care. I'm blaming Upload Thing. So if you're upset with us for this, I fully understand. I take full ownership. This is a problem that we are working really hard fucking overtime to make sure it can't keep happening. But I'm going to complain too. And my complaint goes to the bullshit threat analysis companies that don't know how to write a fucking form, that are down to ruin lives of other startups and hurt their customers because they're too lazy to do their goddamn jobs. And I will never, ever pretend that what they're doing is worth it when this is the shit that can happen. And I am thankful that I am famous enough to get it addressed, because if I wasn't popular, we would have just been screwed. If I didn't have an audience that could do this type of outreach, that could connect me with the right people to get these things resolved, I would have been screwed. And it feels like your only option to host a website with user-generated content in modern times is to have been doing it for 20 years and have a bunch of customers, or be famous. Those are your literal only options, and that is unfair. The fact that an Upload Thing competitor can't succeed because if they don't have enough reach, they will get banned the same way and it can't get fixed is genuinely horrifying to me. And I hope that the amount of shame these companies feel from content like this helps prevent this for whatever startups deal with it in the future. That's all I got. I am genuinely so sorry to any customers who are affected by either T3 chat being filtered or all the Upload Thing chaos associated with all this. It sucks. I am sorry. These are things I need to find the best possible ways to account for. And believe me, we are working our asses off to figure this out going forward. Thank you for sticking with us. And if you do churn over this, I understand. And I am genuinely really sorry. That all said, fuck Malwarebytes. Fuck every one of these threat analysis companies. You should go out of business because you're bad at your jobs. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That was fun. Yay. The only people who are screwed are Windows users. There we go. Where we at? We're at 4. Not bad. Kind of bad for 5.5 hours, but not bad. I also saw earlier somebody was saying, oh my God, Theo, you're still live? Most of my streams are 6-ish hours long. This isn't that late. Like, it isn't even 7 o'clock. What are you talking about? Still relatively early. Okay, yeah, Windows is a lot less bad than it used to be, but it's still the only vulnerable platform. Nothing too egregious going on my phone. Yay. Oh shit, Locke. Did you just gift 5 tier 3 subs, you fucking lunatic? God damn it. Thank you so much for the support. Always good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Your startups, I was completely blocked because you had a .build TLD. Yep. Yeah, I've been covering a lot and really long things too. Good to see you, man. Ben and Bennett locked. Thank you so much for the support as always. Really getting the sub points up again. These numbers have been low. To be clear, I'm not complaining when I say that. It's more showing that I haven't been live enough and I haven't been engaging with y'all enough. I don't blame you guys for these numbers and I don't rely on them for our income. We have sponsors. I don't need your guys' money. But if these numbers are low, it means I'm not here enough and I'm not chatting with y'all enough, which is a failure of mine. Trying to get better about it. Thank you all so much for all of the support. It helps a ton. And all this money goes straight to the team to help them make a living doing all the content stuff with me. And soon we're bringing on somebody full-time, which is going to help us a ton. He's already basically working full time. It's Ben, if you don't already know. But yeah, we're flying him out soon. We're going to get him moved here. And eventually, if all goes well, I won't be doing this alone here anymore, which will be really nice. So here's the funny thing, Dan. Do you know where we're putting the files? We're putting them on S3. Why doesn't S3 have to do this? Yeah. Why is the standard for our file system significantly higher than the standard for the file systems we are literally building on top of? R2 and S3 both host the files that we are putting out. Why is ours different? The difference is S3 is more popular. So if somebody uploads a virus on S3, these companies know to contact Amazon and tell them to take it down instead of blocking the domain. That's the whole difference. I can open a brand new AWS account. I can click the S3 create button, drag and drop a file, and copy the URL. It is a fucking domain. Every file on S3 has a domain associated with it. You know that, right? Every file on S3 has a domain associated with it. If you don't know what you're talking about, that's fine. Just admit it. It's not a custom domain. It's .s3.amazonaws.com. The actual only difference is that there is a subdomain. And we are changing to have that too. And if you think that would have magically saved us, you're fucking delusional. No, we didn't ship the S3 URLs because they're ugly as shit, and we might move off S3 in the future. We did actually originally ship the S3 URLs. It's been a pain point as we've tried to move to a different bucket system. So yeah, we did ship the S3 URLs, and if we had done that instead, we would have been fine. Is it the same dude saying all these stupid things? Is he also the one that said hire a backend eng? So you need a backend dev in your team? Yeah, goodbye. Yep, exactly. We've learned a bunch. We're fixing all these things. I hate Snow Squire. You were so right. It hurts here. Yeah, the free credit combined with R2, when we built Upload Thing, R2 was missing so much shit. So R2 was not viable at the time. It has gotten much more viable. It's still missing parts, but it's better off overall. And we're starting to use R2 for the files that have crazy egress. We move them to R2 before our bill gets really bad. Robo, don't worry. Nobody expects a .py or a .ts to become a link. Twitch's link parsing is garbage. Not your fault. Even .js does, like t3.js. That becomes a link. It's just Twitch's chat parsing being stupid. Don't worry. Why is having a subdomain helping? Great question. It's because of the public suffix list. There is an open source list of public suffixes, which indicates that these links are things where users can host a suffix of their own. There's a lot of things in here. Like I have this repo locally because I was trying to contribute. Like Supabase is in here. Oh, it's just the README, wrong file. The actual list is a single giant file in here. Here it is. Let's go look at the raw. And here, Supabase Because Supabase can have these different subdomains like something.supabase.co. Things like AWS are going to be in here. All the different API gateways are in here because anyone can host something in front of them. Or the EC2 instances, star.compute, because anyone can put something else in front of that star as a user. The problem was we didn't have subdomains, so we're not qualified to be on the public suffix list because we're not a public suffix, we're a public URL, a public host. We're moving to public suffixes specifically so that we can get on the stupid fucking list. And it's the only reason we're doing it. How dumb is it that we're changing the format of our URLs exclusively to get on this weird open source list so we are less likely to be incorrectly flagged by these horrible fucking service threat companies or security threat companies? It is stupid. It is really dumb. And we've been spending we're probably 2 weeks in to this rewrite to make this change, which is insane that we have to put all this work in because of the incompetence at these security threat analysis companies. Why don't Mega or Google Drive have to do subdomains? Because they're popular enough that they won't get blocked. It's stupid. This is because of all this, because the UTF-SIO domains were being flagged because one person uploaded malware 3 months ago. And we're moving to the UFS domains. There will never be ufs.sh/app-id/file like we have for the UTF-S domains. Instead, we're changing this to app-id.ufs.sh because this is now a public suffix, which gets flagged differently by these shit security providers. And now we can submit it as a public subdomain and get around all of this bullshit, theoretically. Yeah, so any site that has user-generated content that can be accessed via a public URL should put it on a subdomain or they get fucked. Yeah, we have our email address for this public. Did we update the UTF-SIO HTML to say that? We didn't. We should add an HTML page that this responds en route that just says, if you found a bad file, here's the contact info. Yeah, effectively lazy. Yeah, it is really dumb to be forced to have tens of thousands of subdomains because of the incompetence of these companies. I agree. It sucks. And it's just one of those things that makes it harder for a new startup to actually break into the space. I want to get these two out, and then I'm going to go offline. It's in progress. Awesome. Cool. Let's deal with semantic versioning. Cool. 0.0.36,412. We've all been there. Semantic versioning is kind of nonsense, and I don't know why it is the standard, but at the same time, it's the best thing we have, so it makes sense that we all use it. We have been religious about following semantic versioning over at Upload Thing, and we've actually gotten quite a bit of shit for it, because people are like, wait, you just started. Why are you on version 7? There's a reason. Semantics. And it's a weird reason, but as great as semantic versioning is, it also kind of sucks. It makes no sense. I just saw a new proposal that I'm actually pretty excited about. This comes from our friend Antfu. He's a legend in the Vue community that's been helping more with the general JS ecosystem tooling, also the creator of Vitesse. He knows his packages really well. Just one of those people that has made and distributed so many different things at NPM that if we disagree, I'm probably wrong. So I'm super excited to read through this with you, the new concept of epoch semantic versioning and how it might, hopefully, maybe, solve all of the weirdness that we deal with semantic versions every day. Do you know what isn't weird? Today's sponsor. So let's hear from them really quick. Anyways, if you've been following my work in open source, you might have noticed that I have a tendency to stick with zero major versions, like 0.x.x. For instance, as of writing this post, the latest version of Uno, which if you don't know, Uno is a client-side, or For instance, as of writing this post, the latest version of Uno is 0.65. For instance, as of writing this post, the latest version of Uno CSS is 0.65.3. If you're not familiar with Uno, it's his client-side Tailwind-like thing that has support for Tailwind syntax as well as a bunch of cool customization. I know people who are obsessed with Uno. It's like their favorite thing ever. He also did slide dev, which is 0.50, and unplug-in view components, which is 0.28. Then there are even big projects like React Native, which is on 0.76. Yes, React Native hasn't had their V1 yet, as well as Sharp, which is the main image processing in Node on 0.33, etc. People often assume that a zero major version indicates that the software is not ready for prod yet. However, all of these projects mentioned here are quite stable and production ready, and they're being used by millions of people. Why are we doing this? Why do we have so many things that aren't even on version 1 yet? There's a reason. Versioning. Version numbers act as snapshots of our code base. They help us communicate changes effectively. So we could say something like, this works in version 1.3.2, but not in 1.3.3, so there might be a regression. This makes it easier for maintainers to locate bugs by comparing the differences between these versions. A version is essentially a marker, a seal of the code base at a specific point in time. However, code is complex, and every change involves trade-offs. Describing how a change affects the code can be tricky, even with natural language. Version number alone can't capture all the nuances of a release. That's why we have changelogs, release notes, and commit messages to provide more context. If you're a public thing, please don't rely on commit messages for context. Please write a real changelog. I see versioning as a way to communicate changes to users. It's a contract between the library maintainers and the user to ensure compatibility and stability during upgrades. I really like this framing. This is why we've been so religious about semantic versioning, is if somebody sees a dot update, they can confidently just do it. But if they see a major update, they should at least go check our docs and see what changed. It's to indicate to people doing these upgrades and using these packages effectively how much you have to double check before you confidently hit the ship button. And for most users, hell, if you took a code base using upload thing from the V0 that we initially shipped and tried upgrading it to V7 or 8, it would probably be the smoothest migration ever because you wouldn't be using any of the weird features that we introduced and changed and removed over time. Migration guides and paths to be on the latest version are important, and as crazy as upload thing is, and as many versions as we have, going from V0 to V7 is not that bad. But there are changes in each of those majors that are worth at least looking at so you know confidently that you're doing things the right way. And as a user, you can't always tell what changed between 2.3.4 and 2.3.5 without checking the changelog. By looking at the numbers, you can infer that it's a patch release meant to fix bugs, which should be safe to upgrade. Should be. The times where it is not are painful. This ability to understand changes just by looking at the version number is possible because both the library maintainer and the user agree on the versioning scheme. Since versioning is only a contract and it can be interpreted differently to each specific project, you shouldn't just blindly trust it. It serves as an indication to help you decide when to take a closer look at the changelog and be cautious about upgrading. But it's not a guarantee everything will work as expected, as every change might introduce behavior changes, But it's not a guarantee that everything will work as expected, as every change might introduce behavior changes, whether it's intended or not. Pumped that Antfu and I fully agree here. That's the point of this contract. And that's why we have semantic versioning. Semver is the shorthand. Semver number consists of 3 parts: the major, the minor, and the patch. Major is when you make incompatible API changes. Minor is when you add new functionality in a backwards compatible way. And patch is when you make a backwards compatible bug fix. Package managers like npm, pnpm, and yarn all operate under the assumption that every package on npm adheres to Semver. When you or a package specify a dependency with a version range, like caret 1.2.3, it indicates that you're comfortable with upgrading to any version that shares the same major, 1.x.x, for example. So now if 1.5 comes out, pnpm will just let you install that. There are problems, though, which is why package locks became so popular, but we'll get there in a bit. As they say, though, in these scenarios, package manager, as Antfu says here, though, In those scenarios, the package manager will do its best to determine the right version that is the latest, that is most suitable for your project. This convention works well technically. Package releases a new major version. Your package manager won't install it if your specified range is below that major. So if you put out 2.0, but you're on 1.2.3, it won't upgrade to the new major. But this helps prevent breaking changes. But the problem here is human perception. Humans perceive numbers on a logarithmic scale. We tend to see version 2.0 to 3 as a huge groundbreaking change, while version 125 to 126 seems a lot more trivial, even though they both indicate incompatible API changes in Semver. This has been really upsetting to me. As I mentioned earlier, people were upset that Upload Thing had 7 versions despite only being 2 years old. People also didn't see how big a jump 6 to 7 was because 1 to 6 wasn't that big a jump. Version 6 to 7 of Upload Thing was a fundamental change of how the server and client interact that made uploads 10 to 50 times faster. But 1 to 6 were just API changes, and the number doesn't indicate the size of that change. Both in the sense of like, how likely is this to break your stuff, but more importantly, doesn't communicate it in the sense of how important this change is and if you should pay attention and see how big this was. Like the bump to 7 didn't show how significant we had changed things. It was just a 1 number bump from 6 to 7 because humans kind of suck. This perception can make maintainers hesitant to bump the major version for minor breaking changes, leading to the accumulation of many breaking changes in a single major version, making upgrading harder for users. We have this problem right now where we have a bunch of changes we want to ship, but we have to do a major for them. So we're waiting until we have enough and we hit a certain threshold, and then we cut the major. That's stupid. And I hadn't really thought of that as a flaw in Semver until this moment, but he is fully right. The fact that we're scared to do that major jump means that our users aren't getting improved functionality as quickly as they could because all of this is stupid. And on the other side, on the other hand, version 125 moving to 126 could break a ton of things, but you're not going to care or pay attention because it seems like a small change between those two numbers. I didn't realize that Dominic had a talk about this. That's awesome. If you're not familiar, Dominic's the lead maintainer of React Query now. Legend, one of my favorite people in the space. His blog series on React Query his blog series, Practical React Query, is incredible. All of these are really good reads. I didn't realize there was one about lessons learned that is specifically about major versions. Breaking changes are not equal to marketing events. Agreed. I didn't realize that they were both cited here. What's going on with this? Is that an embed? Oh, these are the slides in the transcript. Oh, this is just slides from that. That makes sense. Cool. You did get Nation Talk. Yeah. Interesting. Is this where we're going to go here? Because I'm excited. Progressive. And this is back to Antfu. I'm a strong believer in the principle of progressiveness. Rather than make a giant leap to a significantly higher stage all at once, progressiveness allows users to adopt changes gradually at their own pace, provides opportunities to pause and assess, making it easier to understand the impact of each change. I love this. It's not directly the same, but a thing I often encourage when I'm like teaching workshops or doing tutorials is when you're building a new thing from scratch, try to get all of the parts publicly deployed and connected before you start actually iterating. A common failure case I see is somebody builds a project with like 15 parts all locally on their machine, and then they hit deploy. And there's some catch in one of the services that wasn't quite what they expected. That was a change they made 15 commits ago that they can't see because they weren't progressively deploying and seeing what did and didn't work over time. They don't know what commit it broke in because they never deployed it. So they don't know when it was or wasn't broken. But if you can get the project and all the parts connected, even if the actual app does nothing yet, Then as you push up changes and things break, it becomes way easier to realize, oh, it was steps 3 to 4 where this broke, instead of getting to the top of the staircase, looking back and realizing that it's on fire. Being more progressive with the way you ship is so, so important. It's an interesting proposal. Aunt Fu says that he believes we should apply the same principle to versioning. Instead of treating a major version as a massive overhaul, we can break it down into smaller, more manageable updates. For example, rather than releasing 2.0.0 with 10 breaking changes from version 1.x, we could distribute those changes across several smaller releases. So we could have 2 with 2 breaking changes, followed by a 3.0 with 1 breaking change, and so on. This approach makes it easier for users to adopt changes gradually, and it reduces the risk of overwhelming them with too many changes all at once. Yes, and this is why we do new versions relatively regularly with upload thing, but because there's this weird assumption that a major version is a big event, so if you have a lot of major versions, you've had a lot of big events, I'm seeing where this is coming from, and I'm getting more excited as we go. Leading zero major versioning. The reason that Aunt Fu stuck with the 0.x.x is that it's his own unconventional approach to versioning. I prefer to introduce necessary and minor breaking changes early on, making upgrades easier without some cause. I prefer to introduce necessary and minor breaking changes as early as I can, making upgrades easier without causing alarm that typically comes with a major version jump like V2 to V3. The amount of times this has happened in Next.js where people assumed, like, to this day, people think Next 13 is moving to App Router. Next 13 introduced the experimental app router as an option for building Next.js apps. Moving to Next 13 from 12 doesn't mean rewriting your Next app with a new pattern. It's a version bump to indicate the fundamental changes to the library, the newest version of Node.js support, and the ability to have this new router optionally. But the amount of times I heard, wow, you upgraded to Next 13 with no issues? Even recently, people were surprised I upgraded to Next 15. I wasn't using any of the features in Next 15. I just upgraded so I was on the latest version. What the hell are you talking about? People associate the version of the package with the feature set that they're getting. And it sucks. It's really dumb because then they make bad decisions because of a number they don't understand. And I see this so often that it horrifies me. I don't know if I've just been in Linux for long enough to know that these numbers are just indication of changes, not an important major marketing event to care about. But as I said before, the average human is pretty stupid. My favorite thought experiment. Imagine a perfectly average intelligence person. Just somebody in your life that you would say they're not smart, but they're not dumb. They're average. They're right in the middle. Get that person in your head. Think about them. Think about what they can and can't do. Think about how smart or not smart that average person is. Half of people are dumber than them. That's why we have this problem. Anyways. Some changes might technically be breaking, but they don't impact 99.9% of users in practice. A change being breaking is relative. Even a bug fix can be breaking for those relying on the previous behavior. What's the XKCD for this? Oh, the best XKCDs ever. The workflow. This is within my favorites, and there's so many good ones, but this is great. Change in version 10.17. The CPU no longer overheats when you hold down the spacebar. This update broke my workflow. My control key is hard to reach, so I hold spacebar instead, and I configure Emacs to interpret a rapid temperature rise as control. That's horrifying. Look, my setup works for me. Just add an option to re-enable the spacebar heating. Yeah, every change breaks someone's workflow. What's the alt text on this one? There are probably children out there holding down spacebar to stay warm in the winter. Your update murders children. Classic. Yeah. So every change could break someone. So the concept of major and minor is already relatively arbitrary. Ooh, didn't know this. There's a special rule in Semver that states when the leading major version is a 0, every minor version bump is considered breaking. I did not know that. Fuck. I am upset at how many of my packages are on a major because you can't go back. Once you've done a certain number, you can't go back. You can't undeploy the package. So as soon as when we first grabbed the upload thing npm package, if I recall, I accidentally deployed 1.0 because that was what was generated with npm. Now I can't do the zero major version. And what's even more fun is if somebody accidentally uses your like npm token and deploys a major, you can never have this behavior again. Yeah, I am sad that most of my packages are on at least a V1 because I'll never get to use this for them. And now it makes sense why everything's on V0. It makes so much sense now. Wow, we're all learning together, aren't we? And as Anfu says, he's effectively abusing this rule to work around the limitations of semantic versioning. With the zero major version, we're effectively abandoning the first number, and we're merging the minor and patch into a single number. The minor patch is now treated as like a sum there. Yeah. The other option that Anfu calls out here is that you can have a regular rollout schedule. Things like Node or Vite or Vitest, they all have an interval where they come out every year with the new version. So when there are breaking changes, they're just waiting for that new major to hit. And then that's the thing that will have those changes. Obviously, zero major versions are not the best practice. Antfu even admits it. While I aimed for a more granular versioning to improve communication, using the zero major version has actually limited my ability to communicate and convey changes effectively. In reality, I've been wasting a valuable part of the versioning scheme due to my peculiar insistence. Well, I'm jealous you get to, because it is too late for me to do it. But Antfu is proposing a change, and I think he's already won me over, and I haven't even read it yet. Epoch semantic versioning. In an ideal world, I wish for Semver to have 4 numbers: epoch, major, minor, patch. The epoch version is for those big announcements, while major is for technical and compatible API changes that might not be significant. This way, we can have a more granular way to communicate change. It is effectively putting a number in front that has no purpose other than marketing. But I think that's a really good idea because people think of version numbers so deeply. Like it's kind of, I'm kind of like, on one hand, this is because humans are dumb. On the other hand, think about the hype for the iPhone 4 launch. It is a way better phone than the iPhone 3GS was. The number in front people get really attached to, so we should treat it that way. We should treat this number as a thing people are arbitrarily attached to for no reason, and the way we handle it is by putting a number there that has no reason or meaning. Accept the fact that's how people think, and put it there and give it no reason because people associate it with stupid things that make no sense. Genius. I'm in. This gives us more granular communication. We also have romantic versioning that proposes human.major.minor. The creator of Semver is Tom Preston Warner, one of the founders of GitHub. He also had similar concerns. Apparently he has a blog post too. Let's see this. Major versions are not sacred. 10 years ago, I sat down and wrote the first version of what became the semantic versioning spec. I was tired of everyone using version numbers in what way they wanted, and I knew that we could do better if we agreed on one way. It worked. Let's see. Bumping the major often corresponded to a marketing push. This resulted in a bumping the major often corresponded with a marketing push, which resulted in a natural outcome. Increasing the version for the major was a big deal. Still treated like a big deal, and that's a problem. Major version numbers are not sacred. Sadly, we now treat them like that, which sucks. Cool to see the actual creator of the format coming out and saying this. Interesting. Back to Antfu. It's too late for the entire ecosystem to adopt a new versioning scheme. If we can't change semver, maybe we can at least extend it. I'm proposing a new versioning scheme called epoch semantic versioning, or epoch semver. It's built on top of the current structure of major minor patch, extending the first number to be a combination of epoch and major. To put a difference between them, we use the third digit to represent the epoch, which gives major a range from 0 to 99. Interesting. So we multiply we put a bigger number in front. So with upload thing, we'd be on like 776 or something. If we had 76 minor changes, and then an epoch that was like our marketing push for V7, and we made 76 changes since then, and we reset to 800 when we do like a big marketing push. I like this here. So for Uno, it go from 0653 to V65.3.0 because it hasn't had its major. But if they did a major, it would become version 100. My one hesitation here is that there's already a lot of packages that are on version 100 plus, like AWS, and they won't adhere to this. They will never change anything. Is it fucking AWS? Multiply by 1,000. Make it explicitly clear that this is what you're doing. If I see a major version that is 1,000 or 4,000 or 12,000, I know you're doing this new weird versioning scheme. So that was my only suggestion, is add a 0 so it's indicating that you're doing this new weird thing so that people are more likely to try and figure out what's going on if they've never seen it, or if they have, they'll just know. We can't just add a new dot because of how every single package manager works. They all expect the major version to indicate a very specific thing. And that's the problem. We can't go back and change how every package in the past works just to do this. But we can change what the number means to humans. Unironically, yes, I actually think Windows version numbers aren't that bad because they communicate so much info. Yep. And as Anfu says here, if they make significant changes and they want to do a big marketing, they bump to 100.00 to signal a new era and make a big announcement. I suggest assigning a code name to each non-zero epoch to make it more memorable and easier to reference to. This approach provides maintainers with more flexibility to communicate the scale of changes to users more effectively. Yeah, the need to bump epoch should be relatively low. Like with upload thing, I would say we're on our second epoch for upload thing. Like we did a big marketing push with V7, which was weird because we were doing a huge marketing for version 7, but where was the marketing for 1 through 6? I even did, like, V7 is here. I fell for it. I'm realizing now I fell for the same trap. I have a lot of thinking to do. Even here, I'm comparing V6 to V7, not old to new. If this was version 1XX to version 2.00, it would make much more sense. And giving me the control to do my marketing around the versioning, separate from how package managers need this information, I really like this. Antfu is planning on adopting this, and I am very excited because if he has success with this, I am going to do the same. I already think this might be the right call for upload thing, but I'm going to stick around a little bit and see how this goes for Uno, SlyDev, and all the other packages that he is maintaining. And if it goes well for him, I'm going to steal this. This is very exciting stuff. I am genuinely hyped. Antfu's contributions to the ecosystem are criminally underrated. He's one of the most important devs in modern open source, especially the web world. And he just broke my brain yet again. Gotta stop doing this, Anthony. I can only take so much. But I think I am ready to come out in full support of epoch semantic versioning. I can't see any flaws. This just seems right. It is accepting the weird, stupid position that we are in the weird, stupid way humans think and work, in order to get the right behaviors in our tools while also communicating the things that we need to communicate. It just seems like the right compromise. And I don't know if I'm missing something, but I'm pretty sure I'm in. Curious how you guys feel though, because changing how versioning works is not a simple thing and it's not one we can take back either. Do you think that we're insane for caring this much, or do you think this makes a lot of sense? Let me know in the comments. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. You can link whatever you want here. It's YouTube chat links get destroyed. Yeah, YouTube hates links. Do they change this again? Because I know you put like the date for it. Cool. Matters more for APIs. Not bad. Yeah, Calver is fine. It's not great, but it works. Let's... That could have been bad. It's on version 4. Cool. That is done. That's 5 videos in 6 hours. I think I can do this one relatively quick. Yeah, let's do this last one, and I'm going to get offline. Thank you all for hanging out, by the way. Appreciate you guys for being here this whole time. Thank you, Ryuno, for the sub as well. Appreciate you a ton. Let's do the real cost of AI devs. Cool. For the intro, I'm thinking just like zoomed in with the tweet without my face at all, just reading it. Last week, we asked Devin to make a change. It added an event on the banner component mount, which caused 6.6 million post-hog events in 1 week, which will cost us $733. Devin cost $500 plus the $733 in events, over $1,200. Lesson, make sure you review AI-generated code multiple times. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one. This touches on a lot of things that I have thoughts on. Everything from code review processes to safety nets to my favorite analytics provider, PostHog. We're going to go in deep, aren't we? I'm excited. There's a lot for us to learn from here in a future where we're writing less and less of our own code and mistakes that we can all catch and hopefully prevent in the future going forward. Before we go further, I want to quickly call out that PostHog ended up replying in here and refunded the bill. And before we go further, I want to call out that PostHog jumped in here, telling them to reach out to sales so that they can refund. As they said, mistakes shouldn't be the result of your bill. And if you make an honest, stupid mistake like this, they'll help you out. PostHog has been great to work with. They've helped me out similarly in the past. Love their stuff overall. Just wanted to say that before we go further. But first, we need to hear a quick word from today's sponsor. How to start this one. There's a lot of different layers here. First and foremost, I don't know if they specified, but did this code... First and foremost, I don't know if they specified this, but like, did Devin file a PR that they read, or did Devin just make a commit to main? Because this screenshot is pushing a commit straight to main, but it's the fix for the mistake that Devin made. They also called out that you can create an all events insight in Posthog so you can catch when an event type spikes. Definitely a chart worth having on any analytics provider because pretty much all of them bill per event. And if you suddenly see a ton of events happening, that's a sign that something went very wrong that you need to go fix really quickly. And Posthog's free tier is insane too. Like if you're hitting their free tier, even on like if you're escaping their free tier, even as a real company, you're doing well. That's 1 million events per month for free that you've gone through. So every month you get 1 million free events. So if you're burning through those, you're getting a lot of traffic. And it also gives you a big buffer to catch a mistake like this, which is really, really nice. Apparently, Devin tries really hard to not push to master. Prime tried to get it to, but it likes to do PRs, which is good. It won't make commits to main. It will only make PRs. That's one good thing. We found some good. But that's it so far, at least. There is a lot more that we can learn from here, though, including how I do AI code, how to not screw up your React code, and how to detect when things like this happen. First and foremost, on any... You know what? We need Excalibur. We have to be realistic. AI is going to start getting really involved in our code bases. So how do we mitigate these types of disasters? How to prevent massive bills from AI. And to be clear, we're not talking about how to use a cheaper AI provider. I have a lot of info on that, don't worry. Here we're talking about how to prevent AI-generated code from screwing you. There's a couple layers to this. Those layers are... I don't think about all these parts. Usage-based pricing plus guards. Code review, culture. What else? I want to get all these in first. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think this covers most of it. It's a couple pieces we're going to have to go through in order to understand the potential risk here. I personally have the hot take. You know what? We're going to reorder these, and then we're going to do it. Cool. There are 3 key things I think we need to talk about here. Code review culture, my favorite topic that nobody normally cares about. Hopefully you will this time. Usage-based pricing, and safety nets, as well as alerts. We'll start with the boring one, code review culture. We need to be real here. Nobody likes code reviews. And there's a big problem here. AI generates a lot of code. AI makes it way easier to write code, and for the most part, it doesn't help with the reviewing part. That sucks, because now we have more code than ever, and less people who want to review it, because our tolerance for boring things is going down. Our willingness to do something that feels tedious, as tools and technologies improve, our willingness and tolerance for things that feel tedious goes down alongside it. So if we drew a chart for this, you know how I love me my charts. as the quality of the tools that we use goes up, our tolerance for things that are shit inherently has to go down alongside it. And this is just the very nature of how humans adjust. There's the whole like pain is relative concept where there's a whole concept around pain being relative, where if you have a really sad thing that happens, like it's important to understand that for most people, pain is relative. So if you've lived a relatively happy life and you're trying to buy a house and somebody else grabs it right before you can get it and you miss out on your dream home, that might feel terrible. But to somebody who can barely find enough food to survive the day, you would seem like the most entitled asshole in the world. Pain is relative, and the amount that something hurts you depends not just on how bad the thing is, but how good things are outside of it. AI has resulted in a lot of tedious things, a lot of painful things, getting less painful. Whether or not you agree with AI taking our jobs, it absolutely is changing them. And the fact that I can do something like deploy on Cloudflare despite their docs being shit, largely by talking to Claude and spending time in my editor, just working with Cursor to fix any weird bugs as they happen, that's a miracle. It made the process of learning these new things way less tedious. But it also made the act of writing the thing less tedious. It made the act of writing each line of code less painful. And in the same way that I think code bases that lean heavily on generators have resulted in people not paying attention to each line of code the same way, I think AI is making it even worse here. Because as great as it is that we have awesome tools like T3 Chat that you can ask anything and it will spit out code for you relatively quickly, faster than almost anything else, that's almost a problem. The fact that I can start a new chat and ask it with Llama, generate a solution to, I don't know, we'll change this. The fact that I can ask Llama to implement full stack Stripe billing for Next.js, and it's going to spit out all of that code that fast is insane. But now you're just going to go blindly copy this and throw it in the code base. The act of writing this code is significantly easier than actually reviewing it and making sure everything is correct. I'm already catching mistakes in here. I mean, I guess Stripe/Stripe.js might be a thing, but the Stripe key, it's using the publishable key. It probably isn't too bad, but for things that are this crucial, I would personally prefer to just write it myself or follow along something like my Stripe recommendations doc. I put a lot of time into this because implementing Stripe without going insane is hard, and I would never trust an AI to do it for me, ever, for any reason. But if somebody else on my team did, and they let Claude and Cursor generate a whole bunch of code, and they put it up in a PR, they probably put less work into writing this code they probably put less work into writing that code than I have to put in to actually go read and review that code thoroughly. Reviewing code is always slightly more tedious than writing code, depending on how many times you rewrote that code. Like if you rewrote the same 50 lines 5 times, that's more work. But if you wrote it once, reviewing it and making sure it's right is more work than the actual process of writing it in the first place. So AI has made it way easier to generate large amounts of code, but in turn, it's made our tolerance for tedious things during our job way lower. So we're getting more code and more PRs with less effort, but the effort to review it all hasn't gone down. If anything, it's gone up because the amount of code that we're reviewing has gone up alongside it. I know that I am committing more code than I used to per hour spent because of these tools. That is just a fact. And if you don't see that fact, you're not writing real code every day using these tools. It makes you more efficient, but that efficiency inherently makes you less tolerant for these other things. And the reality is that nobody liked code reviews in the first place. So our tolerance for them is going down. People are paying less attention during code review. They're not being as thorough. They'll ask a question here and there, and the response is like, oh, I don't know, Claude generated it. I've had that happen a few times myself, where there was like weird copy on the website, and Mark would be like, why is it there? I was like, oh, Claude generated that. I didn't even read it when it generated it. And that's not good. We need to be accepting of that fact. I also think we need to try our best to like code review more and do more things to make it enjoyable. I used to have a hard rule for my teams that every day should start and end with code review. You're not allowed to open your editor until you've cleared every PR that you're responsible for on GitHub. Once you have left comments on or approved every single PR you're assigned to that you haven't commented on yet, then you can go code. Before your day is over, you need to account for having at least an hour at the end of the day to go back to GitHub and review anything that's changed since your day started and since you left those reviews. This is important. I think more people need to have this culture and get used to it, because as you get more into code review and it's now part of your day, it ends up feeling less bad. The same way, like, if you thought about brushing your teeth and made the decision to every time you had to, it'll feel a lot more tedious than if you just do it right when you wake up. It has to be part of your routine. And code review being a thing that has to be requested is the biggest failure. The fact that when I put up code and I want to ship it, I have to go ping people. It makes me feel bad because I'm asking them to do something that is tedious. It feels just as bad as saying, hey, can you go brush your teeth? Hey, can you go review my code? Those are effectively being processed the same way in our human flawed brains. But if it was part of the routine, if we just did code review and I could trust that putting up the pull request would result in it getting reviewed relatively quickly, I would feel much better about putting up PRs. And I would even probably feel better about doing those reviews. But if it's not part of your culture and your routine, it's always going to feel tedious and bad. It is a small call out, but I've seen this happen a lot. One small call out that I hate making, but I've seen this enough times I feel I have to. Code review is not on-call's responsibility. I have seen way too many teams be like, oh yeah, code review. That's one of the parts of on-call. So when you're on call, you spend the whole week reviewing code, and then if there's an incident, you spend the week dealing with the incident, and then no code gets reviewed. I've even been on teams where this was the case. It was terrible. Code review isn't on-call's responsibility. Code review is everyone's responsibility. I'll also say that on-call is everyone's responsibility too, but that's a rant people are going to be pissed about, so we'll do that another time. For now, code review is all of our problems, and if you don't, but for now, code review is all of our problem, and if you don't have a diligent culture of code review, you're fucked. I saw a terrible take recently. Let me find it. This one was so bad I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, which is how you know I need to cover it. Yeah. I made a tweet a few weeks ago, probably, maybe a week, or I made a tweet like a week or so ago where I said it would be cool to have an AI bot where when I push a new branch to GitHub, it'll automatically open a PR for it and generate a name and description. Just as like a small, when I push something up to have a starting point, instead of having to use the terrible CLI to file PRs, it'd be nice to have something I could start with. Even if it was in a draft, it'd be cool. But it's like 4 button clicks and a bunch of laggy views in GitHub right now. Somebody started flaming me because I'm clearly a terrible dev for daring to think that pull requests and code review are important. The only reason I would think that is if I'm a terrible dev or if the people around me are terrible devs. I said it's weird to me that I accidentally started a pull request or bad discourse. I saw a lot of people going back and forth about it. Prime very reasonably assumed that drive-by pull requests are what was being talked about and that those suck. Like if you're a big open source project and somebody files a random PR like, hey, this is bad, I'm going to fix it my own way. That's terrible. But this is not what people were talking about here. As I called out, apparently Prime already had this account muted. I don't care about showing the username. Normally I do, but fuck them. Do not optimize a process that should not even exist. Just eliminate it. About pull requests, by the way. Pull requests should be reserved for people that you don't fully trust yet. Junior programmers still learning the ropes, new team members not yet familiar enough with the system, and external contributors. Intermediate and senior programmers should just commit to master and push. This is possible. Like, I've seen some dumb takes on Twitter. I have to give Hassan here some credit. This takes the cake. This might actually be the dumbest dev take I've ever seen on this app. I'm not even going to entertain it. I'm just going to move on. Thank you, chat, for making me feel better. Yes, Josh, I am still here. They have to be trolling. I didn't know you were here too, Lee. Yeah, they're not trolling. I've read through enough of their replies. They aren't trolling. It's pathetic, but that is a real stance that individual has. And I feel like I'm dying. That's why we're here, though, to communicate how to actually do things without going insane. No, he's mad that he can't push to master because his code changes always get flagged in review because he always makes mistakes. Anyways, we need to accept that nobody likes code review, but as more and more code is being committed, realistically, the amount of time we spend writing code versus reviewing code is going to shift. If right now, or let's say pre-AI, if we were to break down the average dev's day, or writing code pre-AI, I would argue this is probably generous in favor of reviewing code. Most people's time doing a dev job is not spent really reviewing. They should do it. And I would argue where it should have been was closer to like here. Like I would say 1/3, 2/3 pre-AI felt like the right split. Like a third of your time reviewing code, 2/3 of your time actually writing code. This largely depends on like the complexity of the code you're writing, how often you're deleting the things that you're working on, how much research is necessary per line of code. Lots of nonsense. The core point being, I don't think we were reviewing code enough before. With AI, we're not actually writing the code a whole lot. We are generating the code with prompts, which means in turn, this needs to go up. Our actual process of writing code needs to be more reviewy. One of the things I've pushed really hard in a lot of my content about code stuff is git add -p. Are there any changes in here I can use for a demo? I want to find something with changes. I'll just stash pop. Well, there's a conflict. Oh. Never mind. Let me go make a change in my code base quick. Here, I'll make a good one here. Sessions create returns a Stripe checkout session. Cool. Now I have this change where session is now a Stripe checkout session type, which makes it less likely we make a mistake here. Instead of just git add -a, git commit, my favorite thing, and I push this a lot, git add -p. It lets you do a mini code review every line and every chunk that you changed on your system. So I'm actually noticing a mistake here. I don't want to import Stripe here. I just want the type. So we're going to go back here, command click. Wrong. Go up here. Import type Stripe. Go back to my terminal. Quit. Git add -p. Now it looks right. Cool. Let's continue. Let's Stripe session, Stripe checkout. Awesome. Updated upstream. What went wrong there? I don't want that. I don't want that. Then I can check my status. I see this is the stuff I did want. This is the stuff I didn't want. I can commit the change I like and reset the one I didn't, and I'm good to go. This allows you to do mini code reviews within your own system. There's other ways you can do this, like the VS Code plugin. The GitHub desktop app is terrible as it is. But you should be reviewing the code you're working on before you submit it to others. And the thought of putting up a PR where I haven't read all the code myself makes me feel sick because I want to make sure that my team can have... The thought of pushing up code that I haven't somewhat thoroughly looked at myself makes me feel kind of sick because it feels bad to burden my team with something that I personally wasn't even willing to do. So do your best as you're committing the code, even if you're generating it all in Claude or Cursor, to just stage it piece by piece so you can get into this habit of checking each chunk before you make it someone else's fucking problem. It Doesn't seem like that big of a thing, but I promise once you start doing it, you'll be amazed at how many dumb bugs and mistakes you catch going through functionality. It might seem tedious. I promise it'll become second nature really quick, and you'll be amazed how many dumb things you catch that might have been caught in code review, but also might not have been because it wasn't as immediate as I just wrote the code. I know what it's trying to do, and I'm catching it before I even push. And I think that reviewing code needs to include more of these things, like git add-p, thoroughly reading through the code that gets generated by Cursor, putting up pull requests in smaller chunks so that we can read them and read them ourselves more often. I put up pull requests all the time, not expecting someone else to review them, just for me, so I can have a single concrete place to look through all of these related changes and be sure I'm happy with the result. We need to spend way more time reading code now that AI has gotten so good at writing it for us. I'm thankful chat brought up CodeRabbit because if I brought it up, people would have accused me of being a shill. CodeRabbit's been a sponsor of the channel for a bit now. They've been sponsoring videos here and there. CodeRabbit's been a sponsor of a couple videos of mine. I've genuinely really liked working with them, but I will admit, when I first saw it, I was skeptical of the product. I did set it up though, because I wanted to know the thing I was using was actually decent. And it has been somewhat helpful here. I would not rely on it at all as a solution to the problems, but the fact that it will like generate a diagram when changes are made and leave little suggestions of things you might have missed is kind of nice. Like if we go to the T3 chat repo, look at some random PR. I'm not going to pick a specific one. We're going to go to a random one because it might be useful, might be useless. Here's me rewriting the scroll layer. It didn't get a diagram because there wasn't some logic that deserved it. It summarized the changes in these different files, and it left suggestions. Like here, I forgot to put an area label on this button. That's a really good catch. We should probably have a lint rule for it. But now I can click this little arrow and just commit their suggestion. It's an outdated suggestion, so I can't, but these little things, like, those are helpful. I don't think it would have caught the bug that we're talking about here. And I love you guys, CodeRabbit. You don't prevent these expensive mistakes. It's possible you can catch things like this, but you cannot guarantee it the same way no human can guarantee it. The point of code review isn't to prevent these mistakes forever, it's to significantly decrease the likelihood they happen and increase the likelihood that when they do happen, someone knows and remembers it. Realistically speaking, if this code was reviewed better, it probably still would have went live, but somebody might have realized quicker when they saw how many events were coming through, oh, I remember that event was added in this component. Did we put that in a use effect? Shit, did we not? And they'll know exactly where to go to check and catch it. It's not so much that we can prevent these mistakes as we can catch them when they happen with more familiarity because we are keeping up with what is actually changing. And that's the cost of something like CodeRabbit is its review process. While on one hand, it makes your reviews as the code reviewer simpler because it does so much good summarization work, it also decreases how well you know that code because you can get through it faster. Any tool that makes it easier for you to get through a code review is inherently going to make you less familiar with the code that you're reviewing, which I think is going to be bad a lot of the time. Not always, and I still use it in all of my projects, and it has brought me a lot of value, and it catches these types of small things that aren't production outages, but are useful things that we should catch, like accessibility problems or better error handling in certain edge cases. But I would not rely on this type of tool to prevent outages. In fact, it might make it more likely that you don't know what's going wrong when the outage happens. So be very cautious of that as you adopt tools like CodeRabbit. As great as they genuinely are, you need to be very familiar with any change you merge. When you hit approve, you are not just saying, I think this code is fine. You're saying, I think this code is fine, and I understand it, and I feel familiar enough that if something goes wrong, I know the mental process to figure out what went wrong. And if you're reading code and you can't theorize what could go wrong with it, you're not doing a good enough job reviewing that code. You're not familiar with it enough yet. And that's another thing I need to talk about more with code review culture. Let's just break this whole thing out because we're going to have more and more of these. Asking, let me move this in the middle. Asking questions in PRs is good. I have seen so many people that for whatever reason I'll never understand feel like code review is exclusively a place for feedback on code. Like, hey, this should be better. Hey, this might break. Ask questions. If you're not sure, ask. Because if you're not sure, chances are someone else isn't too. And if the question is just like, hey, where is this being imported from? Or how does this work? I'm confused. You'll be amazed how often that question will either be a thing that a lot of other people were scared to ask, or it's just a fundamental mistake or bad assumption that was made by the developer. I can't tell you how many dumb questions have been asked by my team that were actually dumb things that I had done that were mistakes and wrong. And it's important to have a culture of asking questions constantly. Otherwise, people will be scared to ask questions. And the worst thing that can happen to any team in any code base is that somebody's scared to ask a question because they feel like it'll make them look dumb. The quickest way to have a dumb outage is to have people... The quickest path to a dumb outage is to have your engineers scared of asking dumb questions, because the only way to prevent a dumb outage is to ask the dumb question. Please make it a cultural, please try to make it like a cultural stakehold, like one of the core pieces of your culture, that everyone should constantly, regularly ask dumb questions. It's so important. And PRs are a great place to do it. And if your engineers get pissed off because you're asking too many questions, and if your senior devs are getting pissed because you're asking too many questions, start keeping a list of all the stupid outages. And then the next time you get in trouble for it, bring that list up to your boss, because this is a fundamental failure in the engineering culture that is way more common than it should be. Also, if there are good questions in the PR, commit those as comments. That's the best place to leave a comment in a code base, is when somebody had an actual question. Don't try to guess what questions they'll have with comments. Answer your questions with comments when you're writing the code. And if others have questions, put those in it too. Make it easier for everyone to have this context. Yeah, this is a really good point here from Peeled Potato as well. Ask your questions in PRs and issues, never in private, or at the very least in your Slack group chat for the team. DMing questions is a good way to get someone comfortable. So like when I hire a new person, I let them DM me stupid questions. I make it a rule, actually. When I have a new hire, they're required to ask at least one dumb question a day, either to me or to the team. Most are more comfortable just DMing it to me because they're scared. But once you make that a rule and you don't let them end their day until they've asked something stupid, it becomes so ingrained that they never think twice about it. I want to see what you've done here, Aiden. Oh, Aiden. Yeah. This is also very true, Eva. I used to work on a team where making any comments on a code review was treated as a slight against the person's intelligence. If it wasn't an immediate approval, then you were insulting them. Absolutely agree. That is... Actually, there's wrong wording there. Cut that phase. This horrifies me. This genuinely makes me feel terrified. The fact that it is cultural that you can't leave comments is really, really bad. And I would guess that the rate of outages and bugs in that code base is significantly higher than a competing company or product where they're more willing to ask questions during code review. It's just a huge way to set your company up for failure. And honestly, I almost feel like I'm screwing up making these videos, because companies having these terrible cultures are a big part of why startups and early stage businesses that I am running and also invest in can run laps around these other companies. Because if Amazon has this weird, slightly toxic culture of everybody's scared to comment on pull requests, the likelihood that they can catch up to upload thing with the bullshit they do with S3 is way lower. But if they start watching these videos, they realize how bad their culture is and they fix it, it's harder for me to compete with them. So I'm almost working against my own interest by giving this advice, but it is important to understand and build good culture around these things. Pump the more people are doing the dumb question rule. It's one of my favorite things. The dumb question rule is very important. God damn it, Gov. 60. Cool. Hopefully I've emphasized this part enough. We need to get more, we need to be more aggressive than ever about code review culture, because the amount of code is going up, the amount of time spent reviewing it currently is going down, and that is genuinely terrifying. There are other parts to this particular, there are other pieces of this particular Devon failure though. Usage-based pricing is a really important piece, as well as safety nets and alerts. Thankfully, these parts are a little bit quicker. We'll start with the usage-based pricing. Usage-based pricing is a really good thing. It means that your service can scale up and down without having to worry as much. But then there is a threshold where suddenly you have to worry a hell of a lot more. Realistically speaking, platforms like Netlify and Vercel save you so much time and money for so many things. The fact that every time I make a pull request, I get a dev build that is running, or the fact that whenever I make a pull request, I get a preview build that is automatically created and linked in GitHub that is only live when you click it, because it's all through serverless, and our billing is based on how much time is spent running that compute. It lets us do a ton of crazy things we couldn't have before. Watch my breakdown of serverless video if you want more info on all this. It is genuinely incredible how many awesome workflows and like behaviors and just improvements to our development flows are possible, because we don't have to eat a fixed cost every time we want to spin up a new dev environment. If we're built on our usage, the numbers can be much more tied to the work we're actually doing. The catch is that the numbers can get way higher than they would have otherwise. Like if we had, let's say we had a $50 a month server, and this $50 a month server runs our app, and it can scale up to 100,000 users. But now we have devs on the team that want to be able to spin up previews during dev. Each of those previews, let's say we put it on a cheaper instance. We put it on a $5 a month, and these can only have like 400 users. Now, every time somebody files a PR, $5 is being spent per month until it's closed. That sucks. And usage-based pricing, preventing that, is actually really nice. It also means we don't have to go in and manually change the tiers. It's a problem I have with other companies that compete with PostHog. For example, Mixpanel, which we did use as our solution for a while. Mixpanel is an okay auth platform. The catch is you have to guess how many events your users are going to do, and then you build a genuinely horrifying amount of money for it. And if it turns out you used fewer events, you still build that amount. And if it turns out you used more events, you just lose those additional events. It is a terrible guess and check game that I would not wish on my worst enemy. And the reason that PostHog is good is it does this part for you. So if you're under 1 million and you're under the free tier, you just don't get billed. But if you go over, you are billed based on how much you use. The problem is, on one hand, yeah, if I have a 5 mil month, I get billed 600. On if I have a half mil month, I get billed nothing. It also means all of a sudden, go up to 20 mil, and you get a contact sales here, but if we go slightly lower, $2,300. The only reason Mixpanel can't do usage-based pricing is because their pricing is so fucking egregious that if they did it, they would go out of business fast from all the lawsuits. It's insanity. And I think we're paying for a tier for Mixpanel still that is much higher than our actual usage, because we had 1 month where we had a huge deal with Ping where a lot of people came in, and I was scared of losing events. So we bumped it, and now we're scared to bump it back. Horrifying. These problems don't exist with usage-based, but they have the new problem of you can have your bill go way higher than the number you expected based on the previous stuff. There is a couple solutions here, though. One, spend limits. Most of these services now have some form of spend limits. Not all of them did. And there is a catch with spend limits where spend limit means your service might go down. There's a really good tweet from Billman. Here. This is the moment I decided I wanted to work with Netlify more. This post blew me away. This one happened because there was a huge viral bill on Netlify. Somebody had like $1,000 bill out of nowhere, and they got it refunded, but it still went viral. I think it's even on Serverless Horrors. There's a lot more on here than there used to be. Was it this one? Yeah. Somebody got sent a $104,000 bill for a static site from Netlify. The reason was they had a big file on the site. That file got embedded in some other person's viral thing, and people were loading 3.5 megabytes of MP3 and spamming it, doing insane amounts of bandwidth. By the way, there's a simple fix for this. Put your high bandwidth assets on upload thing. It's one of the best things we do is we don't charge for egress. Let us eat that cost so you don't have to. Very common. I'd say it's the biggest cause of these runaway bills on Vercel and Netlify and similar platforms. 190 terabytes of traffic on the edge is expensive, and it costs a lot of money for a reason, but you shouldn't put yourself in that position in the first place. The biggest problem here, in my opinion, wasn't just the bill or the mistake. It was that when they hit up support offered them like 50% off. Sorry, they offered 80% off. They only have to pay 20%. But they offered all the way down to 5%. So they only have to pay $5,000. What? Gross. Not acceptable. This is a case that should have been escalated really high up just due to the size of the bill, and it should have been wiped really quickly, which it was ultimately, thankfully. Netlify fully refunded the bill and owned it. But this post from Matt, the CEO, is what changed my tune and made me rethink all of this. When a spike in traffic can be automatically and absolutely classified as malicious, our platform is set up to block it. If it's a new pattern, we'll add it to the automated rules and we waive the charges. This is an important piece. Like if somebody DDoSes you and the service couldn't block it, they can refund you as the expected cost of not blocking it and use what they learned from that mistake to go block it in the future. It's tricky when the traffic in question isn't clearly malicious, but could be an indication of a customer being successful. This is a really important detail. In this case, any automatic block could mean ruining a launch, making a viral campaign go bad, or disappointing fans of an emerging artist, etc. My philosophy, or for free users, my philosophy has always been that we can never go back and fix it if we ruin your moment of glory, but we can always cancel an invoice or refund a charge. Shout it from the mountaintops. This is such an important point that I feel like we miss a lot. The magic of these platforms, of things like PostHog, of things like PlanetScale, of things like Vercel and Netlify, and all these platforms that have these scaling characteristics, is that if you go viral and you get 1 million users all of a sudden because you had a big moment, you can not lose it's easier than ever to not go down. And that was not always the case. The hug of death became a meme for a reason. It was so common to have these types of problems. And with these services, it won't happen. Your thing can stay up. The result might be a high bill, but if your service can now be way more successful, if your launch for your tickets for your concert can get hit by millions of people, if your brand new software as a service company went viral on Product Hunt and you suddenly get a bunch of new users, the bill doesn't matter that much. The problem is when this happens incorrectly. When the bill isn't coming from a viral moment, it's coming from an error, a DDoS, a configuration mistake, user failures, any of these other things, or Devin making a bad pull request, funny enough. Those are mistakes that are hard to detect. And as Matt says here, we can't go back. If we were to automatically see, this free tier user suddenly has 1 million people going to the site, we're going to shut it down just in case. You just took away that moment. Their viral moment cannot be refunded to them. You cannot give that back. But if it was a bad bill, just refund them. And in almost all of these cases, like if you go through Serverless Horrors, I haven't checked it recently, so I'm not as familiar with these January cases, but up until June 2024 and before, I checked all of these. All of these got refunded. Every single one of these horror stories was a thing that ultimately got refunded to the person and the team that were victim to the big bill. And it's almost a weird unintentional effect of this website. I love Andrus. I love the work he's doing in Coolify, but he's almost unintentionally proved my point here, which is that these services prevent a lot of problems. They let you scale infinitely. And if you do have one of these crazy erroneous bills, there's a very good chance it's going to just get refunded anyways. Another good call out from Matt here. A bill this large should never have left our system automatically, and our support team should not have treated this as a business user. We also shouldn't have speculated this was a DDoS attack, since in this case, the traffic does match organic traffic from a region with lots of old devices. Agreed on all the above. The one thing I'll say is, if you're uploading an asset to something like Netlify or Vercel that is more than half a megabyte, you should have to hit a button that says, I know what I'm doing. I know this is stupid. If you're uploading a file that is large to one of these CDNs that charges a lot of money for bandwidth, you should know what you're doing in that moment, because 90% of these bills are from that. And that's the biggest thing I want to see from these platforms, and I'll even put that in here. The thing I was going to say initially is alerts. These are your problem some amount. You need to make sure you have alerting set up so big spikes and changes in patterns get sent to you in a way that you actually check it. Not like you get 15 alerts a day so you ignore them all, but a way where when you have a big spike that could potentially cost money, anything usage-based with a cost associated should have a way to alert your engineers when something causes it to spike. That is essential. And I'll even go a step further and put a 2.5 on here. This is the platform problem, or platforms. Going to add a 2.5 here, which is this is the platform's problem too. Platforms like Vercel and Netlify and PostHog all need to put more effort into both recognizing when one of these spikes happens and in notifying the users when they happen. When a user goes from getting 500 or 5,000 events a month to 5 million, when they suddenly break a threshold that's going to cause them to have to spend more money, when they upload a file that's big enough that it could fuck them, when any of those things happen, the user on their platform should be alerted aggressively and forced to, in a certain amount of time, hit a yes, I'm okay with this bill button. The platforms don't have that, which means it's your problem right now. I'm excited for a future where more and more of these platforms introduce this. Sadly, most of them are introducing this. But I want more knowledge and alerts when things go above thresholds. Vercel is actually pretty good about this now, but it's only really alerting you at the 100% mark. So as you hit 50% of your free usage, you get notified. As you hit 75%, you get notified. Then 90% and 100%. But if you're already expecting to go over, you won't pay attention. And then if you suddenly hit 400% usage and your bill goes from $10 a month to 70, you might not even notice, because I don't even think you get an alert at that point. So it's a balance. And I think it's important for usage-based platforms to really sit and think through these user journeys and stories to make it less likely that you run into the problems that these things are causing. And you have a business incentive to do it. I'll even put a 2.6 here. This makes your brand take fewer unnecessary brand hits. There was actually a point in my conversations with Vercel where I told them straight up, I might end the relationship between our brands if you don't fix your email problem. Because the emails they would send out to users when things like billing changes happened were not reviewed thoroughly enough and resulted in massive brand damage to Vercel. Because if you could screenshot an email that says, hey, we're changing how billing works. Your bill is going from $50 a month to $700. That is a viral moment that's not going to help your company. You need to put so much thought into how these alerts and these methodologies and these prices are communicated. And it is a PR problem, not a pull request problem. That's what we're talking about. This is a public representation problem. It is a marketing and brand problem.
every piece of comms that comes out of your company needs to be thought about thoroughly, especially when it comes to alerts. So the big two things for usage-based: spend limits and alerts. Sadly, the companies aren't doing a good enough job with the alert side, so you need to make sure you pay close attention to catch these things when they happen. And to the platforms and engineers at these platforms watching, fix your alerts. It's not easy. I'm not saying this is like, oh, just go hit the better alert switch. You need multiple people working on this full time. This is part of marketing's job, arguably. It is a really important problem in how the platform is understood, received, and liked or disliked. And if you did this way better, you would show up on serverless horrors less, you'd go viral for bad reasons on Twitter less, and everyone is better off. I genuinely think that the drama around Vercel would be way, way less if they had put more thought and time into their alerts and emails earlier on. They are making improvements. I am happy to say that. But this has directly impacted how people perceive me just for being associated with them. So it's a thing I take really seriously and I think a lot about. And in a similar fashion, part 3 here, safety nets and alerts. I guess we just kind of covered alerts, but the safety nets aspect here is really, really important. Safety nets are different from guardrails. Guardrails are things like unit tests that tell you, hey, you shouldn't do that. But they don't prevent a failure. They notify you of something that we think might be one. A safety net is something more akin to a rollback button, where I can one-click roll back to an old version when the new one is causing problems. It is so essential if you have anything usage-based, especially if you're committing AI code. Do not ship on usage-based platforms without a one-click rollback option. I will make this a very big definitive statement. If you do not have a way to one-click instant rollback a fail, do not deploy to anything usage-based because you will screw yourself. It's not a matter of maybe you will. It's a matter of how much time until you do. It is so important to have a way to undo a bad change in a world where a bad change could be the end of your company. A bad change could take hours to resolve. A bad change could cause you to lose a customer. A bad change could get someone fired. A bad change could... Some of these services, a bad change could literally get somebody killed if it's like a hospital thing. You need to have a way to undo the bad thing instantly the moment you know it's bad. You should be more aggressive about rollbacks than you are about deployments. And this is a weird thing I've seen. And I don't know how we got here. People are less hesitant to deploy than they are to roll back. I don't know how we got here. I actually don't understand it. It's a thing I think about a lot. Why are people more willing to hit the merge and deploy button than they are to hit the rollback button? The rollback button is a hell of a lot less risky, and people are more scared to click it. It makes no sense to me at all. And it's another one of those cultural things that we just need to change. People need to be less scared and feel less shame about rollbacks. A rollback doesn't mean you're bad at your job. A rollback doesn't mean you're a failure of an engineer. A rollback means something that was unexpected happened. We might not even know what happened yet, but at the very, very least, we need to roll it back as we figure it out. Even if it turns out the thing we're rolling back wasn't the cause, we need to have a culture where we're willing to do it more. The SRE book here. Google, this is one of those rare times where Google and I agree. Hope is not a strategy. The sysadmin approach to service management. According to Google, at least Google's SRE, 70% of the outages at Google are due to changes in existing live systems. The best way to prevent failures here is to implement progressive rollouts, quickly and accurately detect problems, and roll back changes safely when problems arise. Yes, agreed. Progressive rollouts aren't the easiest thing to implement, especially on infrastructure, so I understand why most people, especially like early medium stage people, can't do that. But they should be much more aggressive with the rollbacks instead. It's super, super important to have ways to roll forwards and backwards to undo failures quickly and build in a way where if something does go wrong, it can be reverted really quickly. So to summarize all the things I'm bitching about here, first, code reviews are important. Make them part of your culture. 2, alerts, 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 alerts. And 3, rollbacks should be, in point 3, safety nets. Rollbacks or die. In a world where AI is doing more and more of our coding and outages are going to become more and more common, if you're not willing to roll back, if you don't have good alerts for the things that could go wrong when they go wrong, and you don't have a strong code review culture to catch these things ahead of time and familiarize yourself with the mistakes before they go live, you're not going to make it. As things continue to change and we see more and more of these viral tweets, I even closed it, as the industry continues to shift and we get more of these viral tweets, these crazy bills, these fundamental failures, we can't make Devin better to fix this. We can't improve the AI in a way that prevents this. We have to change our culture to make these things less likely to happen. And if we don't change that culture, we will lose to the ones who do. So if you don't want your company to go out of business, I highly recommend you start to implement some of these things if you haven't already, because funny enough, the big guys actually get most of this already. So if you want to win and you don't have a team that is thinking about things this way, you need to make that change. I don't got too much else here. I hope you enjoyed this rant. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. I really liked that one. This was a higher up decision. And it's a fundamental failure. Twitch's mobile app is fucking garbage. It's so bad. Six videos in 7 hours. I basically just did a full work day here. Think it's time to go offline. I've been here too long. Let's figure out who we are rating. Randy looks potentially fun. I'm seeing somebody smaller that needs the audience, though. Randy it is. His handle is Randy, right? Cool. Have fun with Randy. Might go live this weekend. Probably going live on Wednesday, though. So stick around until then. Keep an eye on the YouTube channel. We got a lot of fun things happening. I did put the end marker. Don't worry. Oh, shit. Did I miss a lock code or comment? What did I miss for you from here? Telling us who to deploy accountable. Once the alerts are good enough that we can confidently say the user was informed and they still made the stupid decision, that's when we start holding them accountable. I still think we should, but the companies need to do more first. Have fun. Thank you all for sticking around. This is a long one. Damn, 7 hours. Jesus Christ. Have fun with Randy. Enjoy the game dev world. Keep an eye on the YouTube channel. Keep using T3 chat. Goodbye. Goodbye to YouTube as well.